took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle, yeah. It's your turn. Yeah. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, la 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 la.
Here we go, back again, same scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. This is my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me, I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever cheese told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't want us around. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheap code, I'm a beast bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real, raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit, dog.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh. Life's not always VIP. Rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. 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 To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. To reality, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder.
You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I tell I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line. Too many times I've been burned. I bounce back quickly, and with the drama, tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far. Expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights, a death for sight of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
They said we had to prove ourselves. So we did. They said we'd never reach the top. But here we are. We've broken barriers. We've shattered limits.
Now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Now, it's not about proving anything anymore. It's about fighting harder, rising higher. Now, we are fearless.
Hello, welcome to day 2 of stage 3 of VALORANT Game Changers EMEA. I am Frankie Ward. I'm going to be hosting for you today, and I'm joined by Sounds Like Meg and Inami. Inami returning from yesterday's desk. How did you find the action on day 1?
Super insane. I didn't expect that much momentum shifts. I didn't expect that much action, but I'm super happy about how the first day went, the action and the amount of fights we've seen from both teams, and super excited for the next matches.
The competition is looking closer than ever, it feels like, Meg. All the time, every stage, things get stronger.
Yeah, I know that obviously today we're coming into sort of the first game with the giants of sort of this year, Carmine Corp, but the games have been incredible. The competitiveness of Game Changers is ever growing and the games are getting closer. So I feel like the matchups today are going to be incredible. So everybody buckle up, get seated, get the popcorn out. We're in for a ride, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, my Herman Miller chair did not come with a seatbelt, but maybe they want to think about designing one for their future product releases. Let's take a look at the bracket and we can remind ourselves of the results from yesterday. Yesterday was a knockout round. Today, we head into the upper bracket. Everyone gets a second chance after today's matches. So as you can see, Nami, Giant X, they prove that just because they're playing with a stand-in in Smurfette, I say that because they're used to playing with Smurfette, they still came out on top.
Yeah, the comeback of Smurfette has been super strong. It allowed them to like just pick up the momentum against Al-Qadsiya, and then they just have taken that momentum from map 1 to the map 2, allowing them to qualify to the next day. And on the other side, G2 has been like just super strong against SK. They proved that they deserve to be in the playoffs and that they deserve a chance into Game Changers champs.
They need to play, though, right? Lights out. Sorry, Meg. Continue with that thought. I was just thinking the fact that they need to get these circuit points, right?
I was just going to say, in case anybody didn't know already, because I don't think we touched on it too much yesterday on the desk about Giant X making it to the Game Changers Championship, because, yeah, it's incredibly exciting. And, of course, I don't think we got to give it its comeuppance yesterday. So I just wanted to add that on there.
Yes, as you can see, Carmine Corp, just by getting to the playoffs, they qualify for the Game Changers Championship. So, given that they did win stage 1 and 2, so they got a hefty amount of series championship points, I should say, from that. So we'll be seeing them there. And Giant X yesterday, with that victory, Nami, they booked their spot 2.
Yeah, with them winning and SK being out of the race, they've qualified to the Game Changers champs. And right now, it's just up to them if they want to make the competition a little rough, making it hard for G2 and TWIS to qualify to champs.
And this is what's really interesting is if you win stage 3 and you are not Carmine Corp or Giant X, you therefore officially book your spot in Seoul. But if one of the 2 teams that have already qualified win, then obviously it's going to be going down to championship points, Meg.
Yeah, I think the sort of outcome of that 3rd spot being filled today is very much going to be on G2 Gozen's shoulders because, of course, we'd all love to see both teams make it through to Game Changers Championships in Seoul. But I think, I don't know, I just said Seoul. Hello? Is my mouth okay? Seoul. You know, I had a K-pop phase back in 2015. I'm ashamed of myself, truly. But yeah, it's going to be very exciting because in both matchups today, we have 2 teams that are fighting for that final spot. Of course, G2 Gozen and Twisted Minds Orchid. But the permutations, they're pretty simple, right? G2, if they sort of win today, their chances are very likely. And Twisted Minds Orchid, to make it to Seoul, will have to win it all.
Twisted Minds Orchid?
Am I messing everything up now?
No, that's what I was about to say. I'm so sorry.
No, honestly, I'm glazing over. It's great.
No, I'm the one who literally sounds the same right now, whether I hold my nose or not, because this cold is so brutal. Let's take a look at something very exciting though, because we don't just have the LAN installed. Obviously, go to Seoul if you can and see the best teams in the world battle out on LAN. You can also see the best teams in Europe, because in early November, we do have the final of Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 being played out on stage at the ESA Arena in Istanbul. Nami, I know you're a big Istanbul fan, so there's more reasons than just the VALORANT to even go to this one.
Yeah, of course. One of the reasons would be going to meet the community, such an amazing community, but also whoever says Istanbul and Turkey says cats. So if you want to see some of the most beautiful cats around, go to Istanbul.
Yeah, it's a win-win, really. You're going for an amazing Stage 3 final, and also you probably will meet a lot of cats along the way. So I would be there if I could be, and I'll be very, very jealous of everyone who's there.
Yeah, there's the palace, there is the Hagia Sophia, there is the bazaar, and there's the cat. There's so many things to love, but of course there's going to be two incredible teams playing on stage live in front of the community in Istanbul, and you don't want to miss it. So why not book yourself a trip to Istanbul and book your tickets for that one, and we will see you either in Twitch there or there in person. Now, guys, let's talk about our first matchup of the day, because this is, I feel like, the marquee matchup of 2025 in this region. KC versus G2. G2 disappointed us back in Stage 2. KC haven't let us down yet. And there's a reason why. KC have been remarkably consistent this year, Meg.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to kick off today's games. Carmine Corp, of course, are sort of the giants of 2025 Game Changers EMEA, and then you have the GOATs that have kind of dominated, I guess, the Game Changers scene in previous years, G2 Gozen. But starting off with Carmine Corp, what an absolute year they've had. We have seen them back in Stage 1 with a super clean run through that groups, and straight through to playoffs and winning out against Giant X, only dropping 2 maps in those playoffs, and that was against Giant X in the finals. Stage 2, you know, we had such a strong start to groups and then a little wobble towards the end, but they came back and again won Stage 2 playoffs, beating again Giant X in the grand finals. And now we're coming into sort of Stage 3 with an incredible group stage, being the top of the groups, and seeing them go up to G2 against G2 today. Historically, they've always had the upper hand against them, beating them in confident fashion. So we'll see how today plays out.
Yeah, I just want to go back to how prepared they were going into this group stage, because they know that them making it to the playoffs means they will be making it to champs, and they've been having the earliest bootcamp. We've seen that bootcamp in Berlin so early on. At the start of this group stage, they've been able to grab so many wins so early on, which secured for them the champs, and as a result, they go into this playoffs a little bit more chill. They don't have the pressure of maybe not qualifying.
One of the things I really loved about watching this team this year in Game Changers is just GX's reactions, firstly. Every time they win.
Incredible
It's
woman.
the classic GX move. But it's also her confidence, though, Nami. We've seen her as a leader kind of step into these shoes, and I think she was probably quite intimidated by that. But now we're seeing a GX who knows what she can do, and she knows that she's got her teammates rallying behind her.
Yeah, we spoke about with her a lot early on, and she mentioned that she always wanted to be one of those IGLs that will be known for being so good, so consistent, and we've seen that coming in with the team KC, the trust that has been given to her by her teammates and also by the whole org, and just her being able to just come in clutch. She's been always so cold, and she has just been so amazing throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, we're huge fans of GX here. We have no shame in saying how biased we are towards her, but then we love all the players and Game Changers. Let's take a look at what happened, though. Last time we saw KC play, this was their last match of the group stage, I think, Meg, versus Twisted Minds Orchid. And actually, we saw that there is a slight Achilles heel there.
Yeah, I do think we're clutching at straws here to try and find, maybe a position where Carmine Corp haven't been at the top and haven't had the upper hand. But of course, going back to sort of this matchup, it was incredibly dominant from TWIS. And I think that it does go to show that Carmine Corp, they do have their bad sort of days as well. I don't know if you can call them bad days still, but I think Inami knows a lot more about kind of how TWIS definitely shut them down. But I do think Carmine Corp, they rely a lot on momentum and starting by putting their best foot forward. So I think shutting them down very, very early and confidently could be how you stop Carmine Corp, which we kind of saw here, I guess, Inami.
Yeah, and they also showed some weakness in these two maps, Sunset and Haven, and I think this will be the maps that we will probably be trying to avoid if we want to make it further into the playoffs in this tournament. The way they were shutting them down is just shutting Alkia down so hard and shutting also Safia down. So this is something that G2 will be probably looking at if they want to beat them today.
The thing is with G2, when they're all on form, they're all a bunch of aimers. They're not heavily relying on any one player, and I imagine that's something Casey will be hoping that they can do the same of today. Let's listen in, though. This is an interview from Glance from earlier today, and the first thing I had to do was get her to introduce us to her new friend Bob. Hi, Glance. How are you?
How are you? I'm good, and I'm happy to be here. Another interview.
I am very excited to be talking to you. However, I need to ask you, who is Bob?
Bob is our balloon. It's our mascot from now on in this office. He was presented to us when we qualified to champions by our manager. A very important member of our team. Pretty much happy, always smiling. Very good to have him here. Yeah.
It's like GX in balloon form, always happy, always smiling.
Yeah, actually very true.
So how does it feel knowing that you're already qualified for the Game Changers Championships?
To be honest, it's a lot of things because we are qualified. We need to focus on champions. We still have split. We have a big update in Game Changer. We need to focus on right now. It's a lot of things, but we are just happy to be in a moment and to play together to see what we can show and how better we can be. So it's actually very nice to understand that we are already in champs, but still a lot of matches ahead, so we keep in our focus.
And how important is it for the team to make it to the LAN finals in Istanbul? Because I imagine for some of the lesser experienced members of the team, it's really important to get that opportunity to practice on LAN.
Yeah, for sure. We have 3 people who never played on LAN, so for us it would be extremely good to try our first time to play on LAN, to see how it is to play on venue, when there are fans around, when we can see each other on the stage, when you can see enemy in front of you. It's a unique experience, and of course we will try our best to qualify, and it would be amazing.
I mean, you're very experienced. This is going to be your 3rd championships, which is incredible. But I know I don't have much time with you. So we've got to talk about the fact that you guys are restructuring the playbook, looking at your map pool, introducing new agents. What exactly did Casey want to prioritize with those changes?
I think we need to focus a lot on the map veto because it's very important. We got split in, we have Pearl coming in, some maps getting removed, so it's a bit of changes in the team plus new agent. I think it's pretty cool, and we need to look a bit at it and see how we can implement it. And it's gonna be a lot of mess with roles and how people are shooting differently, a bit of changes with utility. It's gonna be nice, but and we're gonna take a bigger look at it together as a team and see what we can do, and we're not gonna have that much time, so it's gonna be fun.
So you're already thinking about the playbook in terms of going to Seoul. I'm talking about the playbook for stage 3, so I'm going to talk to you now about the matchup against G2 today.
Okay.
Because I mean, you beat G2 last time you met them, particularly convincingly on Haven. Do you feel confident knowing how G2 performed yesterday that it is going to be a similar match again?
I think we've been already for a long time on bootcamp for it's going to be 2 weeks that we're in, and we're feeling pretty confident. But they also get on bootcamp, so it can be a good buff for them, and it's nice to play against them. I think map's going to be a bit different today, I'm not going to lie, but it's also cool experience to play once again, because every time we play each other, it's either close matches or it's at least interesting to watch because it's 2 strong teams. So let's see how it's gonna be the Vita today, because I have no idea right now what we're gonna play, but it's gonna be fun.
That's so exciting. Okay, right, I'll let you get back to the team. Please give Bob a cuddle from me, and
Sure.
We'll see you in the game.
See you. Thank you
Good
so
luck.
much. Bye-bye.
Thanks to Glance for talking to me, and let's get into it and look at the last time that these guys met, because I did ask Glance about it. It was a 2-0 to the side of Casey, very convincing on Haven. I don't think that G2 are going to let them play that one, sit that one past them today, Meg. Why was this one so strongly in favour of Casey, though?
Oh yeah, so this is back in week 4 of group stages. It was a super close game on Abyss, and again, kind of going back to the way that Carmine Corp play, I do think G2 lost out on momentum here in the second half. Carmine Corp won out 6 rounds in a row, which I do think pulled it over the line for them. But of course, Frankie, you mentioned Haven. It wasn't looking like the normal G2. I do think Akita maybe having a bit of a stinker on the Waylay going 4-16 could have affected sort of just the general vibe of G2. You know, you want your duelists feeling confident and putting their best foot forward. However, they have previously ran Akita on the Neon, so I do wonder if we're going to see a little team composition switch up and see her back on that Neon, just to give them the confidence that they need. And again, also running that double duelist, I do think not doing that on Haven, the Neon facilitates those rotations and sort of the way that Akita likes to play a little bit more.
Yeah, and talking about that, I think it's important to mention, like, also all the times G2 and KC have been meeting each other. Every single time it went on the favor of G2 when it was in the group stage, and then later on KC were able to get the win. So right now KC won the group stage, so it's G2's opportunity to show that they are here to fight and that they are able to take that revenge.
Well, let's take a look at this team of fighters on the side of G2. I loved how in the interview with Ginny yesterday, Mimi said, we don't rely too heavily on any one player in G2. The system works with them all being able to pick things up if one of them isn't necessarily having the best day. Like, it doesn't have to fall on Mimi as the flex player, as the IGL. And I think that that's something that's really going to play into their favor today, Inami.
Yeah, when you have a team like this, honestly, you don't rely only on one player. You have literally the best smokes on the region. You have one of the best sentinels, if not on the world when it comes to this. So you don't have to rely only on one player. The entire team has the ability to shine, and the fact that they have Petra, who gives them some confidence also, and who is back to probably help Mimi with the mid-round calls, helps them a lot.
Well, I spoke with Drew, the coach of G2, earlier today to find out how he's managed to get G2 back into shape. Drew, you're joining me from a cupboard in the G2 office. Have they locked you in there?
Yeah, I'm locked in here while the players play. I'm not allowed to be in the same room as them, so I'm making do, but I've got a nice home here.
You've got some flowers. Are they real?
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think so. They made an effort, though.
Well, if you do qualify for Seoul this stage, I should say, because actually it's taking place over a few weeks, then potentially you'll get some real flowers. However, I want to actually go back to stage 2, if it's okay, because obviously when you joined G2 back in April, things were kind of up in the air. And I actually went back to look at Tibble, the team's manager, on social, and he tweeted about the Petra benching. People don't understand it's our job to make sure this team performs at the highest level all the time, which sometimes requires hard decisions like this one. It's not the first time we make such a decision, and it won't be the last. It's part of why we've been so successful for almost 4 years. But then the team wasn't successful. And I just want to know, Drew, when you joined the team in stage 2, did you know that version of G2 Goes and wasn't going to be viable?
No, I mean, I joined the same time as Akita, right? And at that point, what was pitched to me was what had already happened, right? And the team was, pretty focused on moving forward with the current plan. For me, like, the biggest thing was just like the roles were like a little bit like weird for me, we were making a lot of accommodations in order to bring Akita in, put Nello in a spot where she can shine. Give Amy a new role and everything. And I think what we saw in stage 2 was ultimately we had still a fairly high ceiling. We had a lot of talent on the roster. However, our floor was also pretty low, very inconsistent. And that was just due to a lot of role switches. And also with what I came to realize with Pate having her back now is we definitely missed a lot of not just her experience and her familiarity with the players and the natural chemistry that's there, but also just a bit of role stability too. And you're seeing the likes of Amy now just doing insane, back in a role that's comfortable for her. Elena's very set in her role too, and also we're able to give Mimi a lot of ways to express her skill as well as an IGL and have a lot of impact in different ways.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We've got to talk about the impact that the Mimi is having soon. I do want to ask you about your relationship with Petra, though, because she's actually said in an interview with Ginny yesterday that you are the coach who's taught her the most. about this game. And Petra is an OG of this game and, you know, the FPS scene. So what's that working relationship looking like, and what have you learned from each other?
Yeah, I mean, like, Pei's got like so much experience, right? So like my coaching, you know, I guess back and forth with her is definitely a lot more kind of conversational and leaning on her experience, especially when it comes to, you know, Asian-related stuff. Like, I can rely on her to be very prepared in that department, and so it's almost more a lot of, you know, how does this feel for you? Would this position like suit you? Just kind of more like trying to hone in on like what's comfortable for her. And then there's also, you know, like some things to do with a lot of like the macro stuff about the game that, you know, we've been able to talk back and forth with. But I think she's, you know, she's obviously given me some kind words, but she is a pleasure to work with. And yeah, it's been really, really fun, honestly. And yeah, I'm glad I'm able to bring out even more in Pei.
Well, it's amazing to see G2 Goes and having fun again. I don't have time to talk to you about Mimi flexing on the duelist, but maybe if you guys win, we'll have a chance to talk about that another time. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I still don't have time to talk about Mimi flexing on the double duelist because we need to get into map veto straight away. So actually, maybe we will. Let's see what maps we're gonna get, Meg.
I wouldn't be shocked if we see Carmine Corp banning that Corrode and potentially G2 banning a Haven. We've definitely pretty sure about the Corrode one with how G2 have been performing. I'd be shocked if they do not. Yeah, so we see that Haven coming through, being banned from G2. Not shocked considering the last matchup that we saw with them. And then again, the Corrode. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm just waffling, waiting for the first map. So I'm going to hand this over to you now to take it away with the first one.
Yeah, no surprise when it comes to the ban. G2 and KC have also been banning Haven and Corrode recently, and the first pick will be Sunset. Honestly, I'm just happy every single time to see Petra on Sunset. It feels like it's just her map. It's her thing. She always just surprises us every single time on this map, and it's a pick where KC probably showed some weaknesses, so not a big surprise seeing that coming through right now. And then we will be seeing Bind, a map that both teams have played fairly a lot, and we'll see how that goes, because if we're able to make it through to the decider, that's Abyss. And honestly, I just love seeing Amy Astra on Abyss, so if we make it there, I would be so happy.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that Abyss too. Sorry, Frankie.
No, I was just going to make the prediction because I'm just memeing on Mimi, your operator now, but I think she's going to play him across all three maps. That is my bold, uninformed opinion, Ninami.
Yeah, you'll get plenty of time to talk about Mimi Yoru this time around.
I think we all want to talk about Mimi Yoru, right? It's so iconic considering what we've seen Mimi playing and what we're used to seeing her play. So I think it's definitely a very exciting thing to touch on for sure.
Well, let's take a look. Hopefully Agent Select is ready for us to have a look at. I'm wondering if we're going to get the double controller lineup that we have seen being played by KC in the past.
Yeah, I want to touch on again this double duelist coming in from G2 Goes, and they spoke a little bit yesterday about sort of playing into that meta, and I'm so excited because going back to SK Nebula's game yesterday, what I really enjoyed seeing from G2 Goes was that kind of push and pull, where especially, you know, on that defense, they would kind of take that early aggression into mid, find that pick, pull back, and then be happy to play that fast retake. And on attack, their tempo, despite having the double duelist, was really controlled, finding information before committing the site executes and trading no matter what. So I am really interested to see how that is against Carmine Corp today, who haven't had the best success on Sunset.
Also, I'm just going to correct myself really quickly before Nami gives her thoughts, because actually I said control. I meant to say double initiator. We are seeing the composition that we were expecting to see here, Nami.
Yeah, no surprises here, and all my eyes will be mostly on Safia and on Anelcilia, how much they will be able to control all this aggressiveness coming from G2 Gozen, because it will all come back to how much they're able to, like, how many wins they're able to get on the defense side to give them some momentum going into the second half.
So, knowing that these teams have faced each other multiple times before, they know how each other likes to play. Do we think that the G2 are going to be feeling like they picked the right map here on Sunset, Meg?
I definitely think so, and coming in off the back of yesterday with Sunset, of course you have on the other side of that Carmine Corp who have probably reviewed the VOD and have picked up on kind of the way that G2 are playing, but with the plethora of experience that a team like G2 goes and has, I still think that they will innovate and adapt to what Carmine Corp have sort of shown throughout the year.
Well, we are ready to open up this amazing best of 3. I say it's amazing already, but I know it will be, and that's the Frankie Ward guarantee for you there. And also, I'm guaranteeing fantastic commentary because we are going to be heading over to Ash and Joy K.
Wow. Just wow. The Frankie Ward guarantee. Well, we are set for one hell of a game, I suppose. Ash, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to heading into Sunset here between G2 and Carmine Corp. I think it's going to be a fun one. We've only seen this map once so far this stage from both of these teams, Joy, and very different results from each of them. For G2, it was yesterday against SK, where they looked like they were in full control the other time. And then for Carmine Corp, different story. Tougher map up against Twisted Minds. However, I feel like this is not a map we would expect them to feel comfortable letting through the veto if they weren't confident about the adjustments that they made after that Twisted Minds Orchid game.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. So I'm really excited to see what kind of adjustments we're going to be seeing coming through here. We do see the double controller, now I'm making the same mistake as Frankie, the double initiator coming out from Carmine Corp. And I'm seeing what I want to see, GX on that Omen.
Yeah, I think overall it's very standard for KC, right? I think especially having players like Lance, like Anacelia and GX being able to help set Alkia up for those engagements is going to be super important because she's one of those duelist players that's able to always take over the server. G2, though, starting out on the attacking side first, Meg was talking about it. They love to play that push and pull into the pistol round, though. Instead, it will be a little bit of a different look with this set play towards market.
Yeah, and it might just catch Glance by surprise, but Glance managed to treat herself out before she falls. Mimi still hovering around mid here. Good spray from Vanya. Trying to push up closer, but Safia will put her down. Petra to trade her back. G2, they've made their way onto the site. Now still hanging back is right there. KC. Testing the waters. They know where Petra is.
Taking a little bit of a moment. We have to keep an eye on Mimi's positioning here as well.
Oh yeah, Mimi actually crept up. Got a kill, but Alkia has the better of that one. Shuts them down with a 3K. KC take the pistol round.
Clean pistol round there for KC into the retake. I do like how G2 went for that pause just to see if KC was going to try and push back in right off the gate, try and buy Mimi a little bit more of that time to come in on that flank. But Alkia is just so good. She almost did like that entire retake. She did do that entire retake on her own, essentially. But it was also with the fact that you have Anacelia also like jumping out from Boba, being a little bit of that distraction while Alkia goes in for the frag.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, KC playing off of each other fantastically there to make sure that they close out this pistol round. And it looks like this time G2 are looking to slowly push in through B main. KC, they're a little bit more spread out around the map here, Ash.
Yeah, I mean, defense, right? You're going to anticipate they're trying to cover all those lanes, but a huge first opening here for Alkia. That weapons advantage definitely ringing strong.
I mean, she didn't even need to reload for that one. The Outlaw just rings true here for Alkia. Not much else here, but will be shut down by Mimi, but with the better firepower in hand, KC, they still managed to hang on.
Not as clean as the round could have been. I feel like there's a world where we could have seen all of those weapons being carried over into the next one, but still a good round regardless. Charging up so quickly into that overdrive as well, into the anti-eco round here of G2. If Alkia can manage to find a first pick, there is definitely a world where we see that Neon ult come alive, and KC might attempt one of those bonus round conversions there. For G2 now, kind of spreading out a little bit more into that 4-1 split that we've seen them play more standardly. This is something where we see them kind of pressuring towards that A main really often, right? With that fast lane, you've got the Yorn going up, just trying to make those steps. And again, just speeding things up here, back over towards market after that initial pump fake.
Yeah, it's exactly like you say it. G2, they now want to pick up the pace, find their footing onto the B side. Mimi's still stuck back into A main. Akita finds first blood, and that's a massive one here to open up. Now, can they find Safia? The answer is no. But Vanya, sneaky as ever, comes around and shuts her down.
Spike initiated here. Still looking for the retake. Drone just about to be initiated by Glance on the other side of this smoke.
Enemy tag.
Comes out now. Find Petra.
Here we go.
Looking for the spam. There comes the overdrive. Alkia. Oh no, doesn't even get the chance. Give Akita a rifle and she'll make work with that. She shuts her down right away. That's the overdrive down the drain.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier into this round, right? How that overdrive was such a huge potential win condition here for KC into the bonus. And now it's kind of just about trying to maybe keep a little bit more of the attention of G2 over here, or at least very much so denying those ult orbs from going over to the G2 side and cycling up into ults of their own. G2 really clean anti-eco coming in. I think this is something that we're going to have to keep our eyes out on here, Joy. The constant, like, those fake opportunities those fake plays that we're going to see out from G2 with that fast lane, with that pressure, with Mimi's Yoru, and then the pivot over towards mid, re-exploring the space that they look to give up. And then also the different variations of tempo that we're seeing from them. A little bit more of a trap play, though, on the KC side. You can see Anasilia set up and ready here with those flashes, with that fault line to respond.
Exactly. I mean, Akita might catch them here. Really good timing. But Mimi, ready as ever, though. Manages to trade some shots here, but...
Bring them down.
Different look towards this mid push this time, though. They're heading over top mid instead of that market push that they've been conditioning the past couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Wall from Amy actually going up right there to deny Anasilia that lurk. 2 kills already here for G2.
Not ready yet. Cover going out.
Oh, Vanya.
Spike.
Prime position on Alkia here. Market. She's still tucked away in the smoke.
That's a huge pick for GX to be able to get over towards B main.
Absolutely, but still holding strong in market is G2. So now we see Anasilia might have actually sneaked past them. Time is ticking though. Line goes out with just Anasilia left standing. There isn't much that you can do, and G2 will tie up the scoreline here.
Back off.
Last time that we saw G2 yesterday up against SK Nebula, it was a situation where SK started the map off with a 4-0 start. Obviously, G2, they brought it back on defense as well, but into that second half where we saw them on the attacking side, they looked so good. They were constantly in control of the tempo, in the driver's seat the entire time. Now splitting off into a little bit more of a traditional default from them playing slower, knowing that Carmine Core is this team that loves to get aggressive on these eco rounds. They very rarely play those more bunkered plays. Still maintaining control of A main, trying to keep a bit of information into the back pocket of the defenders here while they see what G2 are going to look to move towards.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. See how far pushed up Alkia is? All on her lonesome. She finds one with the sheriff. Can she get a second is the question. Now she's forced to back off. Not a lot of health left on her, but she did get Mimi, and that is a great kill to open up with here for KC.
Slowly working across the map. Glance gonna throw out a recon dart. Just get that mid information, knowing that it's a space on Sunset that G2 have enjoyed contesting the last 4 rounds. Shifting back over towards the A site here. Execution underway.
Full time will be sidestepped here on for Fowler. I mean, will go on to Anasilia. Kita quick to follow. Petra with 2 kills of her own. Plant will be confirmed here on the A side. Will GX and Safia.
Spike planted.
Just a Stinger and a Sheriff, but let's see what they can make happen here.
Yeah, it's just about doing a little bit of damage if possible.
I mean, Akita is very low. Petra is quite low. Will be healed up here though.
Player standing.
Oh, shut down on the teleport is GX. Safia just trying to find someone to shut down, but not even Akita will be on the menu for her. G2.
Yeah, unfortunately, Akita crouches with the peek, and Safia was aiming for that head level. Overall, I mean, expected round for G2 to pick up there. I think that there was that nice aiming control that we saw coming out from KC. Now, heading into the beginning of our 6th round, Carmine Corps calling for a timeout. And I think the main thing that I want to see adjusted here right now is how they're going to deal with that mid pressure. It's something that G2 have been able to get pretty comfortably. Like, you've got those wall plays when it comes to Amy, whether you're pushing over towards top mid or into market. She's constantly making use of that sage wall by blocking off one of the lanes, not allowing anyone to like throw a spam through a smoke or to hold the line in a crossfire. And G2 are doing just a really good job, I think, of swarming KC when it does come to that mid crunch. And you always have Mimi over on the other extremity because they're usually leaning over towards that B site. It's going to be B main. And I just want to see KC protocoling, I think, a little bit better to counteract those mid plays that are coming out and contest the space, because G2 are kind of taking it for free.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe some early presence in market could be something to look at as well, because we have seen G2 focusing a lot around that market play here, entering from that side. Now they've left the spike around the spawn though. Let's see where they're headed with this.
This is where we see the adjustment in as well. We've got that swap Safia over towards A, and instead it's going to be Alkia into market. And look at Anasilia's positioning as well. It's the ability to use that fault line through the lane, either over at tiles or down mid, to assist off of Alkia's contact.
Who's next?
Yeah, you just ask, Ash, and you get it. That's what you get. But now Dimensional Drift will be used as well, just to try and gather information. But now Safia will pay the price for that. B or A, I'm sorry. A is again where it's at.
It was a great entry coming out from G2. The call was amazing from Mimi. I think this, Anasilia actually maybe spotted the elbow there. Great aftershock to clear it out.
Face your fear!
Nightfall will be used. Anasilia a bit in a tight spot there. Okay. Glance manages to tag up Mimi. And KC. Looks like they're not interested. Just gonna let this one go. Try to carry over the guns to the next round.
No, I mean, I think with the amount of time that was left and looking at the economic situation, it wasn't a risk that they were looking to take. Trying to focus a little bit more on those upcoming rounds afterwards. But again, it was a great call coming out from Mimi into this round, right? I think G2, after Carmine Corps' timeout, they were expecting that change in the setup. And the Dimensional Drift was just used to confirm whether or not Safia had actually shifted over towards that A site. And once that was gathered by Mimi's ultimate, there was a perfect play with the paranoia ensuring that Safia wouldn't be able to hear Mimi exiting from that TP, and then also with the near site as well, making it the perfect opening for Egg.
Yeah, absolutely. Leaves your side completely undefended.
Here.
Aunt will not gather a lot of information here. Oh, Hunter's Fury just down the mid lane.
Not ready yet.
Yeah,
still G2.
Not gonna connect with the blind ultimate. G2, okay, they're this team that's so good with being dynamic in their timing. Got Mimi tucked in over towards B main consistently. TP thrown out in case that rotation is needed. And it's all about trying to search for a bit of that information, maybe pull some rotations as G2 start to lean back towards this B site.
Bring them down.
Yeah, Petra's still making some noise here, trying to see if they can draw some people into A. Oh, Vanya. Vanya's got a little mind game going on over here with the TP into the backside. Tapia manages to get one, but with the Guardian will be shut down. Glance will trade her back though. Amy still tucked away with B main! As
30 seconds
Alkia
left.
totally didn't expect Vanya to be there. As I said, set up a fantastic mind game, as she does. And the rotation from G2 coming through here onto that A side.
Yeah, Amy just gets away by the skin of her teeth, and Vanya's going to continue to be a problem here for KC. They're going to look to try and clear her out. They have no idea where she's playing.
Oh no. Time, though, they have to plant. They will find it in time. Okay.
Just a bit of a big TP to apply that pressure.
Corner cleared out.
10 seconds till the smoke refreshes here for GX.
Shadows traveling.
One
I'm
enemy
gonna try to
remaining.
stick it with Vanya. Patient. She swings and they don't find the counter kills. G2 managing to cement their lead here.
I feel like the game plan that we've seen from G2 for at least half the rounds so far in this first half have been these variations of different kinds of fake plays. You saw that spike regrouping towards B, but then you also had Petra leaning over towards this A side with that Prowler, and the smoke going out from Vanya to cover up Elbow with the Paranoia to deny KC that information.
Where are you?
Very well executed plans here. KC on an eco round, hero rifle in the hands of Alkia, so you absolutely cannot count them out.
Yeah, but Akita here to open up and find the first blood onto GX. Smoke's gone for the rest of this round. They know where Akita is. Still taking their time. Alkia trying to push up here. Fast lane comes down. Joining up with the team now again. Over towards A, the overdrive activated.
Bring them down.
Killed them.
Take hold.
A beautiful seize here from Petra to buy time, and Mimi's still on that line there, trying to find more shots here, but now KC, time is not on their side. They have to try to push forward here towards this site. But Mimi is still tucked away here with the shorty. We'll find another Akita to clean it out, and G2, they are really mounting up rounds here, Ash.
It's been 6 rounds in a row for G2, considering pistol and anti-eco that followed. I think the only 2 rounds that Carmine Core have been able to glean. I think the adjustments from KC haven't been bad, though. We've seen kind of like that change in game plan. It's the calling on G2 has been so diverse that it's been hard for KC to adjust, because there has been those moments of conditioning, and then they've done just so well, I think, at running those fakes, those double pumps. So many rotations that continue to keep KC guessing, but a little bit of a deeper setup this time around for Carmine Core. Knowing that G2 do like to put that initial pressure so forward that they're going to have those trips a little bit further back. We also just saw this timing, man. KC, they just had all of that B-main control, giving it up as well, worried about G2 looking to re-explore mid like they have historically.
Yeah, exactly. Now we do see Vanya still hanging back there. But now everybody tucked away in B main. And as you said, KC just had that control. They decide to give it up and go to retreat back towards the back of the site. Not sure if they spotted the Prowler there, but they definitely spotted Kita.
30 seconds left.
Another rotation coming in here, Ash.
It's not a surprise. It's like it's the G2 way here on Sunset. But KC playing so far back, they're ready for it.
You will not kill
And they actually were alright. Resurrection comes through right away though. Mimi's back on the playboard. All being committed. Now Safia actually finding the first gear, playing around the cages. The plant will go down. Safia's good for 2 before she gets shut down. The rest of her team has time to arrive and possibly try to contest this though. Alkia!
One enemy
trying
remaining.
to stick that defuse. I think she will be managing to do so because Mimi was the last one standing, not anywhere near to contest this defuse. And KC, they might have been losing a few rounds in a row here, but they're trying to swing back.
A really important round win here for Carmine Corp. The other thing that we have to touch on too, that was mentioned on the desk, is for KC, they're not worried about, you know, qualifying to GCC. Yes, of course, they would definitely love to continue to defend themselves as the title winners of Game Changers EMEA throughout 2025. But for G2, so much more is on the line.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, KC, they still, of course, want to do well. But as you say, they already qualified the Soul. Alright. Again, trying to draw out KC here is G2 as they put some attention towards A main and then just decide to back off.
Just taking a moment to re-explore other portions of the map as Mimi looks to regroup with the team here. That TP is going to be heard by GX. Unsure if it is a fake or a confirmation though. Just waiting out this one way to pop.
Ooh, Akita will spot GX before Paranoia actually connects to her. We'll shut her down. Alkia now by herself. Fault line. Makes them wait. Could potentially line them up here for Alkia. Another Rolling Thunder coming out is massive. The dimensional drift though. Now they know where KC's at. But Anacelia good for another kill. As everybody in G2 was tucked into that elbow. Spike is down there, and what a swing was that from KC. Mimi now looking to do some damage onto that backline. KC, they are ready, and they are ready to take another round.
And it's so important for Carmine Corp to start racking up those rounds. I think having minimum of 4 on defense here is definitely got to be more comfortable here for KC because of how good this team tends to be on the attacking side. Granted, we didn't see as much success from them there into the post plants up against Twisted Minds Orchid, but they definitely didn't have a problem getting onto site. Round 11 timeout coming in here for G2 as their lead starts to slip away. I don't think it's... I know that G2, they want to get ahead of the problem, right, Joy? But it's not like there's any like crazy signs coming in where you're really worried about how G2 are performing on this half, because we have to keep in mind, like, sure, it is at 4-6, but KC won those initial first 2 rounds of the half. It's only been 2 of these rifling rounds that Carmine Corp have been able to take for themselves. But ever since that timeout, we've seen the adjustments coming out from KC. The calling from GX has been on point with that positioning that she's expecting from her team to try and counter a lot of these G2 fakes that have been coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, like, you know, they want to get ahead of the problem. It's not necessarily these 2 rounds that they lost that were a big problem. Because if you look at what KC has committed to these rounds, right, it's like you're just seeing Alkia playing off of everything that Anacelia is throwing at them, and they did just blow the Rolling Thunder for that as well. So let's see what G2's got left for us here before we head into the halftime.
Very slow start here for G2. Not something that we aren't akin to. That early presence shown over towards B main will already be cleared out and confirmed by Glance with the Owl drone, and a very deep trip to be put there by Safia for an earlier warning sign if G2 do look to revisit the other side of the map with the retake protocol here over on the A site.
Gotta go. All right. Util just thrown to slow down G2. But Akita's the first one to make it onto site here. KC still hanging back. Looking to play the retake here. Alkiado with the operator finds her first. This plant has been confirmed here by G2. Akita still tucked away in the corner here. Wall's been holding him back for now, but the shorty finds another, and there's the overdrive from Akita trying to just get this round, and that they will.
A really great fast flood coming in here from Carmine Core. Great utility coming out from Anasilia, throwing out that initial fault line just to delay the push a little bit longer so the rest of KC could actually get there in time for the fast flood right off the back of that plant. I do love that we get to see like the little cams in the boot camp too, to see the fist bumps, the high fives going across the board. Now one more round left here into this first half.
Yeah, KC potentially looking to tie up the scoreline and head into a 6-6. Now let's see. Some proactiveness towards mid here from G2. GX actually managing to show up big, gets 2 kills there from the shadows right away.
At the very least.
One of our own. Yes,
exactly.
Have the spike recovered.
I do like that it's a contact play here for G2, right? You're in a 2v5 last round of this half, and it's all about trying to work some sort of pick. KC, though, have a comfortable read considering Safia's setup over on the B site.
Oh, absolutely. So they can comfortably rotate over to this A side and just look for contact, playing the numbers game, and that they will, and they will just shut them down. KC tie it up 6-6 as we head into the halftime on Sunset.
Switching sides. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Yes, we are back. Second half of this Sunset map here, Ash. And I'm not 100% sure if I expected this to be a 6-6 going into the halftime. What about you?
I think with the way the map started, it didn't feel like it. But after that timeout that we saw called in round 6, we saw some of the adjustments that were made by KC. The first 2 weren't quite landing, but after that, it felt like KC had just a really better, like a much better understanding of how G2 wanted to play that first half. Now, heading into the second half, though, I think that for KC, my eyes are not actually on that site execution, because it's something where Alkia is able to make that space. They're able to get onto that site, but my concerns are going to lie more with how that post plant is going to look. I'm curious to see what adjustments will have been made, but G2 are already getting extremely proactive here on the pistol round, taking full control of tiles in A main. they're waiting for it too. They're ready for this push.
I was gonna say Vanya might be in for a surprise here, and she will be the first to fall.
Yeah, I mean,
Akita. I mean, this is like, I like the aggression, I like the idea, but KC are moving like a unit here, so not easily caught off guard.
No, and that's what they're so good at. And look at the way that they've also made this fake just come to fruition here. But the thing is, with that mid walk down, that push that came out from G2, they've also heard the pivot over towards this B site with the way that G2 now fully cleared out the attacker side spawn.
Amy will be heard in B main, but Plant has been held for now.
It's a really good call
time.
coming out from KCGX, calling to flip that site, get that spike initiated back site.
Yeah, I mean, Anastasia very low, so could just be shut down while planting, and that's not what you want. Now, Amy a little too far pushed up, but not the information of where they actually are. But plants are good for 2. Glance will shut her down, though. Mimi, last one standing. Glance is very low, but Alkia and Sophia might be able to just trade her back here. She tries to step out. But that will not happen. Casey, they lock in a pistol round.
Second pistol round of the map to go into the favor of Carmine Court. Great read on what G2 were planning to do on that pistol. I believe that the TP from Vanya into tiles was heard by those bottom mid players, and that's why they waited. You know, they're looking to catch that timing on G2 while they were trying to explore. I just don't think Vanya maybe expected like 2 players watching, but not the whole squad. And for G2,
there
on this classic round, it's that pack mentality here once again.
Yeah. They might just be walking straight into the Bulldog of GX. That's the first blood. Akita, though, manages to trade her back. Glance good for 1. Okia to follow.
last player standing.
Oh, Akita. She has the Bulldog now. We're watching both of the exits here. Akita just trying to dance around. If she can isolate these kills, maybe she has a chance, but she's quite low already here, Ash.
Yeah, and you got an outlaw in the hands of Alkia. You know how good she is on those snipers. It's about getting the timing here for Akita. Here's the backing up over towards B main as well.
Yeah, Trips there. Hard to push up to, but as you say, it's the outlaw, right, that you're trying to push into. Alkia gladly takes that one.
G2, they do make that anti-eco expensive, though, at the very least.
Yeah.
Did a little bit of damage, so I'm forcing Alkia to have to buy back up into some of those shields on top of that. And EMEA, there's going to be a tech pause. Didn't happen on day 1. It'll happen on day 2.
No, we were lucky yesterday, but, you know, it's only day 2.
Overall, I think that heading into the next round, though, it's where we're going to see a little bit more of that comfort for G2 goes. And it definitely worrying signs if KC do manage to find a bonus. I believe in the last time that they did face off, KC were able to pull that off. For G2, it's also about seizing that momentum back, right? Like, the scoreline looks close. And I feel like I was saying that for KC's side during like the first half, but then in reality, with how the game has swung, it definitely feels like it is in KC's favor now. That is not to take away from G2 whatsoever, but you cannot deny those rounds that they were able, like, what, 6 rounds that they were able to garner in a row.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, momentum can be the name of your game here. And on Sunset, we have seen it before. I actually looked a little bit back towards stage 2, where these 2 teams faced off against each other, Ash. And that was a very one-sided game. KC actually managed to take that one quite confidently. So right now we've got a competitive showing and we're back into the game. So
yeah,
let's see.
But I think to go back into stage 2 as well is a little bit of a different situation for G2, right? The roles were completely different. It's been a lot of adjustments, and I think this is G2 back in their full form. The best form for themselves with everybody on something level.
Oh, Akita here, managing to take the first blood, but the Stinger will shut her down. And as I wanted to add exactly what you're touching upon now is that back then they also didn't have Petra, and that's touched upon it as well. This is Petra's playground, as we do see G2 just trading kills back and forth. Let's see what Petra can do here. GX tucked away here.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Safia! Beautiful lineup.
Shadows traveling.
You can never count Vanya out in a clutch situation.
I know. I was kind of holding my breath for it, because she's got the rifle. Safia's the only one with the rifle here, and GX still with the Stinger up close, manages to shut her down. KC, good round coming out from them here.
As much as I love Vanya, that is what I like to see as a Stinger enjoyer personally. GX taking full advantage of the close range weapon by pushing into the smoke.
Stinger enjoyer? No. What? All right. Well, now we're back to full rifles on Carmine Corp's side, so no more Stinger for you, I'm afraid, Ash.
It's okay, it'll come back out later. All good.
Here.
Split default, playing it a lot slower here for KC. Again, anticipating some of that aggression maybe to come out from G2. That spike had even been left all the way over towards spawn, but will be picked up as Alkia looks to regroup with her team over in bottom mid.
Got the spike.
Same wall has been consistently thrown out in B main from Amy, and for KC, they haven't looked to actually like break it really early into the round or happy to allow G2 to believe that this space is being held passively. Just waiting on that timing for the wall to go down before going for this execution, and the B site looking weak right now.
Yeah, it's just Amy tucked away market maybe towards Boba, and yeah, as you mentioned, like full rifle round here for KC, only a few pistols
here
for G2. Plant will be going down uncontested. G2 most likely waiting for the rest of the team to join up with them and see if they can isolate out a kill here potentially. Okay, Amy actually good for one here with the ghost. Kita finds another. They're looking for more here. There's the overdrive coming out as well, and somehow G2 managed to make it a 1v1 here, but with time not on their side. Mimi's got to make something happen as she's moving on the clock here, and Glance will not allow that. 10th round on the board here for Carmine Corp.
Yeah, double digits on G2's map pick. And it was a round where G2 were very close to finding that conversion, especially the overdrive being popped there as well, but unfortunately doesn't end up finding the value that we were looking for.
No, exactly. Sadly, Akita immediately gets shut down there, but I mean, impressive from G2 to still find all of that, considering they were just sitting on a few ghosts, a sheriff and a classic. Like, Mimi here. She would have a good position, but Alkia looking to go up close and aggressive here. Vanya though, nice paranoia, chases Alkia back. Now Akita caught up with her, will shut her down through her own spawn. It's KC once again looking to plant on the B side here. Vanya though, good for another. Gets the TP, but will be shut down here by Anacelia. And
Our fault line available into this post plant. It doesn't even matter.
The Rolling Thunder to close it out. Akita 1v1 here.
Still one
with
flash.
The breach. She can hear her. She can hear her, and she will shut her down. Anacelia gets the round on here for Carmine Corp.
We doing this or what?
She has been such a consistent impact player for Carmine Core every single stage. And it's just insane the value that she's able to get with her utility, but not just that. As an initiator player, you also see her like taking those moments to take a risk. And it's like what we saw just now in market. I was expecting her to actually sit back for a moment, maybe play a little bit more for the ult, and she completely catches G2 off guard by going for the reswing.
Yeah, and really paid off. Still throws out that Rolling Thunder there, but I mean, just to close out that 1v1, and now G2 to call the timeout here of their own.
Yeah, definitely need to have a conversation right now. You could kind of see it in the cams of the boot camp, maybe a little bit of frustration, disappointment with not being able to close out that round, and with how well Anastasia played and how heroic she was in that one. You can't really blame them for it. But it's gotta definitely feel scary here for G2. They want also revenge up against KC for taking that win up against them during the group stage, and on their map pick, this is not the scoreline that you want to be seeing.
Shadows traveling.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they must honestly be feeling a little bit like Escape felt yesterday, Ash. But here's the overdrive coming in from Alkia. Finds the first kill here. Akita?
Oh my god, what is that movement?
That, I don't know what it was, but I like it. It worked. I don't know what it was, but it worked. The shutdown GX here. And Akita's just trying to push up more. Mimi to follow here. The shutdown. The judge play is big. It is a big 3K for Alkia, but she will be shut down, and it's Glance, the last one standing here. Can she take us to match point? And she can! Glance with the Rebel clutch coming in.
So beautifully done there by Glance. That positioning from Alkia was insane with the judge as well to be able to take down these numbers. And after that opening on top of that, this is where G2, it looked like they had a good plan, just not doing the due diligence to try and cover and check that right-hand corner.
Yeah,
This has been,
and they pay heavily for it, Ash.
They do, and it's 10 rounds in a row that Carmine Core have been able to find for themselves, and G2 haven't found anything since our first half.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I just realized, yeah, you're right. It's 10 rounds in a row, and that also carries a mental load for you, right? Like you mentioned again, they're on their own map pick, and this is what is happening. And Celia through tiles, shots down Alkia.
My camera is destroyed.
Camera will be taken out here by Amy. Casey hanging back a little bit here.
There could be a world where we see the resurrection being used for Amy, but making the rotation towards market right now just proving to be too risky of a plan. The wall does provide a little bit of that security, but in KC, they don't want them to feel comfortable making that rotation to try and pick her back up. Mimi's positioning here is going to be important.
Yeah, it is. I think she might just completely catch them. Oh, catches at least.
No way!
All of them, actually. Are you kidding? Vanya to get the next one. G2 might be down, but they are not out. KC streak broken.
Finally put to bed. Mimi the IGL doing it all herself too. She got that initial first pick on Alkia, and I told you how important Mimi's positioning was going to be there into bottom mid. Taking full advantage of the fast lane that gets thrown out by Alkia, isolating that fight with Sapia, but the 180 to turn back around into a 2K. Absolutely insane stuff here for the captain of G2 Gozen.
Standing ahead. I must wait a moment.
Yeah, big play here to hang on to the sunset. Just a little bit longer here. Petra will be spotted. Force off of that angle. KC not waiting around this time. Looking to take as much ground as he can. The Prowler shut down. Akita good for one.
A.
Petra pushed back onto the side here. Jax will find Mimi. Which is a good start here. We're still on a 4v4, but Alkia so low, managing to still find a kill here. Amy actually still having to resurrect, comes in immediately to pick up Amy. We do see wall here has to be broken as we do see KC linking back up with each other here.
Yeah, lots of time on the clock though with 50 seconds left. Camera trying to get that information, but actually the one-way blocks off Vanya's positioning. G2 are more than happy to stay stacked together, play that numbers advantage, especially knowing that GX is so low. KC are forced to slowly re-clear all of this space.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds on the clock. I wonder if they actually go to B or if they're going to try and get the drop on Vanya. It will be that walk over towards the B side.
Yeah, it looks like they will just try to do that.
Ten seconds left.
Sophia hanging back here, not wanting to be surprised by another Vanya mind game.
Well, it's more about the fact that she needs to play this forward positioning. With GX so low, Savia is going to be able to hear this rotation, relay that over to her IGL, and then also try to find something. But knowing that they have that CT control, not looking to take the risk.
Oh, that's one.
Player standing.
The one is all she's gonna get. Sophia now forced to rotate up.
Good timing.
Yeah, the timing is great. Oh, doesn't have the time though to get both of them, and Petra will find the defuse. G2, they hang on for another round.
I don't think it was really about the timing as opposed to just the firefight didn't go in her favor, but G2 backs up against the wall, have been clawing themselves back into this matchup. For the side of Carmine Core though, they do have still 4 opportunities to try and take this first map and take it to that 13th round for themselves. Onto the back foot into this one. They always invest into Alkia, though. You're going to constantly see her rifle in hand. She'll, even though Glance has one, if Glance didn't, Alkia would still have that hero rifle. There's so much confidence in their duelists to be able to get that value that is necessary.
Akita pushing up will be punished for that, though. Yeah, I mean, the Stinger is back now, and it's done wonders for KC, so let's see what they can make happen here. Zakia takes a lot of space here onto this B side. Vanya, now with the rest of her team tucked into the back, the plant will be confirmed.
Spike planted.
Late wrap back around here for Amy to go for the backstab. Will be revealed by the trip to put a bit of that pressure here on KC, so they can't focus all their attention towards CT.
Here.
Oh, dimensional drift just to give away positions here. Petra finds one, will be shut down though. Alkia finds two, they know where she is. Mimi finds another one, but everyone on the side of G2 is falling, and KC will take Sunset.
13-8 here for KC. And this was a 6-2 start on the side of G2 goes in. But after those timeouts, sure, KC, they lose a couple of rounds, but not before they string together 10 rounds in a row. It is insane how well KC were playing. The adjustments coming out from G2 goes in were good too. The KC definitely seemed to read their minds.
Yeah, absolutely. A good showing from both teams here. G2 still looking for a claw back there at the end. But KC, as you said, they had the opportunities and they took them. They took Sunset here. And now, let's see where we are headed. Bind is up next, so so we will see after this small break how Bind is going to look for G2 and for KC. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to Game Changers EMEA. We are part way through a matchup for the ages between Carmine Corp and G2. And our first map, Sunset, did not disappoint because it looked like G2 were about to pick up that game-winning momentum we know them for, Meg. But KC were able to pick those ideas apart.
Yeah, of course, we mentioned earlier about Carmine Corp. If you give them sort of a foot in the door or a little bit of momentum, then they're going to run away with it. And similarly to sort of performances we've seen with them in previous matchups, you know, the minute that they started to gain a few rounds and kind of fight back from what looked like G2 sort of taking the win, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, that was super like insane coming from KC, because even after like we saw them having an early timeout, and even after that timeout they kept losing few rounds to G2, but then once they picked up that momentum, it was just insane. They've been able to pick up 10 rounds in a row on the side of KC, and I think it just shows here like who has been this MVP coming in and being able to create so much space for her team.
These duelists are so exciting to watch. I know we want to talk a bit about them later on and give Alkia in particular her flowers. But I do think it's a sign of the maturity in the game plan of GX and Co, the fact that they are able to flex, because G2 is a team that people just didn't find answers for in the past. But now KC are the team that everyone is looking to beat. However, let's take a closer look at how G2 were finding success early on in Sunset. Meg, I know you wanted to take a look back at round 6 in particular. It looked so clean from G2 on that A site execute.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on this a little bit because it clearly shows that G2 know that Carmine Corp would have done their prep coming into this, and this is a completely sort of different site execute to what we saw with them against SK yesterday. They were super aggressive, confident in taking those aim duels, and on that post plant they were really utilizing that Sage utility to slow down those retakes, and this was really when we thought, you know, this could go G2's way. Obviously the script did flip, but I would just like to note that G2 obviously did try and attempt to kind of come in and take Carmine Corp by surprise.
And
the thing was they went, please go, Nami.
Sorry. No, I just wanted to mention that like those post plans were working for them until they weren't, because KC at some point realized that, well, all we gotta do is just play those post plans better, and that's what they had success with on the first half.
But you also mentioned, like Meg was mentioning it, the fact that Carmine Corp, they have done their research. They know how G2 are liking to play things. And you know, I mean, if we look back at the second pistol, they knew where Vanya was going to be looking to click some heads.
Yeah, they clearly watched the matches yesterday and they knew what to expect coming from this G2, because they were playing as a stack 5 together, and they knew that at some point Vanya is going to flash and try to go for those greedy kills early on, and they were so ready for her. We can see us here in the highlight, they were all of them looking at the same direction, and they were able to pick up this kill so early on, and they had a great rotation also coming into it. They wanted to go A, and then they decided that no, the B probably is the safest plant, and that just worked for them.
Yeah, I do really like Carmine Corp's ability to kind of sit back and I guess give G2 the fake reins. It was almost the confidence to say, hey, we know that you're going to attempt to take a bit of map control here and you can have it, and there's 5 of us waiting at the other end. And you saw another fight later on in spawn. They were almost willing to give up those sort of first 20-30 seconds to make G2 think that they had things going their way when they really didn't.
But let's take a look at our duelists, pop them head to head, because we saw some really exciting moments from both of these. I mean, Akita with a sheriff. You don't want to peek on her, Meg.
No, I mean, Anasilia has been incredible throughout the whole of this year. You know, she constantly comes up in our sort of highlights. And of course, you know, you need a good initiator to help assist those duelists. But I do think it's really worth noting as well that this is very important going into Game Changers Championships, when those post plants are going to have to play it a little bit more aggressively. There was a lot of post plants that they're winning out there by just holding that aggressive position on site instead of playing back and playing time.
And now let's take a look at our duelists, because we should have some moments from Alkia. But Akita, I mentioned earlier, I know she wasn't able to put up the same numbers as Alkia. I mean, it's no surprise that G2 lost Inami, but actually she had some really impressive moments on this map.
Yeah, and this shows the job and the work coming in from the entire team, whether it's from KC side or from G2 side, because they were able to enable Alkia to be able to get more of those duels and win them. And on the other side, Akita was so shut down by the entire team. She wasn't able to shine, but we've seen her try here and there to pick up some kills. It was just not enough to give them the win of this map.
Yeah, there was a round on the defensive half really quickly where GX sort of took an aggressive position and died quite early on. And I remember saying to Inami, I was like, that's a bold move. And then Alkia was there literally 2 seconds later, holding the site down with absolute confidence. And I think she was just feeling it. And from that moment onwards, we just saw constant multi-frags from Alkia.
Yes, Alkia is, I mean, she's always impressing, but I feel like she's going next level in stage 3. I mean, this is early days. Yeah, obviously, this is the first match we've seen from Carmine Corp in the playoffs, but I'm liking what we're seeing so far. Hopefully, we can see some, are we going to see some highlights from her? I'm not too sure. But let's talk instead about our next map. We've seen Sunset. Obviously, that was the map pick of G2. Coming up, we're going to be seeing Bind for the side of Carmine Corp. And I think that this potentially is going to be an even better map for Carmine Corp, mate.
Yeah, I do think obviously Carmine Corp are coming into this having now won G2's map pick and coming into this with the upper hand statistically. I do think we're going to be relying on G2 to have a really strong start here and do sort of crazy things on that defensive half, of course, picking the starting side. I do think that it's going to be really, really important again to just not let Carmine Corp find their way back in and build up that momentum the way that they did with Sunset. So yeah, the start of this map is very, very important in my opinion.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select and see the compositions that we are going to be seeing going head to head. I'm guessing we're going to see Mimi Yoru again, hopefully with the Waylay. What do you think, Inami?
I'm happy to see this come from G2 because previously they were running, I believe, raids and it didn't work out so well, so they switched for Waylay, and the aggressiveness coming from Akita and the space Waylay is able to give you without getting punished that much. Also, together with Yoru, I think that works so well for G2 goes in. On the other side, we see the Carmine Corp just going for a more classic KC kind of thing. They don't need a double duelist, they just opt for Vice instead. So the interaction between this Vice and the double duelist from the other side is what I will be focusing on more.
Well, we are ready to see if this is going to be a 2-0 or if it's going to go all the way. So let's head over to our casters, Joy and Ash.
Thank you, Frankie. As we are heading into Bind very, very soon. Yeah, we do see the double controller on the side of Carmine Corp. It's a comp they've run a lot, Ash, and it's been working out for them really well.
Yeah, it definitely has. I actually want to talk a little bit more about the Waylay coming in there for Akita. This is something that they have been running on that G2 goes inside, but just throwing back to what the desk was talking about, I feel like, yes, you look at Bind and Raze, historically they felt like they go together just like peanut butter and jelly, but when it comes down to the current meta and how we aren't seeing like the double controller, double initiator as much on this map, the Yoru just provides so much value, I think, with being able to be that flash replacement. And then you take a look over at the Waylay, it's a bit of a different kind of entry style, a little bit more forgiving with that refract there as well, and just suits, I think, the play style of G2 and Akita in particular super well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Absolutely fits Akita's playstyle. And it's as you say, like, where the Neon can be a bit less forgiving, the Waylay definitely is. Alkia taking a really aggressive stance here already. Mimi is quite pushed up, right? Decides to back off, but not a lot of information gathered here on the side of G2 just yet as to where KC is. Really taking their time. Mimi will spot them here though.
TP coming in right off the gate and a big recall that return with the refract from Akita over towards the other side of the map.
Yeah, that was a far recall here, but KC, they make their presence known here onto that B side. G2 though take the upper hand, immediately shut down 3 members. Sophia trying to just trade back here. They know Vanya's here. Alkia's steps will be heard. Tucked away in the corner here. Vanya. Plant will be shut down. He has to get moving here, but Vanya swings on her for the 3K, and Safi actually lines him up, and with the snake bite gets 2 of them. In the end, Akita will see her walking towards that spike and shut her down.
First pistol round of the series to go into the favor of G2 goes in on Sunset. Karmine Corp were able to pick up both of them. Great start here for G2 on the map pick of KC on top of that. That's such a great eye that initially goes out. And I'm pretty sure that was also the defender side smokes actually going over towards Hookah, trying to cover up that positioning there for G2. So very heads up plays coming out from Vanya into this eco round here for KC. They're going to look to explore towards showers.
Yeah, looks like that is where KC has put their money. The decoy now going forward, just spraying away is Akita. Aoki actually managing to find Mimi there.
Right here.
KC to find the plan here. All from Lamps is Akita, finds a third here, aiming to cover on as well. Oh no, I feel Akita here, or Alkia, just being completely tucked into showers. Plan did not go through in the end.
Yeah, there isn't really going to be anything that Alkia is going to be able to do. Akita, though, with the 4K into this round, 3 away from getting the convergent paths online. And a very strong bonus incoming on the side of G2.
1 enemy remaining.
Definitely a strong bonus and a great start for G2. Let's see if we're gonna see a different start of this round here from KC. You see G2 already pushed up quite far here. Bye-bye. Akita in mid with the refract.
And that's what the Waylay enables for G2, right? For Akita to play so much more forward, to be able to use that refract, and a great response from Vanya, who's still able to tuck away, actually, with that judge in hand. Buying a little bit of time with that molly.
Oh, on top of the bar. Alright, actually nice that she shot the decoy. Alkia managing to trade off of that. That's the brimstone gone here for G2. Petra with the just with the sheriff actually on site. I mean, she can do a lot with that, but if she gets the chance, that is, manages to get one, but will be shut down here. So now,
Spike planted.
Planting on that B side is G2 still taking their time to arrive to the scene here. Akita around, spotted. Gets one.
Just trying to buy some time for Mimi on that flank as well. Initially faked over towards the TP.
Oh. Yeah, time she bought, but they will be spotted. And KC converts the round.
A little bit of damage done there. But you can see also now, especially on Bind, the other perks of running the Yoru here, right? Having Mimi being able to throw that decoy through the teleports, just forcing extra eyes to be aware of the fact that it could be a real TP that had been incoming.
No good.
Even though it doesn't go in the favor of G2, it's about those little plays that we have to keep our eyes out for as this map continues to develop.
Very forward cheer here from Anasilia. Showers being held down by Mimi here, as we can see. Slowly but surely. KC creeping up there.
Yeah, taking their time, seeing if G2 are going to give them anything, especially with knowing how Akita likes to play so forward on this Waylay. I think KC are just hoping that maybe G2 will walk into their crosshairs, give them a little bit more information.
But they're not really giving them an inch here.
Thorns activated.
With the Thorns, they managed to, however, push Vanya out of the hookah. Big refract again here from Akita. Oh. I actually thought that Mimi would have her there, but no way. Alkia actually just was ready for that play, and GX perfectly follows that. They find the plant here on the A side. Now Petra about to walk into 2 members.
Last player standing.
Will be going down to them as well. As now it's just Vanya left.
Yeah, forced into a save. For KC, I think what was nice about how they handled that default was just trying to pull out as much utility out of G2 as possible. Force them to expend some of it so there just isn't as much of that delay into the late round once they end up going for that execution.
I like how KC, however, they're still a bit hesitant with like retreating towards the back. They don't really know if Vanya is there because she can be that sneaky player that just waits somewhere to get these exit frags. Vanya gets to hang on to her gun, carry it over to the next round. And we do have the ultimate for Brimstone up and available. Actually really close to the dimensional drift for Alkia as well.
Need equipment.
Definitely cycling up into some ultimates here. The convergent pass could be a difference maker for G2 considering the hero rifle in the hands of Akita.
Good hit.
You've also got to keep in mind maintaining that U-Haul position here for G2 is definitely dangerous when you have GX with that orbital strike available.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to find yourself in any tight places anytime soon here. Good damage onto Mimi. However, Alkia finds a kill. Oh, has to check the corner here. Doesn't get the chance. That's just Vanya for you. Doing these sneaky plays in lamps.
Here.
Information be given here though that Vanya was there as we do see
Last player standing.
from your room. Maybe we'll be shut down as well. Now again, it's just a story of Vanya against the world. And it's just not happening these rounds here.
No, they didn't even feel the need to invest into that orbital strike, knowing that they had that weapons advantage, even if Vanya was in there with a shotgun. Yes, sure, Anastasia does walk into it, but they choose to completely ignore lamps on that initial take until that spike is planted. Round 6 timeout now called here for G2 goes in. And it's a little bit of a flip, I guess, in the story. I think that when we took a look at what happened on Sunset, it was on the side of KC where they picked up pistol. They picked up round number 2, and then it was G2 starting to get that momentum. This time around, opposite look. I think the conversation definitely has to be, okay, how are we going to make use of the ultimates that we have coming up? You've got the convergent pass. You've got one away from that Nightfall and that dimensional drift for the defenders. And then how are they looking to expect to try and play into this round, knowing that there might be that combination of Alkia trying to go for that scouting with the dimensional drift and Jax just being poised and ready to use the orbital strike off that information.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see where G2 decide to take all of this.
Well, it'll be
Launching smoke.
split defaults here on the side of KC. Again, I think knowing that G2 are playing this double controller, double duelist, they don't have a lot of information to actually work off of. It's all about that positioning,
Retrieving
playing
flash.
a little bit more forward to take that space and get info of their own. And that's why you see KC playing that very spread default, just to see what space G2 might look to contest early. But in this round, after the timeout, taking a little bit of a different approach, playing a little bit more bunkered and not revealing their hand as early on.
Here.
Yeah, I like the adaptation here. Don't see orbital strike just to try and clear out. Dimensional drift onto the side though. First kill here claimed by Alkia. Can't find a lot else. They hear the footsteps, but they just don't have the vision. Safia finds another one. That will also be the Viper's Pit committed as well. And that was they did her dirty there with that shorty. Got them. Alkia still tucked away in the smoke here.
Cutting through.
Petra just trying to fire. Alright. Paolo will spot out something. Akita though with the Guardian. Good for one, but will be shut down as Alkia claims a 3k this round. KC.
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
Off the back of the timeout coming out there for G2 goes in as well. Viper's Pit was just so difficult to deal with, and even though Safia does go down, it doesn't really matter when you've got like 3 players staring down CT. Nobody had actually went to go and explore over towards elbow into the retake towards B site. But this round is where we're going to expect, I think, more of that investment to come in here for G2. They also cooked up this plan to get the operator online here first.
Ooh, that's a nice early pick here from Mimi. Let's actually say with that operator, he might be able to do some more work. Okay, Alkia just goes down to Mimi as well. KC looking for a rotation here. Don't have a lot of information on where they can be. We do still have the haunt available for clans here.
Yeah, aware of the fact that G2 goes and could have taken an opportunity to walk up. Got Amy just waiting and ready with that snake bite in hand to provide the delay necessary off contact.
And there it goes. Positions towards showers, and yeah, you go ahead.
I like the double up towards showers. He's able to provide Akita with that support if necessary. 30 seconds left, looking to get this plant down here on default.
Spike planted.
But they will. Dimensional drift coming out here now for Mimi, just to gather some information through all of the smokes that are just causing so much mayhem. Nice ball, and right behind Anacilia, she will be popping up to claim her 3rd kill.
Here.
Lance and GX, the only ones left here as the defuse. Gets tapped just to try draw them out a little bit. But a nice sneeze to lock it down, and that will be G2 swing back.
An important round win here for the side of G2 goes in, especially after the timeout that we saw over at round 6. Is a different look at who was also taking that A short aggression. Here's to see maybe a shift in where Akita will be positioned with the operator this time around. Still actually leaning towards that showers control. These split defaults, I think, become a little bit more dangerous once that op gets online too. It gets a little bit more difficult because you want to guarantee you have that utility to try and take any angle that you're looking to fight up against the sniper.
Yeah, absolutely. You see now, good information gathered here though for KC. But no way to really step forward being zoned by that snake bite. Now, teleporter triggered here.
Down and out.
As GX, very ready, manages to shut down Mimi.
Taking a beat right now.
Yeah, but Akita might have to read here onto the rotation for showers. Sophia just waiting. So they know this operator needs to be somewhere, right? Like, so they testing the waters.
Yeah, they do. But then that's also why we had that wall coming up over towards A short. It was to put that pressure on the Showers player in Akita. Isakia knew that she couldn't peek that for free.
Retrieving flash.
And without the support on site, it became a little bit of a tough prospect to actually try and get out of that positioning. For G2 Gozen, it was a hefty investment into the operator, and with wanting to probably get another one back online into next round, the save is the best call that they can be making here into this round.
Absolutely. They're just huddled up together here, making sure that they get to swing off of each other if anybody tries to show up and take their guns from them. But that will not be happening. KC lock in their 5th round here.
Nice protocol out of the side of KC.
What does that say about me? Don't answer. It was
See the importance of that A short lurk wall coming into play there as well, and especially with Safia staying online into the late round. Steel Garden finally up here for Anasilia on the side of Carmine Core. For G2, actually going to kind of mellow out their money. A little bit more focused on the economic situation as the rest of the half goes on, but going back for this aggression towards A short.
Bye. Yeah, and Akita actually manages to get a nice first kill here onto Alkia. Mimi to follow. TV might be heard, but Anasilia, you just mentioned as well, like finally has the Steel Garden online. It's been a lot more quiet on the Vice than she was on the Breach beforehand. GX, however, it's been good for some clean headshots, as we see another one coming out. And there's that Steel Garden we were talking about.
Thorns down. Rip and tear.
Anya?
Placing wall trap.
Wide low. Have to wait out the Steel Garden there before they make their next move here on the side of G2. 3v4. KC just trying to play this one out here.
Orbital strike to try and allow the cross back into sight here for the side of G2 Gozen.
Yeah, but Glance here has the upper hand. Petra knows, she knows where she is! The shear, though, will not come in time to save her. As Petra shuts her down, GX still tucked to the back here. Can they find her? They find Petra as well. Now it's just Vanya left standing, and we say it time and time again. We're seeing Vanya's praises, trying to stick this defuse all the way. It will not happen this time. GX claims her 3rd this round.
I gotta give G2 props for the idea. You see the orbital strike going over towards the left side of A, over in Venge, allowing that free and comfortable cross, and also guaranteeing that triple is being cleared out. But there's so much utility, especially with the wall that was up for the side of KC into that post plant. It was such a good one to try and isolate a couple of players, just make it really awkward for them to try to fight back in for that defuse.
Yeah, the idea was good. However, Glance just ready to take the heads there. Just Petra off straight in. Akita, though, good for 1 here to trade back out. It's yet to see the convergent paths here, Ash.
Been holding on to it for quite a while in Akita's hands. It's also been tough, though, I think, because she's constantly going for those more, like, aggressive fights. So maybe even falling before it can be used later into the round, and then otherwise in those situations where she's a little bit more isolated.
It's your fear!
There we go, see it though. Orbital strike, Nightfall, and the convergent pass. But as you say it, Kita will just be shut down. Haunt will be taken care of here as Mimi just tucked away a little bit to the back here. Tries to find a kill, actually manages to. Is she worth more? Question answered quickly here by Glance. So to see Vanya once again against the world. It's just become a bit of a pattern here, I suppose. She just tries to loop around here through elbow, but spot via
opportunity still sneak past the molly though.
Yeah.
Good prowler. This is well played by KC.
Yeah, this is well spaced. Good double swing. Confirms around here once again.
7-3 for Carmine Corps on their map pick after taking the map pick of G2 over on Sunset. They've definitely got to be feeling good. And I think, Joy, this is something that we heard on the analyst desk as well. Once KC get that momentum going, they're able to string together those rounds, it becomes really dangerous. This is a team that is definitely capable of just steamrolling you as you push forward. And for G2, I want to give them the credit of the fact that a lot of these rounds that they have lost have been close in moments. They're definitely a more conservative team when it comes down to trying to go for some of those saves and thinking a little bit further into the remainder of the half and what it would mean for their ability to buy out guns depending on how the following rounds decide to pan out. But overall, G2 really haven't been able to build up any of that momentum.
No, it's like you say, right? Like, it's been also just the name of the game on Sunset. KC got the momentum and they ran away with the game there, but G2, they have been creative with how they've played out their rounds, and you know, as you say it as well, like, yeah, it has been looking close. And they've given us a good showing no matter how the rest of this map is going to look. But the plant will be confirmed here on that A side once again. And we've seen a miracle round from them, right?
Oh, it's a great
So
pinch.
Vanya picks up one. Oh. She might have... No. Opportunity there. It was there.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful blind once again. Alkia. Just the one left standing here, aiming towards... Besides, she still has the Viper's Pit. She has to try and go for that defuse. Trying to single her out. Alkia claims her fourth. 8 rounds on the board now for Carmine Corp.
One more round left into this half. Kind of crazy, honestly. I feel like KC, the way that they've been playing, they've understood the game plan of G2's defensive side really well. Understanding that push and pull that I think G2 are so renowned for, and not just being disciplined, but also disrespecting in the right moments as times on top of that. And in this final round, we've got Dimensional Drift here for Alkia. Same goes for Mimi, and the Viper's Pit in the hands of Amy will be used to completely take control here of Belong.
Here.
Yeah, they're gathering a lot of information here with that Dimensional Drift, as we see maybe making their way over towards the back of B side. Teleports back though towards spawn. Yeah, definitely blocking the path here. Not knowing what is hiding in this Viper's Pit.
Gambling a little bit of the stack, the Sim Beacon for the rotation coming in. Just double checking caves before they actually decide to shift back towards this B side. I don't think they're going to expect how many players are over at B right now.
I am not sure they do either. As Mimi has to try and get out of there. Anastasia finds one, but
wait,
still we do see the pit.
The thing is, with 40 seconds on the clock, you still have had Asafia inserted over towards A short. They're making so much noise at B, and now waiting for that opportunity to actually revisit this A side. The lurk has definitely been revealed.
30 seconds left.
And that TP from Mimi at least doesn't leave Petra completely alone on this site.
No, it doesn't, but Mimi will be shut down. So all of a sudden, we do have Petra alone on the side. The plant will be confirmed, and Petra's just trying to spray away here through the smoke, get some damage. She actually connects a few good shots, but has to wait for backup here. Backup has now arrived in the form of Vanya.
Haunt available.
Yeah, claims it for Asafia though, goes unspotted still.
Nice molly to delay. No more util left here for G2.
Well, they're all out it. Oh, Amy. Covering the showers there, as it will be GX though. But Vanya finds the clutch. Red Bull clutch once again for our Queen Vanya. So we head into the halftime.
Let's ruin their day.
All right, time to see what G2 can do on this attacking side. See if they can piece together a few rounds to start building up some momentum of their own, Ash.
Well, you say that, but I think the scary part about this next half is the fact that despite the fact that G2 goes and have historically had good results on buy, not just during this stage, but previously as well. But for stage 3, the attacking side has been by far their worst at 36% win rate of those attacking rounds, and it's a 73% win rate on defense. So not being able to rack up the rounds in that first half is definitely a scary prospect here for G2. And for KC, this is a deadly sight to be trying to hit with the amount of delay available here for Carmine Core.
Yeah, exactly. First thorns being used here, as we do see Sophia and Anasilia pushing up here. Akita and Vanya, they come out swinging though. Pick up one each.
Portal closed.
Oh, Alkia's position might be given away here. Akita claims another one. So far, looking good. Haunt available. A lot of people. We see GX trying to get up close and personal here. Will be running into a surprise of 3 members. And with just Glance left standing, I think we can call this pistol round a day. But I'm ready to be surprised. But no surprise for me today, it seems.
Nice pistol round to be picked up here for G2. They've been consistent with that at the very least on Bind. My concern, I think, comes a little bit more when it comes down to the rifling rounds that are going to be upcoming in about 2 rounds or so. For the side of KC, though, I do wonder if we're going to see them try to maybe take advantage of the G2 comp, where, yes, you're expecting some of those like 4-1 splits, more of those like 2-2-1s, the very spread defaults coming out from them due to the fact that they don't have that sentinel player that has the information to at least like watch one portion of the flank. But it could also be a great opportunity for KC to try and find some holes to try to get some lurks down.
Yeah, no chance for a lurk there though. Anasilia immediately goes down to that bulldog from Akita. Teleporter will be heard. So we do see Alkia just on the other end of that smoke.
Just looking to, you know, maybe some exit frags, try to force G2 to die to that spike, or if all goes awry, just denying some of those ult points over to the side of G2. Very standard things heading into the second round of the second half here on Bind. You got to continue to keep in mind, we may be in the upper bracket, but for G2, this win is so important because there is that opportunity to try and cement that position for GCC Seoul a little bit earlier on into the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Where there's absolutely more on the line here for G2 than there is for KC, of course, but still we are seeing a competitive game of Bind. Split looking a little bit different now with both of the controllers leaning more towards A and mid.
Util trades back and forth over towards B long, and just about trying to pull out some of that utility from Carmine Core. G2 now looking to find that opportunity to regroup over towards a short. Might see one of those moments where we have the wall go up, everyone tries to sneak on past, but it will be telegraphed with the Prowler.
Oh! Akita, though, falls through the thorns, and Sophia just gets a great opportunity here for a lineup. GX, though, manages to take one with the molly as Sophia falls. Now Mimi. Spike in hand, just really taking her time. Gather some information, but GX and Alkia, they will loop around and find them. KC.
It is most
on the board, looking at double digits here.
It is most definitely a deadly combo when you got the snake bite layered on top of the Vice Thorns there, and you know that Akita is going to be trying to go for that dash in. There's really nothing that she could do, because if she's not ready for that combination, you've got that decay applied on top of the thorns and you're just taking all of that damage, getting ripped to shreds. A really nice defensive side setup here from KC in that round.
Yeah, absolutely stopped her in the tracks. Then the molly to follow as well to claim another kill was nicely layered here by Carmine Corp. But decoys, you know, they don't care about thorns. They're just gonna walk straight on. Probably being traded here, as we do see Glance looking for the swing, but it will be shut down. G2 again looking for that rotation here towards A short.
Poison orb emitting.
I like this walk and re-clear from KC over in Showers, doing a little bit of that exploring and taking a bit of a risk that we had talked about previously, knowing that G2 don't have that Sentinel to watch. The timing might be good. The refrag to come in just about to round the corner here for Safia. She saw the back.
Oh, yeah.
30 seconds left.
Dim beacon down.
Focused on that waylay there rather than doing that other side. But here's that orbital strike right in the middle of the plan. Has to run out of that. Alkia finds Akita here.
Vanya's so low. Has a molly available.
The molly could potentially delay there.
Doesn't
Alkia
want to
knows
give
where
away
she
the
is.
position.
No, Alkia though. Still left standing. Amy with the snake bite, looking to just delay, and the snake bite will claim Anasilia.
Spike's been half though.
One enemy
in half, they just need to body it now, but Mimi still stands. So now it's the 1v1, it's been half. She knows, and she will claim GX. G2 take this round.
Nice post plant coming in here for G2. KC, I like the idea with the walk up towards from Showers over towards A short. Timing was a little bit unlucky. Yeah, they also heard that rotation coming back, but Petra was just so prepared for that potential walk up to have occurred, and a really great read coming out from G2 to be aware of it. Conversion paths available into this round here for Akita. Vanya, off the back of that round, managed to get that orbital strike online here as well.
Yeah, and they're just gonna pop that right away, try to clear some space. The attack, Mimi forced the TP out of there, as it will be Safia though in lamps covering her tracks with the snake bite as she backs off. Do you see the teleporter?
Lots of delay.
Or rather, hear the teleporter.
This position.
Oh, this position from Anasilia, it might have been key.
Buys a lot of time though for the rest of the team to look to rotate over, and now looking to regroup here as well. The convergent path to delay even further to guarantee the plant here for G2.
Spike planted. Poison orb.
Oh, Sophia. Still tucked away here. GX is actually so incredibly low.
Poison's off.
They're just buying time for the loop around here. Making some noise. Anasilia and Glance clearing all corners, as it will be G2 so far. ahead in the manpower. Both Safia and Jeeks are so incredibly low. Safia managed to get one. Can she get the last? Vanya still standing, no time left. It will be another round on the board here for G2.
Slowly closing that gap. And I had just talked about how the attacking side was a little bit scary for the side of G2 goes in, and it looks like heading into this series, they've definitely made the adjustments to find that recipe for success. Maybe it was just more reps that they were looking for to get that scrim time with this new composition that they had tried out. I know we've seen it in 2 officials previously, but the game plan definitely being cemented here, and you cannot doubt that it helps that Akita is having such a great performance.
A lot of knowledge gathered here on the side of Petra into showers. Will be G2 finding that first kill, hanging all the way back to spawn still. But they do manage to pick up GX.
Tucks away for the Prowler.
Yeah, but with the Outlaw, Mimi still manages to claim that one. Not a lot that you can do here with just a Sheriff in hand for Glance. And classic for
Back in the flash.
Let's see. Refract has been activated. Actually, Safia manages to claim one, so does Glance. And with the classic still standing as well is Anasilia. We're one off of that Seal Garden now as well. So they just get to recover a gun here.
Spike planted.
Yeah,
Glance the only one.
There's definitely a world where if that Steel Garden comes online in this 2v3, where Kisi could take this. But me watching the cross with the Outlaw is so deadly for these players.
Last player standing.
Oh yeah, and you say it and it just rings true right away. Last managed to tag her up, but not a lot of time. I don't think there is a lot that we're gonna see happen here.
No, Glance is just gonna go for the save on that Vandal and scurry on out. Would have been nice to do a little bit of damage, I think, on the side of G2, considering their dwindling economic situation as well. These rounds have definitely come down to the wire quite a few times.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, KC has done a good job in making them expensive for them as well, but
Need equipment. Thanks.
we can see that now as well in the buy.
G2 have always had very methodical plans of attack. Regardless of which map that we're seeing them on, we get to see the added dynamicism of the teleports being put to use here on Bind as well. But they've just done such a great job, I think, of slowly pulling out utility out of KC's defense. Trying to get that used earlier into the round, not allow for that delay into the late round either.
Mimi scouting ahead here with the dimensional drift. Doesn't see too much. There is the Steel Garden coming out. Nice jam here. They don't have any weapons to fight here, as Mimi can't then really surprise them so effectively, but will still surprise Anasilia. Gets to recover that weapon for free. G2 swings out, picks up another kill off the back of that. As we still see Glance towards that B side, Jigs manages to grab one for herself before she gets shut down, and with only Glance left standing, still making her way here. This is looking rough for Casey.
Yeah, I think
30 seconds left.
for Glance, it's just anticipating another save situation. Question of whether or not G2 are going to allow that to happen. Not going to explore too far at the very least, but when it comes down to these rounds, Joy, where Mimi does have that dimensional drift online. I would love to, like, I can't crunch the numbers myself right now, but I feel like Mimi's ability to help the team convert rounds based off the information that she's finding and helping out with the call that she's making as well for that execution, it's like so consistently having that impact and netting into these round wins.
Absolutely, and now we get to see it again. We've seen it on Sunset, we see it now. It's G2, they reach their double digits here on Bind. And all of a sudden, Abyss doesn't look so far away anymore.
I would love to see these two teams on Abyss again. I went back and I watched that VOD the last time these two teams played. We got to see their Haven, we got to see their Abyss, and the Abyss was so interesting out of Carmine Core, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself either. Timeout to be called here by KC. And it's understandable. They've only been able to net a singular round on defense thus far. We've seen some really cool layers with their utility. But G2, the success that they've been having hasn't really been an issue trying to get onto this site. Carmine Core have been struggling with the retakes, the crossfires for G2. When you're allowing them to like comfortably set up in the post plant, they're so hard to break through. And I think that for KC, maybe an adjustment that I would like to see is a faster flood coming in from them. We definitely have had a couple of those rounds, but it feels like in some of those faster rounds where they're looking for a quicker retake off the back of the plant, or maybe even like pressuring before that plant is like totally secured, they're losing like 1 to 2 players in that moment and then having to take that pause and then reset and then try again.
Yeah, exactly. And initially, of course, you want to avoid losing too many players before you have to do that, but
I'll find you.
Let's see if the adjustment is coming through here.
I feel like
be destroyed right away.
Some of the best rounds that we've seen out from Carmine Core have been the times where they're not even letting that plant get down right off the gate. They take an opportunity to flood in before G2 can find themselves in any sort of comfortable position. G2 are also not a team that are shy from taking a beat in a round. Even if they have that front sight control, they will take that pause to see if KC will try and walk into them first.
Yeah, in case they're taking their time, they've been looped around here towards that B side, and I think that G2's now got, or KC's now got the read. But that means they completely line up here for Akita to just pick them off. And that will be 3 kills locked in all at once, and G2, yeah.
Glenn's got to go for that save again with the rifle. Alkia maybe look to do a little bit of damage with the Marshall. Manages to find one. Into the next round, I think that's where more of the conversation lies here for Carmine Core. Dimensional Drift available for Alkia. You got GX 1 away from that orbital strike as well. I kind of want to see, I think, a little bit more proactivity out of Carmine Core. We've seen like moments of it, like maybe taking a little bit of like that showers control and whatnot, but I think they are really relying on that stall potential from the kits of their composition, right? But then it's also giving G2 all of this freedom to move around the map, get the information that they want, and I would like to see KC contesting a little bit earlier, a little bit more forward at times as well, because right now it feels like G2 are just kind of able to run amok wherever they like.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been playing very reactive on the side of KC.
Which definitely isn't like a bad thing in general, right?
No.
But it's just not working out for their current game plan right now, and it feels like G2 are definitely taking advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bring them down. Operator might be the difference maker here with Alkia posted up in towards heaven. Position will be revealed great Viper's Pit to also threaten the potential walkout here. If you look at the TP,
Yeah,
and it's all the way
even
back to
threatening
B.
the plant.
Great Prowler coming
Really
out
nice.
from Glance. Gives the information necessary here for KC.
Molly.
Oh, Jax with the Molly just looking to slow down the advance here of G2. And yeah, that calls for the rotation once again, as we do see the Viper's Pit is still alive. Nightfall, Conversion Paths, they're just throwing everything at it. Akita claims the first kill here. Alkia still tucked away here with the operator. Vanya has the read here on the back. No rotation will be had. G2 with a flawless round. Tie us onto the match point here for Bind.
And again, I think this last round was kind of a classic case of the respect that it felt like KC have been giving in that early round. Allows for G2 to walk up over into showers. It was a great Viper's Pit being thrown out there by Amy to provide that pressure. And then the ability for Mimi to also just teleport across the map and continuously fake out KC. It's been difficult because they aren't playing forward, so it's a bit harder for them to read into whether or not that execution is actually incoming. Kind of waiting back for the real information. KC, 3 rounds to take it to OT.
Yeah, I'm certainly not counting them out, but I want to see some proactivity here from them. We're still really tucked away here, 2-3 split. Do have the orbital strike up and available, as well as the dimensional drift.
But even here, they're playing so passive. Like, we saw the Prowler go out for that info over towards B. The walk up is coming up. Petra, great positioning to, I think, just have a little bit of that information she can relay over to the team as everyone else looks to regroup here towards the A site.
Yeah, Amy just gonna go and retrieve that spike.
I have the spike.
Oh, another fake, and it's being sold so
30
well. Look at the
seconds left.
rotations, and it's really the
Oh, yeah.
only one to stay by B.
Launching.
Oh, they're turning back though. Still 2 players to answer here. There's orbital strike, and Astilia will go down. Time is running out on them here, as we do see a lot of information gathered here for Alkia. Still tucked away towards the back of the site here, the remaining members of KC. GX goes unspotted actually. Alkia finds her first. Looking for a second, but will not find it in G2. They are going to take us to Abyss.
I cannot wait to see what happens on Abyss. And it was a huge turnaround from G2 goes in. They look so comfortable on Bind, especially on the attacking side. Carmine Core were giving them a lot of respect on the defense.
They were. Maybe a little bit too much respect. So we will see how that is going to be showing on Abyss. We have some highlights next, but then we will be tossing it to a break. Don't go anywhere.
Last player standing. Last player standing. Down B. Spike down A.
Down and out.
Bye. Face your fear!
Prepare for hellfire.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Two left. Last player standing.
Your biggest.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's saying I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. It's saying I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. Oh yeah. Is it that hard to call me back after you say you call me back? Passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shawty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. It's saying I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me.
After an 8-4 first half, you wouldn't be blamed for thinking that KC were going to 2-0 this baby, but G2 are feeling themselves again. And when G2 are on form, they are resilient, Inami. The comeback was on, and that second half in particular was very convincing.
That second half has been insane. They only dropped one round in the entire half. They were just so phenomenal. The aggressiveness coming from the entire team, and I want to especially highlight Akita being able to take so much space on Waylay and getting so many kills so early on, so many first bloods, and then being able to go back to safety or just create space for her team to come into sight. Honestly, very well played by G2.
Statistics are out the window really with how today has gone. You know, obviously G2 losing out their map pick on Sunset, and now Carmine Corp losing out their map pick on Bind. But as you can see here, it was an incredibly even matchup until that second half, when it just was incredibly dominant for I guess why they're thriving on bootcamp, because the synergy and the way that they were playing off each other, kind of sending in Akita on the Waylay to what you would think dip out if she wasn't able to find what she needed. But every time she was finding 1, 2, 3, holding her ground and finding so much impact for G2.
I think what's really impressive to see about this version of G2 is their post-plant protocol on Bind, whether they're on the attack or on the defense. I know the first half wasn't the best for them, but when they did start to pick up momentum and find those rounds, it's because they understood how to actually seal the round in the last moment. Let's take a look, Meg, at round number 7 so we can see an example of that. And I'm just loving Mimi calling the shots while on the show. I think she gets perfect information.
Yeah, Mimi is absolutely incredible, and this is kind of what we spoke about with what we saw from the defensive half from G2 on Sunset yesterday. They have this tempo, having the double duelist composition that's really controlled, where they'll find information and go for those early sort of picks, and then they'll kind of dip back and play the retake. And there was a really incredible sort of combo there with the fade ult and the Euro ult to kind of isolate that 1v1 in lamps with the Euro kill.
Yeah, and I think another round that we highlighted as well for those post plans is round 16, where G2 has just been so phenomenal, grabbing all this info and then being able to play off it. And yeah, you chose the round 16 for that exact reason, Meg.
This is definitely their experience coming into play, not crumbling under a very high pressure round, you know, with those smokes being up, with them losing sort of Amy in that smoke and being in a 2v1 situation. Mimi just knowing her timings and when to take those peaks and then sit back and trust her gut. I do think this is the G2 that we obviously know and love, and we kind of trust in those situations to not throw or lose them out. So it was really, really nice to see that kind of G2 coming back on Bind.
So Meg, with this in mind, did KC show too much respect, as Joy and Ash mentioned? Because if they had managed to actually stop G2 from getting into those post-plant situations and just stop those bombs going down, then maybe we would have a different result here.
Yeah, I do think that it was more that Carmine Corp were relying a lot heavily on their angels and kind of winning out those fights, whereas it seemed like G2 had a lot of set plays kind of set up to really execute those sites or play those post plants. It just felt like there was that extra sort of thought in mind in those situations compared to Carmine Corp.
Let's take a look at another round, at round 21. I'm really excited to see this one because, again, I'm just really enjoying seeing Mimi leading the charge.
This rotation
station.
station.
First of all, when I saw Mimi at the start on Euro, it wasn't the best show and they didn't have that many setup plays, but coming into this map, coming into the playoffs, it was just a different face of Mimi, and the way she was utilizing her TP and the way they were grabbing the info and playing off of it every single time, it was just so good.
Yeah, Ash definitely mentioned sort of G2's ability to utilize those fast rotations and the TPs. You know, they sort of dipped in, fake planted in the Viper ult, went over to B, realized that maybe it wasn't feasible, and then sent Akita in back through that Viper ult to find, obviously, Anasilia. And this was just an incredible kind of use of those TPs and playing off that information like Inami just mentioned. And it was also a very enjoyable watch. I was on the edge of my seat up until sort of those last few rounds, so I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
I'm wondering if we can see more of that G2 conditioning as we head into Abyss. We saw them try to attempt that on Sunset. I think really we're going A so often. We're seeing these kind of mind games and playing that clock on Bind. But what's going to happen when we head to Abyss? Because last time round, it was 13-11 to KC, Meg.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. I'm going to throw all stats out the window considering what we've just seen and kind of take this as a very even matchup. Of course, you have that double duelist again coming in from G2 Gozen previously on this map, and I do kind of favor this, especially with them starting out on defense and what they just showed on Bind with that ability to isolate those 1v1s and have that advantage straight off the bat. However, you can't count Carmine Corp out, as if we are looking at statistics, they are coming into this with the upper hand, and of course they have that extra information coming in from that double initiator. And Anasilia on the KO previously, I feel like we don't sometimes see enough KO in Game Changers, and for me, I just think it's an incredible initiator to utilize sort of shutting down those site holds and be able to execute that site successfully.
And I mean, what would be... Oh yeah, please go.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I was jumping in to speak about like the one difference that we have also in the comps is that in this map, Alkia is going on the Omen, and that's something we didn't at all see her pick up in every other map. So I'm excited to see if G2 this time around have answers to this Omen and how to be able to shut her down, because she has been a phenomenal and she has been so insane at getting those first kills for the team in the previous maps. So her being on Omen will probably limit her a little. So it will be up to G2 on how much they will be able to probably shut her down.
Does this mean we get to rate Omens? Vanya versus Alkia.
Turkish.
I mean, because these are two of the most aggressive players in the game, regardless of the fact that you know, Vanya's in a comfort zone on smokes rather than duelist. Meg, I think we should be really excited about this head-to-head.
I'm so here for what I think we've gained out of Omen players this year. We've seen a lot of sort of duelists switch onto that Omen role because you can play so aggressively. And whether it's somebody who's been a controller for a long time and has dabbled in that duelist, or is just a diehard controller who plays it aggressively, I just think that there's so many ways on that Omen that you can utilize helping your team take a site, gathering information. I just think it's an all-round role that if you can play it confidently, you're going to find value like Vanya and Alkia do. So I'm so excited for that matchup because it should bring some incredible clips and plays to the table.
Inami, now that we are heading to this decider, have you got any bold predictions? Do you think we're going to see the competitions we're expecting from these two teams, or do you think we're going to see any curveballs?
I think that we will see the same competition since it worked decently for both teams and both teams are low-key expecting it. But I won't have any bold predictions on like who will be winning this. You're not getting that from me, Frankie.
Ah, darn it. I was going to allude to that, but now we can see the agent select.
Wait. This is different, no? Because previously I think Amy was on the Astra, unless I'm reading this so wrong.
It is.
This is actually quite exciting for me. I'm an Amy Sentinel enjoyer. You know, if we're talking about G2 coming back onto their comfort roles, that's how I see Amy. I see Amy as an incredible Sentinel that a lot of people look up to in EMEA. I also do think that Carmine Corp not having a duelist here and starting off in the attack will be very, very interesting to see. But obviously, they've not had any issues with that before.
I'm not as excited as you are about the Cypher because I honestly really loved seeing Amy on Astra and the way she has been utilizing her star. I wish we could see it on the broadcast, the official broadcast as well. But yeah, you're right. She's one of the best sentinels in the EMEA, so why not just stick to Cypher?
Well, you never know. If they lose this, they might bring the Astra back. Not that we're saying we want G2 to lose. We just want to see an absolute barnstorm, and I think we're about to get one. Let's head back to our casters, Joy and Ash.
I think we are about to as well, Frankie. And I myself am a fan of Amy on Sentinel, just as Mac is. So I am very, very excited to see her on the Cypher.
I'm mixed on it. Yes, I do love Amy on the Sentinel, but I agree with Inami. I think she looked actually really great on the Astra. It did look comfortable for her, and there was a lot of impact. Last time that we saw these two teams play each other, Abyss was the first map, and it was a close series, a 13-11 win for Carmine Core. And yeah, you got you have the win rates percentages on your screens here, as well as those little fun facts, with Abyss being 67% for KC and 50% for G2. I don't know actually how I feel about this G2 goes and shift. It definitely is back into the comforts for, I think, each of these individual players, maybe more focused on their own games, as we do see the classic stuck in the wall for some reason there at the bottom of that drop. But for Casey, this composition that they've cooked up with the double initiator, double smokes, looked so good in that G2 game. They have so much utility to play with, and maybe that's why you see Mimi shifting back into that KO, having that 0 point to try and shut things down util-wise a little bit more.
Oh, Sophia will go spotted here on the camera. Doesn't get tagged though. Petra doesn't get surprised at all. Takes it too here.
One enemy remaining.
Will go down in the end, but it will
Spike
be
down,
G2 coming out swinging here, looking to confirm this pistol round early on. Oh, Sophia tried to jump over it, didn't quite manage to do so.
Here. 50 seconds left on the clock here for Safia to work with, at the very least. It is 1v3 though, and G2, they are a disciplined team. So this is why you see Mimi's not even walking up towards Vivian. She is all the way still in spawn, giving so much respect to Safia because they don't want to risk allowing her to isolate any of those 1v1.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, exactly. And G2 also knows, all right, we can just hang back and wait for this to come through here. Camera gets taken out. Presence will be detected and the paranoia will connect. So Mimi will spot her, and that will be pistol round confirmed here by G2.
Clean, easy pistol round.
Oh yeah.
I think I'm still feeling mixed about the composition. I definitely see the vision for what G2 are looking to achieve with these changes, right? My question is, how much depth are we going to be able to see? Because we've seen so much of the meta shifting here on Abyss and really favoring, I think, some funkier compositions. I do think that Akita being on that jet, this is such a great agent for her, but it's so different also from the Waylay that we had been seeing previously, the Neon that she's been typically pulling out. And it's not that it's a bad agent on this map, but at times I think a little more unforgiving.
Absolutely. I mean, it's also what she's been playing the whole time, right? As you mentioned before, now Amy first will be traded out though.
Down B.
To finish my point here, it is also what she has been playing. As you mentioned, Neon and Waylay, they both stick to kind of the same type of playstyle, and then the Jet just becomes something completely different. And we are in the deciding game of the series. So we will see how this plans out for them. Drone gets taken out right away. No information to be gathered there on the side of G2. Yeah. Oh. Has that stinger up close. Sophia will be shot down, and Akita though dropping down, grabbing these kills. Vanya even has a judge, by the way.
You say that like you're surprised. Like I feel
don't
like
know.
we see her with the shotgun.
I didn't even
like,
see it before. I didn't see it. That's why.
we can't be surprised by the Vanya judge. She's got shotguns for days. Like whenever Vanya can't afford a weapon, it's gonna be a shorty in her hand, a judge in her hand, or a Bucky if it's not a sheriff. And it depends on the map that you're playing, obviously, but she definitely loves to use her smokes to her advantage to be able to creep up close and personal.
Oh yeah, for sure.
With the plant in the second round secured, Carmine Corps also forcing up into this with a little bit of a half by stingers in hand. A lot of utility already spread out on site here. Should be another free plant for the taking, but G2 is something they've always excelled with, are these retake opportunities.
Yeah, flash comes out, but there is just so much mayhem. Akita with Shorty tucked away in the smoke.
I love the proactivity here from KC though, taking control of this B link.
Yeah.
Take flight.
Don't fly into that smoke, but it will be Mimi though.
One enemy
taking a lot of kills here. The judge flies out, and G2. They take their time, but expected round win here.
Nice attempt for Carmine Corps to try and take some of that space. And you take a look at how they were trying to take control of that B link alongside that half buy with the stingers, since that second round didn't pan out the way that they had wanted with that previous investment. But G2 goes in, they're so aware of the fact that with their buy, with their economic situation, they're going to be able to out-util them. They can outlast them in that game. They just have to wait for those smokes to fade before they can push back in and take the timing that's necessary.
Here.
Aggressive stance now here though from Vanya. Ooh. Might just catch her to the side as Glance looped around. Vanya was still snooping for her. He doesn't take away the dart. Good damage though from Sophia.
Kind of bold to try and take the dart out in the open there as well. Sure, maybe like slightly tucked behind the box, but that one is so fragile and easy to find those wall bangs through it. Everyone on KC now regrouped outside of A. A good stack though with 3 players on the side of G2.
Yeah, hard to enter into. We do see Petra dropping down, and Acilia good for one. Okia to follow here.
One enemy remaining.
Pushes up, and that will be Amy left.
Spike planted.
Looking to save this gun for the next round.
I think the other thing about how long of a series it was the last time we saw these two face off on Abyss. And with G2 also losing it in such a close fashion. This is a team that loves to do their work. So you know that Drew Spark was cooking alongside Mimi and the rest of the team behind the scenes, trying to figure out where things were going wrong. And with a long series too, they have an understanding of how Carmine Corps want to play this composition that they have with that double initiator, that double controller. You'll see some of those more slow and controlled rounds as KC look to try and work a pick. And then you'll also see other rounds where they're just going to look to shift the tempo on you and catch you off guard. And Acilia and Alkia always being the two, I think, leading the forefront in those faster paced opportunities. And Acilia and Alkia both kind of operating almost as like those pseudo duelists with how aggressive you can get on that Omen. Alkia looking to TP in off of all the util that they're looking to dump on site, and then Anastasia being the one to continuously like pop flash out, being that supportive character, but then also opening up that opportunity to make that space.
Yeah, absolutely. And in previous maps, we have seen Anastasia and Alkia be that deadly duo. So I'm just waiting for them to be that duo again here.
Cage triggered.
We do see some noise being made towards A, but looks like it's going to be pivot away. Question mark.
One through one split.
Just Akita here.
She's already walked all the way down. The drone's so good to clear out, but the timing is better.
Timing is better. Indeed, forced to retreat here. But now full firing there. She takes a lot of damage.
Cage triggered.
As all of a sudden, A might look more attractive once again, as it's Amy still down, holding down this site here.
I know Amy's set up as well with the camera revealing that information.
Nowhere to run!
Oh, Anti-Spheric comes out here as well. You have to be careful, but through the cage, it doesn't matter. They were revealed as Vanya just hits her mark. Oh my goodness, no way. She's still getting that. Now, finally, Glan shuts her down.
She's such a beast, though. I mean, it perfectly played off of the trips that Amy had over in backside too.
Yeah.
Remaining.
Sophia, though. Fantastic crosshair. Takita. Beast on her own. Yeah, fantastic read, and that will confirm the round for G2.
Well played and well isolated 1v1s here for Akita. Casey, they may have been able to get one round on the board, but G2, they take that momentum back into their hands here with Akita's Red Bull clutch. But it could not have happened without Vanya starting off this round with that 3K, taking out so many of those players thanks to Amy's trips. You had so much pressure being put onto this site here as well with the investment of the Hunter's Fury. It was a chaotic one, that's for sure, but Vanya was absolutely thriving in it.
Oh, absolutely. All of the damage that she can do with just a Sheriff, it's amazing to see.
As we head into this round, though, immediate creep up towards mid. A little bit of a surprise stinger there for you guys with the transition, but denying this information over mid-link. Drone to clear out from the side of G2. Petra has garnered the information. Casey looking to walk up. And look at this positioning. They're so prepared for this mid-walk. You have Amy all the way back in spawn. Mimi and CT.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a few read on them as well, but in the end, she will be shut down. Takes two, actually, before she gets shut down. Oh, Anastasia might have caught off guard here, and she will.
Cage trick, give me a corpse. Give me
So disciplined. Neural theft available here for Safia. Paranoia off that contact for Vanya to try and look for the reposition.
30 seconds left.
2v3, definitely feeling tough. Time is ticking, and they've got a crossfire set up here for B.
Yeah, that they do.
I know
Set
exactly
up really nicely, but actually, while the neural theft was coming through, Sophia manages to shut her down, and that's a neural theft of her own. Coming in, we do see the Blade Storm being popped here. Omen
10 seconds left.
TPing onto
Last
side
player
from the
standing.
shadows. Sophia, no! Shows up massively and locks in a round for Casey.
Well played. A nice effort there from G2. It was great from the shadows for Vanya to try and join Akita on site. But an insane round for them to be picking up there as well. You consider the numbers of damage that G2 had on their side. But the smokes well placed there by Jax to provide the necessary cover, aware of the fact that they had to fight for that backside control. Maintaining that upper and vertical positioning was definitely key for success. G2 now on this eco looking to get active.
Oh. Akita. Forced up the retreat here.
I think what's a little concerning about those forward positionings to me too, or the fact that Akita's able to take that space, but no one's playing with her to actually shoot out some of that utility, so she has to give it up very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. Like she, unlike what Alkia and Anastasia have been doing really well together, Akita's on her own most of these times, but KC.
Spike planted.
Putting down the cosmic divide, and the plant will be going down here, and that just makes the advance for G2 very hard.
That it definitely does. Still trying to find some ability to try and close this gap at the very least here with these weapons.
Bifurcate should give something away here as the spray down starts. And members of G2 are falling like flies. Mimi trying to push up, but she will not get the chance. KC lock in another round.
And a great reaction from Glance. That push, that ability, or that attempt, I should say, from G2 to try and close that distance with the guns that they had to use was completely denied by the recon bolt that goes out backside there from Glance, forcing that scan to come in and making it really awkward there for G2. Heading into a little bit of a tech pause right now. We'll get back to you guys on what is necessarily going on with that once we do hear back. But KC, they're starting to close this gap a little bit. G2, they started things off 3-0, and KC, they're coming back into this.
Yeah, I mean, last time KC did manage to close this one out off of attack side because, I mean, they managed to start, or well, they didn't, they chose to start on the defensive side, meaning that now the roles have swapped. Let's see how many roles they can actually get on the board here before we head into the halftime. To then see if they can pick back up that momentum of closing it out the way that they did last time.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna see how that ends up going. I think right now for Karmine Core, they've been just taking this map control really well. There have been moments where it's telegraphed. They've also taken those opportunities for a couple of those contact plays towards mid, some really strategically placed smokes there too to try and deny as much information out of G2 goes in as possible, and forcing a lot of utility out of players like Petra, for example, who constantly is being forced to like kind of drone to re-clear into mid, get a little bit of that information earlier on into the round, and then KC, they continue to pace themselves, and then they pivot where they feel like the site might feel a little bit more weak.
Exactly. I feel like last map, we did see G2 having a great read on what KC wanted to do, and KC paying a lot of respect, as we talked about before. But now it looks like KC, they've got a good read on what G2 wants to do, and it makes for a competitive game of Abyss.
And it wasn't just the respect that I was talking about in last map on Bind as well. Meg made a point of it on the desk, talking about how KC were really relying on a lot of those gunfights and weren't quite following it up, or kicking it off, I should say, actually, with the utility that we would have wanted to see to help them find a bit more of that success. But that is not a problem when it comes down to this composition here for Karmine Core. They have util in spades, and we see so much of that impact coming out from Anasilia, but an immediate forwards push here for G2. GX on an island.
GX, yeah, on an island, was thinking she might find a great extra opportunity there, but in the end, it's G2 that takes the upper hand, shuts down 2 players to just trade off Akita there.
And that was some of the proactivity I think that we did want to see. I think we did see some of it from Akita previously, but it was more about having that follow-up from her teammates to provide that support. And after the conditioning of those solo endeavors from the duelist on G2, the follow-up finally comes. KC weren't quite prepared for it in that moment. I was just trying to see if G2 are going to look to walk out on site, taking a bit of a breather and a pop through this smoke.
And the members of KC quite prepared for this one here. Okay, no command coming in. Dodging the side here is Alkia, but G2 finds their first kill here. Amy finds another, it will be the third as G2 lock in another round.
Very clean retake out of G2. You could see the fact that they were waiting for KC to even make that push into CT there. Playing so passively, not willing to give KC any information, any sort of gunfight that they were ready for. And then once they hear that spike start to be initiated, they know that there's only 2 players around to try and find any of those trades, and that's when they make their move.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, good patience coming out from them. So we do see a timeout off of the back of that now as well, Ash.
And not just that, I think something that helped work out or helped that round work out so well was also Petra going for that zoning ultimate with that Hunter's Fury. It just makes it so awkward to be comfortable into that post plan. The timeout that we're seeing come out, yes, it may have been a G2 win, but this is not something unfamiliar when it comes to this squad of G2 goes, and they like to get proactive with their plays, ensure that they're able to continue to manifest the success that they've been finding and maintain the lead that they've secured for themselves so far. For Carmine Core, we're going to see the buy coming in. That is for certain. Maybe might lean into trying to get an ultimate online, try and cycle some of those up going into the coming rounds here. Focus going to be over towards this B site though. And the position that we're seeing right now looks to be, I think, a little reactive, maybe off of the information as contact play being set up for that B main walk up.
I must wait a moment.
But the smoke makes it definitely more difficult.
It is.
Oh! Very nice shot here from Sophia to open up the round with the operator. Alkia will go spot it. Onto the B side, immediately see them rotating away from there.
And I think that was a great answer for Carmine Core to pull out this operator as well. They know that Akita has been going for that early information. It doesn't matter which lane it is, she'll be walking up A main, B main, or mid. And having that op in Safia's hands, being able to deny that so early on, a great read and great call from the side of Carmine Core. Everyone grouping back together to hit towards this A site. Got the lineups ready. And Smoke's just about secured and laid down.
Yeah. Let the chaos commence, we say, as KC, they make their way onto this fight. And
these are the faster plays that we talked about here as well, right? Where they kind of pivot into these really heavy hits with all of that util to find that site super comfortably.
Yeah, now Safia holding down the tower here with that operator still. Everybody else is comfortably set up around the site here. Oh, the spray down once again. There's just no entering the site for G2. Vanya tucked into the back. Not much that she can do. GX gonna start pushing up with her, but Vanya will have the upper hand. Take that kill to boot and carry the gun over to the next round.
The next round comes really important here for Carmine Core. One round away from tying things up. An opportunity as well to continue to whittle away at the economy there of G2. They've got quite the ultimates coming online. And not just coming online, but also, or not already being online, but also coming online with the Cosmic Divide, I think just being one away. Two there for the Null command in the hands of Anasilia. Lots of tools for success here on the side of KC.
Yeah, and also getting to carry over this operator to the next round can just again be that difference maker. Okay, drone doesn't even get to go anywhere there.
No, because they don't want the side of KC to be finding out where Akita is playing right now. The off angle on top of box, a typical spot that you're going to see these Jet players take. They don't want it scoped out too early on. They may also not expect Akita to be playing here, considering the fact that Safia did look to swap sides. They're usually on opposite sides of the map.
Usually they are. Some pings coming out here, but... Akita knows that Alkia is there.
Readjusting her positioning too, knowing that the timing could get a little awkward. They decide to go for some sort of fast flood. 40 seconds on the clock, still leaning towards this B side, and for G2, knowing that that op is online, they're not peeking.
Oh. Yeah, Alkia knew where Akita was, so just waiting to make her move. Neural Seth now coming in as well. Amy finds one before she gets shut down, and now it's Alkia on top of the box instead of Lisa. Really nice flank from Anastasia as well. Vanya, though, still lurking around
Spike
mid.
planted.
Alongside Petra. Oof.
Really nicely played there by KC. I think it becomes, the longer they wait, the more unnerving it becomes to actually like stay on top of box there as that Jet without any information around the rest of the map. And there's so much utility that KC is able to dump on that execute. It just becomes really uncomfortable for the Jet to try and even get out scot-free or find some sort of fight. And that's kind of the trade-off, too, with the Jet swap for the Duelist, right? If you have the Waylay, she would have been able to throw out, like, the Saturate or something, have that slow work out in her favor. But you don't have any tools like that to kind of, like, support yourself on the Jet. You're really just at, like, the whim of, like, your teammates trying to support you and then you winning out on those firefights.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really like stop the advance of KC here because you don't have those tools that a Neon and a Waylay have, both respectively, as you mentioned. But also the waiting for backup there took quite long. Again, maybe G2 was just anticipating KC to rotate away after the time that they took, but
I think it's also a story of KC. In the first, like, quarter of this map, they were doing a lot of conditioning. It was a lot of telegraph plays, so they were dumping a lot of utility. It wasn't all at once, but they would stagger it. It would show off where their presence was, but to have them cut noise, it starved G2 of that information and became a little bit more unsettling for the defenders. 4 ultimates up here for the side of Carmine Core. Great information to be found with 3 being found out there by Mimi.
yeah, and immediately we see that Cosmic Divide coming in once again. Keita just trying to advance here, but the smokes and the wall just make it so complicated for her to get anything done. So she just has to retreat back towards her team here.
Yeah, and they're straight up running over towards the C site. The thing is, we do have a really deep camera here for Amy as well to give that signal for the team to run back over towards the C site.
Oh, Alkia, nice pick there. Still have that operator though in the hands of Sophia. Oh, might catch somebody here.
Oh, walled.
Yeah. Good damage still. I mean, Akita and Petra now extremely low both. Plant has been confirmed though, but
suppressing.
It's honestly with the
suppressed.
With the HP difference here, this is KC's round to lose.
It definitely is. You do have the Molly available here, the fragment in the hands of Anastasia.
It's about to drop, and that means that shots will start flying. GX goes down. Sophia finds 2 with the operator to defuse. They can't stick it with the Hunter's Fury. It will be enough as Glance locks down the round here for KC.
Last round in the half.
Really well staggered utility in the post plant there for Carmine Core. We've seen so much impact from Anastasia being able to stagger her util at the right time. And I think definitely seeing her on the KO as well, compared to the Vice that we saw on Bind. It's her Vice util was great. Don't get me wrong. I think her timings on that were really good. But there's a different kind of comfort, I feel like, when I'm watching her on an initiator role as opposed to the Sentinel.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think she was a lot quieter on the Vice. Still, yeah, as you say, good util, just not maybe getting the chance to impact the game the way that she might want to. All right.
Camera taken out.
Reposting on the angle here for Safia. Drone forced out. Glance having to re-clear A main, seeing how much space G2 have really taken in this final round before the half.
Cover going out.
Yeah, again, KC just making noise on both sides, trying to keep G2 guessing here. So we now see Akita might have the timing here perfectly. She actually does get, oh no! Akita actually up close gets Akita as well, but Amy is there to answer. And now it's 2v4 here on the side of KC. A tall mountain to climb, and it's not going to happen. Will be the 6-6 as we head into the halftime.
Switching sides.
Baby, you back, Biggie, yo. Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Dance up, you turn up and dance up, you turn up, yeah.
Final half of this map, final half of this series. As G2 take on the attacking side here, Ash.
This is where things, I think, get a little bit more interesting. For Carmine Core, you look at their composition and you're like, okay, they have a lot of stall potential, they have a lot of that information-seeking potential, but what you would not expect is how aggressive they actually tend to get on defense. Alkia is constantly looking to take space, going for some very risky teleports, always being followed up as well by that support. This press does look to sniff her out early on into this round as G2 go for a mid play. They do love this door crunch.
Oh yeah, and they're going straight for it.
Good molly to delay.
Yeah, exactly. Good molly to hold them back here. Alkia finds the first, but now in towers it's so much chaos as it will be Anasilia to pick up 2 here. Out the smoke, make it 3. And they're looking for the last one. It will be a flawless pistol round to start of the defending half here for KC.
And that's a deadly duo that we had talked about previously. But the layers of utility that we're seeing coming out from KC right now at this are so nice. Like right after that fragrance about to fade, you already have the gravity well to buy that additional time for the rest of KC to find that rotation. For G2, now leaning outside of this A site in full on their eco. Got a bit of a different setup this time around here on the defense for Carmine Core.
Yeah, Alkia has moved over to that mid with the Outlaw. A little bit of pew-pew damage here for GX.
Concealment!
But, oh yeah, quite a bit of pew-pew damage. I'm sorry, she shut down Akita just like that, but out comes G2 to just knock down 2 players and find a plant here on that A side.
Yeah, 3 players extremely low though on the side of G2. These shocks they find purchase could be so deadly.
Yeah, tough for Alkia to find anything here, but Safia with the Bulldog manages to find one. Mimi last one standing here in the 1v1 versus Alkia. Yeah, it does miss, and that might be
better weapons, big deal.
It might be the opportunity I thought, but it will be a thrifty in the hands of Mimi here.
Incredibly done there by G2, and this is something that we saw repeated a couple of times in that game versus SK Nebula yesterday. They are so good at being able to convert those thrifty rounds after losing out on the pistol. The numbers advantage definitely worked, and unfortunate for GX, she had been caught with her pants down trying to pop one of those stars back up as the flood was incoming there into A main, but a proactive and aggressive take of A main this time around from Carmine Core looking to contest. It's the signal that they needed to speed things up a bit.
Oh, look at the trip on top of the box, and Okia just goes right into it. Beautiful play from Safia. She has to try to get out of there. Takes a fair amount of damage here from the grenade. The plant will be confirmed here on the B side. So we do see now full push KC. Towards the back here goes Vanya. KC advancing fast, gaining a lot of space here, but Petra manages to find Anacelia. That's a dangerous player to take out there. Mimi finds one for herself as well. And with the remaining guns, there's just not a lot that they can do here.
One enemy remaining.
Beautiful knife, as that will be all she wrote. G2 taking another round here.
Definitely comfortable for them. But it makes sense. For the side of KC, they didn't have the weapons to really fight back into. And again, we have to continue, I think, to emphasize the importance of this matchup for G2 Gozen as well. Because they have a couple of qualification conditions. They have to either win stage 3, or if they come in second or third, Twisted Minds cannot win the third stage. So for them right now, being able to place into the upper finals and try and find that placement so early on, they want to give themselves the best possible chance at that qualification to championships.
Oh, I thought you were going to run with champ chance there, and I thought that was great. So far, G2 once again going into that trip, but Safia not really in a position to follow up of that trip right now the way she did last round. G2 very split around the map. It looks like B is where they will set their sights, as they still have KC guessing, rotating towards middle here.
And they just want to ensure that they're playing together. While Petra, this is a play that we've seen multiple times. She'll be like that solo initiator on one side of the map while the rest of the team works to pop on the opposite side to try and keep someone anchored. For Carmine Core, they're more than happy to play that retake 5v5.
Cage triggered.
For sure, they are 2 people up on the rafter here already. This looks like Vanya might be a little bit aggressive here. Oh, Vanya goes spotted. Glance finds her. The rest of G2 still tucked away. Nice swing again from Anacelia. She will be shut down in the answer to that. The spike starting to tick away again. It's a knife, the spray, and 2 kills. But this time the defuse, it will stick. And that will be KC tying up the scoreline.
Costly round for both teams. I think it just right down to the wire there, and despite the win for KC, the money situation definitely awkward. They wanted to carry over a couple more of those rifles than just the one, but I think that the flood was really well played there by Carmine Core. They had so much utility that they could look to respond with, and G2 had just expended so much on that site hit that timing for KC was so good for them to push back in before anything looked to recharge.
One suppressed.
Alkia spotted early on here, but GX is tucked away in the corner here. Gets to put up the smoke here before the no command comes through. The flash comes flying out. Can they shut down out? Akita, though, is the question. DX falls, and it will be Safia getting the upper hand here. And G2.
Spike down A.
Spike is dropped, will be retrieved here as it looks like they're have the time to play with this. They have to from the shadows, so they will be teleporting away. But exactly.
This play.
Look for the fake. Oh my god.
And it was far enough away that they have no idea.
Yeah. And so they run towards B. Oh, actually, they're staying in mid. Begin to listen. Yeah. Coming in towards main here. Vanya is so ready for this.
She's so aware. The jiggle was perfect too to reveal the information needed, and now they can play this contact alongside each other with Mimi in heaven.
Oh. Nothing spotted so far. She's gonna walk up. Mimi has now revealed where she is. Lance is running out of time. She will be shut down as well.
Very patiently played there by G2. And a great fake from the shadows coming out from Vanya so they could walk back over towards the main. The jiggle was perfect as well, just to get that information a little bit earlier. And the positioning was so good for that contact play, as well as the delay with the fragment. Very beautifully done. Carmine Core on the back foot with an eco round incoming. G2, they've definitely got to be happy about the situation that they're in, but it's still just been such a neck and neck map here so far.
Yeah, but as it was last time as well. Akita though, fantastic opener here, finds two until she gets shut down. But now it's just Sophia left standing, and this is going to be a rather short round here, Ash.
Yeah, definitely will. Spike
down B.
Taken. Mimi's also just down to 5 HP now. It definitely gets a little bit more dicey. She's gonna go for that reposition, but will she expect how far Vanya is pushed up? I feel like you should at this point, because she's always in your spawn.
Oh yeah, she is. I feel like she should, because I was just gonna say, like, the Vanya and her mind games, it just...
No!
Excuse me? Yeah, I mean, they know where she is, so still information gathered, I suppose.
Don't get shot. Human brains are hard to replace.
A rare miss from Vanya. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The round is closed out regardless, but I definitely thought it was going to be closed a little bit earlier. Great response coming out from G2, anticipating that walk up in B main. The paranoia to really cement that fight there, and it'll leave it really difficult for KC to try to shoot back. Operator online here for Alkia. She's going to be taking this position over at A. G2 have been really good at trying to clear it out. Scan comes in for a bit for more information as Alkia looks to walk up.
Yeah, she will find her first.
Spike down A.
Good dodge on the knife here, though, from Akita. They know she was tucked away there. Akita jumps up and finds one, but the chaos is so much as again, it's a Hunter's Fury from Glass that finds 2 kills here. Sorry, it was Petra.
It was Petra. It was a great Hunter's Fury coming out from Petra. I feel like both on attack and on defense, she's found so much value out of that Sova ultimate, whether it's zoning or actually confirming those kills. With the financial situation that KC has been in the past couple of rounds, it's no surprise to see the save incoming there for GX and Safia.
Yeah, gonna want to carry this over. We are really close once again to the Cosmic Divide. Neural Theft is up. The thing is, you need a corpse to be able to make that one work.
I think for Carmine Core, part of what's... it's kind of hard to say. I feel like for G2, to flip the script on what I was about to mention, they've just definitely adjusted well in the understanding of how KC want to play their defense. They are playing very similarly to how KC played the last time around. And G2, it's something that they've already faced up against. They're very comfortable. They know how to protocol a lot of these re-clears with how Carmine Core are looking to take that space. Timeout to be called here by KC coming up. And I think part of maybe what is going kind of wrong for KC and what is making it a little bit harder for them to find success in those first engagements is they're eating a lot of the utility that G2 are throwing over in A main. Like those scans are finding information that's necessary, and it is kind of, I think, taking away a little bit from the game plan from KC. So very well done on the side of G2 to find the appropriate response.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're gonna see if we're gonna see a bit of a swap up now on how KC wants to approach the defense, but they're gonna have to come up with something quick. So we're sitting on the 11 rounds here already for G2. We see a good spread coming out here.
Even though I wasn't 100% sold on the G2 composition when we went into this map, the one really bright light for me was Mimi on the KO. That is where I really saw the value in this composition change. The ability to have that 0 point to just shut down KC's ability to dump utility on them. And we found so much impact from that singular piece of utility alone that has slowed down and even full stopped KC's ability to fight back and respond with utility of their own in some of these fights. And it's working out really nicely in the favor of G2, who are now going for another mid play. A lot of utility be invested in the space that they're looking to take. Very safe positioning with KC fully turtling towards site.
Yeah, really waiting out to see where G2 is deciding to make their move here. Swapping the spike over to Vanya.
Shadows traveling.
Alkia connecting the shots there.
30 seconds left.
And we see the pivot now back towards... Oh, all the way around. Just to check if there's anyone lurking around this mid. Not yet. So we do see it from the shadows now coming out here from Alkia. I was gonna say GX, but no, it's been Alkia that's playing.
10 seconds left
here. Just Fury comes out. This time it is Glance. G2 trading out some players here, but it will be KC as they run the clock here on the players of G2.
2 rounds just separating these teams now. Cosmic Divide available into this round here for GX on the side of G2. No ultimates up, but you do have maybe 2 away from that null command. Another mid lean on the side of G2. Core. It wasn't even like a full retake situation, but just being able to buy that time, I think, is what worked out so well. And being able to play a little bit more turtled on site, working out fantastically for the KC team, considering that they're denying these opportunities for G2 to find the openings, with Akita being so aggressive on the entry earlier into the round.
Yeah, this time she might catch somebody by surprise, though. The drone will spot her. So Glance at the ready here. See who wins out the fight. Akita trades a few shots and then decides to back away. Nate to do a little bit of damage here onto Petra, as we see Akita making her presence known. Trades being made here back and forth, as we do see G2 now planting onto that B side as the remaining 3 players of KC are making their way here. 3v3. Okay, with Akita down, but now they just need to find Amy. Glance waited long enough. But in a 2v1, she knows where they are. Trying to draw them out here. Can't get the upper hand. And that will take G2 to series point.
Great pop flash coming out there for Mimi on series point. And again, we gotta reiterate the importance of this matchup here for G2. Trying to take this series matters. It means so much to them because they want to try and guarantee that minimum 3rd place finish by qualifying into the upper finals, giving them the best shot possible to try and take that final Game Changers EMEA slot for GCC Seoul. Because it's that neck and neck right now, that battle between them and Twisted Minds for that last opportunity to go to the World Finals here for Game Changers. G2 speeding things up. It's a change of tempo all the way towards this A site. Casey, aware of the fact that they're playing for that null command, back off for the retake. I like this proactivity.
Yeah, exactly. Casey just respecting the proactivity here as well, and waiting to group up, and look at where Alkia is as well. Might just completely surprise Amy here. Oh, Akita on the backside here, jumps back away, but Amy shall not be surprised. Knocks her down. Akita with another one onto that backside. Are you kidding me? They just get the complete wraparound here on KC, and G2, they will take it in a flawless fashion.
13-9 on the final map of this best of 3 between G2 and Carmine Core. They find their revenge for that 2-0 that KC won over them during the group stage. And with this, it also means that G2 goes and have manifested at minimum that 3rd place finish, exactly what they're looking for to carry that momentum forward to give them the best shot possible at GCC.
Oh yeah, they really want to go to Seoul, and what a way to do it, honestly. Like, taking Abyss in this fashion was just absolutely beautiful. KC though, they gave us a very competitive showing as well.
They definitely did. I think I still really like this composition out from KC. It's definitely a funky one for sure. They play it well, but the counter in which G2 found with this adjustment to their comp of their own, putting Akita onto that jet where she looks extremely comfortable. Now Mimi back onto that initiator on the KO to provide that additional support. And the 0 point for all of those suppresses, there was so much impact to be had by the IGL of G2 Gozen.
Absolutely, couldn't have put it better myself, but let's hear what the desk has to say about this series.
I think that we should be incredibly excited about this result, because this result means that G2 are going to be fighting their way through the playoffs, and that's extremely exciting for us because it means an incredibly tight and incredibly strong competition that we're going to see going through the rest of stage 3, Meg.
Yeah, selfishly, this is definitely the outcome that I personally wanted. I think it makes the competition so much spicier. I also think the next matchup we're about to see, it means there's a lot more on the line for Twisted Minds Orchid, if there wasn't already. And I just think that it was such a successful choice for G2 to switch up their composition, like sometimes taking those risks and also going back to what once worked is the best thing you could possibly do in these kind of situations where, you know, the rewards for taking those risks is so high.
Yeah, that was definitely like a risk worth taken by G2 coming into this game, and this will be the first time ever we'll see KC going through the lower brackets in the playoffs, which, as you said, it will make it just more spicy and more interesting to watch and to follow.
Well, going into Abyss, we were going, okay, right, who's going to have the better omen? Who's going to have more impact on the game? And I think, if we take a look at round 17, we get to see an omen masterclass from Vanya.
Yeah, this just goes to show how amazing she is on this agent. We expected her to go for a TP, and I think KC had the read halfway through it, but that was so smart for her to go back again to A site and to have the plant, and then the smoke also gave them so much space and gave Mimi so much time to get that space in there, and it just made the post plant impossible to play by KC.
For me, this is definitely where G2 had the slight upper hand. On Abyss and also on Bind, I think they have these set plays that are clearly so well thought out, that play mind games, again, similarly to the TPs that we saw on Bind. This was just to make Carmine Corp rethink what they were doing, and although it gave them the opportunity to group up and sort of walk back through mid and clear it, the way that Vanya found that information in A main and was able to readjust so quickly to play off the sort of taps of the bomb was just so smart, and again, it's what we expect to see from G2 Gozen.
Yeah, it's their calling card. This is what we expect from this team. We expect the synergy, we expect the aimers, and we do expect them to condition the competition. And I can't wait to see what happens next in the upper bracket. We don't know who they're going to be playing next because we do have one more upper bracket matchup to come. But before then, we are going to be hearing from the side of G2. And I'm thinking maybe we've got Amy coming in. Let's see. Oh, there we go. We do. Amy's in the cupboard. Hey, it's fantastic to see you here. I mean, Amy, how important was this win in the upper bracket for G2 today?
I think first of all, I'm just super happy we finally could beat KC. It took a while, but yeah, I'm just so proud of the team, and I think. Of course, we want to win this tournament, and I think it's just putting us in a good spot to get to champs as well. So I'm just really happy.
Is it the fact that it was Casey as well that was so important for you? The fact that you get this confident boost in terms of being the current favourites to win stage 3?
Yeah, for sure. I think KC are like probably the best team right now in EMEA outside of us, of course. And yeah, it just feels good to beat them. And like the last times we played them, we were just not like at our game. We were like maybe playing at our 30-40%, and we were very disappointed in ourselves. So I'm really happy we could finally like show what we could do.
You have a lot of depth to your playbook in terms of your map pool and these set plays, but on Sunset it feels like Casey were able to adapt the game plan. How are you guys able to avoid frustration setting in before you went into bind?
I mean, to be honest, we instantly, like, after the map, even during the map, like, we knew what went wrong, and it was, like, not necessarily that we felt like it wasn't that they were playing better, but that we were, like, a bit of, like, overcomplicating things. And I think just, like, after the map, we instantly knew, like, what was wrong and what we can do better for the next map, just to play our own game, and, yeah.
What happens for you to end up overcomplicating things? Is it just kind of losing that momentum you're going for?
I'm not sure, actually. I think maybe a bit of nerves. Like, everyone just wants to close it out, and it just didn't work out. And we felt a bit stressed, maybe. But after the first map, we all felt super confident still. So, yeah, I'm just super proud.
Can we talk about Abyss? Because previously we've seen you playing the Astra on Abyss. It doesn't necessarily work for the team. Now you're back on the Sentinel. We know and love you for your Cypher. So for you personally, did this map feel like a particularly great one to win?
Yeah, for sure. I felt like I was struggling on some things on with our like comp that we had before. So I was suggesting to my coach, like, maybe we can go back to Cypher, and then we were like, okay, let's do Cypher KO. And just the way we were playing the map, it would make more sense for me to play Cypher. So yeah, it just felt really good that we could show what we got, and I'm happy it worked out.
And other teams, if a competition doesn't work out for them, they might kind of try it again at least a few more times before they make changes. But it feels like with G2, if something doesn't work the first time in officials, you guys have no fear in terms of going back to the drawing board straight away. Is that something that's quite difficult to do, to instantly kind of flex and make changes?
I mean, I guess it could be hard sometimes, but we'll figure out. But yeah, I think everyone on the team is super flexible. Like, I can play almost every Sentinel. I can play every Sentinel, and we have a duelist that can play every duelist, and like we got Mimi that can play Yoru, can play Sentinel, can play KO. Like, we're super flexible, everyone, so we know what to do most of the time when we make a comp change, and we know what the macro would be, how the macro would be different when we're playing certain comps. So I think we're just very good at adapting and being very flexible.
On a lot of maps right now, we're seeing G2 lean into the double duelist meta. Do you as a team ever have any reservations, though, about the util you potentially sacrifice that you would get from playing, say, double initiator or double controller?
I mean, I'm not sure. Like, we are playing just double duelist because Mimi is just really, really good on Yoru, and she can take certain like aggressive peaks and mid-round pushes, mid-round calls around herself. So it's just very nice to have that, and I feel like we're not really missing out on things. And if we do, we figure it out in time, and then we make a comp change if needed.
Yeah, I mean, you could have a highlight package alone just from those sneaky plays from Mimi today. Thank you so much for talking to me, Amy. We're so excited to see how far you go in stage 3. Actually, you know what? Before I let you go, obviously, you guys still potentially can qualify for Seoul. Are the Game Changers Championships on your mind?
Of course. Wait. Wait.
No,
Maybe I missed the question. What did you say?
No. That was a very basic question from me, and it didn't. I think your answer summed it up perfectly. Obviously, you're thinking about Seoul, and obviously, you can still make it if you win, or if you place higher than Twisted Minds Orchid. That's a very basic way of putting it, just like my question was. But we're excited to see you potentially qualify. So thank you for talking to me today.
Yes, we're coming for the number 1 spot. So watch out, everyone.
Yes. GT back on form. I
love it.
I was like, right, I need to wrap the interview now. I should definitely wrap the interview now. But then I was like, but I've got so much to ask you. Apologies for everyone watching right now for my indulgency. But, it's great to talk to Amy. And Meg, it's so great to talk to a positive G2.
Yes, I mean, it's nice to see them sort of happy, and like Amy said, it's nice to beat Carmine Corp and see themselves back on top, and you could clearly tell by the way that she closed it out, and I love to hear it. They're definitely feeling confident going forward in the playoffs, and hopefully into Game Changers Champs too.
Yeah, they were just able to grab in their revenge from KC finally. So right now the score is 3-3. So of course they're going for that first spot, and of course this is making it spicier for the next match.
Oh, we love a long-running rivalry, and I particularly love the KC G2, and we'll see that play out, I'm sure, because KC are not out of the running. They will be playing in the lower bracket, and anyone who faces them is going to be terrified. We're going to find out who the next opponent will be, because after this short break, we're going to have Giant X versus Twisted Minds Orchid, so don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you.
Hello, welcome back to VALORANT Game Changers EMEA. It's day 2 of stage 3, and we've just seen G2 get revenge over Carmine Corp. But who will be facing G2 in the upper bracket next? We've got Twisted Minds Orchids
versus Giant X. And this is going to be another very closely fought thing. Because Twisted Mind Orchid, they came through contenders in stage 2. They didn't quite manage to make it a deep run in the stage 2 playoffs. They went out in the knockout stage. But now they're in the upper bracket. This is the most successful we have seen them so far. And they've got a new member, Inami. Marty's been reunited with her ex-teammate, Toka.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see them playing again together, and also it's so, I guess, surprising for some people to see how well Twisted Mind have been doing on this stage, even if they lost to Seth, who has been so phenomenal and so important for their wins previously. So the fact that Marty already had that existing synergy with Toka probably helped them a lot to get this far into the competition.
I think it's a true testament as well, Twisted Mind's Orchid, to hard work and progression playing off, because as you mentioned, Frankie, of course, they've definitely had a tough run to get here. However, they've constantly been progressing. Their sort of placement in every single tournament they're in is always getting better. So it's really, really nice to see them sort of in the upper bracket of these playoffs and going up against Giant X today.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the fact that this is a team that's really found the pieces of the puzzle that work. HTM, I remember her from her Ascend days coming in stage 2 to be the in-game leader. I think she's probably provided a lot of discipline this team needed. Lean's got that raw talent and is now kind of learning to play within that HTM structure. And we've got some real synergy now from Marty and Toka as well. So it's really cool to see the two of them reunited. But we've already mentioned, obviously, the fact that this is their highest placement so far. They've got a second life in this competition, and potentially, Meg, we could be seeing them go all the way to Seoul.
Yeah, it would be truly incredible. Definitely a story for Twisted Mind Orchids as a group, but also for their fan base who's been supporting them since day dot. Of course, they are going up against Giant X, who have come second place in both stages this year so far. So, you know, it's not going to be an easy fight to get there.
Yeah, definitely not easy, especially with the win of G2 right now. They have to prove themselves, and they have to prove they are the better team. They deserve to be on champs. And that starts right now by winning against GX and then going into G2.
Well, we've already mentioned the fact that Lean has been playing for Twisted Minds Orchid since, well, we didn't mention it was 2023. She's been with this org, stuck with them. They've stuck by her, and it's really paying off now. She's only 18, but she's really exciting to watch, Meg.
Lean is incredible, and of course I definitely am a big fan of Lean continuing with the roster. You know, she is the second highest ACS duelist in this group stage, and I think Inami mentioned earlier that's after Berry X, which she isn't even in the playoffs. So right now she's at the very top of her game. But for me personally, I think it's such an incredible story and journey, and is definitely something I want to implore Game Changer rosters to continue to sort of do, is not constantly change up their roster and stick with sort of the bones of a team and the up-and-coming talent, because clearly, you know, a player like Lean is a true testament to what happens if you invest time into a certain player and roster.
Well, Twisted Minds Orchids are on boot camp at the moment, and I wanted to capitalize that by taking an interview with Lean herself. So let's check back in with earlier today. Lean, thanks for joining me. First of all, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for asking. And I'm very excited to talk to you because you've been part of Twisted Minds Orchid since May 2023. And this is the furthest that we have seen Twisted Minds Orchid go in Game Changers competition. So what's that like for you, given that you've been part of the team for so long?
I'm really happy about the performance. Like, I was waiting for this moment since 2023. Like, it's my first time coming here into like upper bracket directly, and yeah, I'm really happy about the results.
So what do you think the big winning change has been? Is it the fact that you're learning to play with a lot more structure now?
Yeah, maybe. And the player changing, I think it's really helped us about this.
Yes. So tell me about your new initiator, Marty. She's got a lot of experience in Game Changers. She played with Toka on a team in the past as well. Why was she the perfect fit for the team?
I mean, Marty's just an insane player. and it wasn't like hard to play with her because she was playing with Toki and Nasser, and she used to play 5 stacks with Lexa, so I don't think it would be hard for us. And she's like really good to have synergy, like she's insane.
So does that also mean now that the vibes, the atmosphere in Orchid is like, you know, more vibes than ever, should we say?
Yeah.
Does that also mean sometimes, though, that HTM has to pull you in line and get you all to focus?
Yeah, I mean, she's always mad. Like, sometimes we are over exciting, and she's calming us down. I mean, she's the idol. She has to be doing that.
This is true. So going into the match today then, how are you feeling about going up against Giant X? Because you did beat them in the group stage, but it wasn't a one-sided affair. So how do you think you're going to be able to beat them again?
I think we just need like to play confidence and just play the same. Like, we don't have to overthink. I think it's gonna be like not easy, but we can win against them.
And you're in the upper bracket as well, so it's not a do or die situation. It's just win, and potentially you can still make it to Seoul as well. Thank you so much for talking to me today, Lean, and we'll see you on the server.
Okay, thank you.
Love talking to Lean. What a talent, Nami.
Yeah, what a talented player. I remember seeing her back in 2023 with the Saudi team, back then in like national team competitions, and she has been insane ever since. She just grew up, and honestly, the aggressiveness coming from her, it's so unexpected. I remember also seeing some tweets earlier this year from Zerons from G2 about how unexpected her talent is and how her plays are so unexpected, so aggressive, and that's what gave them the upper hand so many times. So it's just so fun to watch them play.
Yeah, this is the great thing about Game Changers. We're seeing these really young players like see this competition and see other women doing amazingly well and being really inspired, I'm sure. Thank you so much though again to Lean, but let's move on to talking about their opponents, Giant X, because this is a team that has placed second in both stage 1 and 2, but in some ways you wouldn't think that because they're constantly making changes, Meg.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about this earlier off the desk, but it is incredible to me kind of looking back at Asuka yesterday talking about the changes they were making to help them improve. Whereas it feels like, you know, obviously you want that #1 spot, but really if you look at the Giant X year as a whole, they have done pretty darn well, you know, coming second in both stage 1 and stage 2 in very close fashion as well against Carmine Corp. So, you know, interesting, but I'm glad that Smurfette is back, and we did see Giant X do very, very well yesterday.
Nami, must have been really exciting seeing playoff Smurfette. Like back in action.
It's always exciting to see Smurfette playoffs, and especially when it's so close to making it to champs. She's been the reason back then Gildex made it to champs, and right now she's just also last year I remember her being like so important when it came to the qualifications, and right now again she's only played 1 best of 3 and she's been on the top of all those stats. Even her clutch percentage has been so high. So this is definitely a player that you really want to have in your team when you're looking at champs.
And another benefit of this is we get to see Toki back in her comfort zone on the controllers. But has she brought a bit of that duelist spice she's been working on into the role? Let's hear from her in her first ever interview. Toki, congratulations are in order because you're going to Seoul, you're going to the Game Changers Championship. How do you feel?
I feel so good. Like I was like Korea, you know, it's like insane place to go. I never went there, so for me it's like insane.
And how did the team react yesterday when you found out? Because I don't know if you knew when you won your match that you'd be going, so what was the reaction like when you did find out?
Like when we won, it was like we won nice, you know, like we were celebrating and stuff. But then Asuka said, "Guys, we qualified," you know, and everyone was like, "What? We did it? Really?" Like it was like everyone so happy, and we were like kinda on shock, you know.
Yeah, but you deserve it, and we're very excited for you.
Yeah.
Does this news mean it changes the mindset of the team going into your matchup today against Twisted Minds Orchid?
I think, yeah. Like, today, like we talked yesterday, like we don't have any pressure because we already qualify, you know, that was the goal, principal goal. But like, of course, we want to win. I think that Twisted has the pressure today, not us. So maybe that gives us an advantage.
And also for you, it's amazing to see you performing so well, because I would have thought you would have pressure as you've been practicing Duelist. Now you've gone back to Controller, but it looks like you're really enjoying being a spicy, aggressive controller, Toki.
Yeah, because like when I was playing Duelist, I understand that you need to make aggressive plays to win the round. But when I was playing Controller, I knew that if I do aggressive plays, maybe it's hard for the team, you know? So I found the balance between doing aggressive plays or passive plays, you know? So I feel like I'm doing good.
And does the team support you in this high-risk, high-reward playstyle?
Yeah, when I didn't play before with the Smurf, but when we were playing, I feel like she understands completely my game style because we think the same way, you know? We were playing Duelists, so both we know when to play aggressive, how to play aggressive, what utility we need, you know? So I'm feeling I have good synergy with her.
And how's the rest of the team finding this last-minute reshuffle for playoffs as well? Because obviously a lot of roles have changed within Giant X, and now suddenly you're kind of shifting back. So what has that been like for everyone else?
It was at the beginning like hard for the team because all the change and everything, but we stick together, you know, all the decisions we took, like what the teams really need. So it was hard at the beginning, but now we are close each other and we are enjoying, you know.
Well, I'm really excited to enjoy watching you guys playing today and in Seoul as well. Congratulations again, and thank you for the interview, Toki.
Thank you.
I keep using the word excited, but it's true. I am excited to see all of these players, especially as Game Changers Championships is on the horizon, and the final of stage 3 for EMEA is in Istanbul at the start of November. Do not forget to get your tickets, all right, because you know you want to see our best 2 teams in action on that stage. The question is, will Giant X be one of them? Will they make it to their 3rd consecutive final of the year? Now let's talk about Toki, because that was her first interview. It was really interesting that she pointed out the fact that she doesn't normally get to play on a team with Smurfette, especially when you've got 2 duelists, so Smurfette being benched at the end of stage 2. Meg, you're particularly excited to see the energy that Toki is bringing to the controller role.
I have to say I'm very, very quickly becoming a big Toki fan, and there's one specific player I wanted to point out from yesterday on Bind that I feel like shows off her aggressive controller perfectly, and it was that B-site play on top of Truck. Just when do you ever see a Brimstone just stood on top of Truck holding sight? And like she said, you know, it's very, very different playing a duelist and taking those aggressive picks compared to a controller, because there's so much more risk if you lose out a controller in terms of being able to retake a site or fight back into something. But I do find that she is finding a good balance, and for me personally, it's such an incredibly enjoyable watch seeing her on that Brimstone and playing it slightly more aggressively, because it's so unexpected. Nobody's going to expect a Brimstone on top of B. Truck stood there. You know, it's crazy. I love it.
Should we take a look at the map?
Meg is a big fan of Brimstone as well.
I love me a Brimmy.
Oh, I see. The thing is, I like Brimmy, but can they please change the color of his mustache so I stop calling him Breach with a hat? I could never get over this. Anyway, like the more important things, guys. The map veto. We're not going to see Abyss or Corrodinami.
Now they opt to not pick these ones, and that like that feels for me like Twisted Minds right now have a weakness that's open that GX maybe can look into. But the first map that we will be having is Haven, which was a map that like gave a lot of advantage to Twisted. I think they've seen that they can pick up few weaknesses of GX from this map, since their record hasn't been the best on it. They only won 3 times, but that's with the old lineup. Right now there is Smurfette, so there can be some changes coming into this map.
So excited to see that bind. Again, of course, I am expecting Toki to play Brimstone the exact same way, and Smurfette had an incredible performance on that bind yesterday. This is actually a map that we haven't seen played recently by Twisted Minds Orchid in Stage 3. However, they did recently play this in a regional tournament, and they played Clove. So I would personally like to see that. And then, of course, you've got Ascent 2, which is a very familiar map for all of us.
I love the fact that these are 2 teams that don't play mirror competitions. And so I think we're going to see some really interesting matchups on the server today. Agent Select, however, is ready for Haven, our opening map. And this is a map that both of these teams are very comfortable on, Nami.
Yeah, I like to see the Neon lane on the Neon on this map. She's just so aggressive, and it feels like it fits her playstyle. It fits also the map as well, and I would be surprised if they go away from this pick. Also, on the other side, they prefer to go for the Omen Breach, which is like more comfortable. It's more standards. It gives you the chance to like have a lot of traps using the stuns, and it gives so much space to lane to be able to be that aggressive.
I do really like the double initiator from TWIS here, obviously starting off on that attack side. I think it's going to facilitate getting lean into that space, like you mentioned, Inami, very, very easily, and gathering that information. You know, we saw a lot of that with G2 and Carmine Corp, that extra information that you can gather from an initiator, which obviously Mimi provided on that KO. So I feel like we're going to see a similar vibe coming in from TWIS here.
Well, we are going to hear 2 new voices as we head into this final matchup of the day. It's the Scottish-Irish Alliance. It's Cairo and Witchman.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, the Gaelic guys are here to bring you through this matchup. I'm very excited for this one, Cairo. You've got Twisted Minds fighting to make it all the way to the grand final, take the dub if they're going to make it to Seoul, and Giant X, who, well, they don't quite have the same worries as their opponents coming into this matchup.
And that's the big thing, right? Giant X have already qualified 2 Game Changers champions after the last series, and they have no pressure, even though they come in as arguably the underdogs. And then the other side, Twisted Minds, the number 1 seed from group stage, now have all the pressure to go and win this split. It's a big task, but it has to start here on Haven.
And that it does. We'll be starting out the pistol round very soon, with Bind being GX's choice. You have to hope this is where Twisted Minds will be able to have that little bit of an advantage. And looking back over the year so far, the stage, I should say, so far, it's definitely been one that's brought them a lot of success. A little change up from GX and Compson. We'll see if that comes to benefit them. Pistol round already underway, and it's going to be a big fight on middle, with GX taking the first, but Toka with an immediate response. And we're down to a 4 versus 2.
I mean, straight away, the players of Twisted Minds want to go and take that B space, but look at the backlines. Ava's so quick on the flank.
No more. Oh, and she'll catch 1 low HP. An easy fight on Lean, and now 2 players left. 1 desperately low. Toka did so much work. You can't expect much more from her being tagged this heavy. It'll be an easy pickup. Ness and Ava looking to close this one out in favor of GX. A defensive start, and they're grouping up together. I love this idea. Rather than splitting in from each angle, playing through the smoke, they'll look to isolate this duel. Needed the most. Stuck on this backside. Makes it past just as the reveal fades. That timing's perfect. They expect her to be behind the smoke. She's got the jump on the first. Stops the defuse. Twisted Minds with the pistol and a Red Bull clutch.
Oh, GX nearly bring it back from a 4 versus 2. And there should have been no way that they had the opportunity, but it was brilliant play of the 2 remaining players, of Ness and Ava. But just unfortunately, HTM goes 1 better for the Red Bull clutch and gets Twisted Mind the pistol. That's going to be great for an attack side start on Haven. Make sure all the momentum is on your side.
Oh, just a ridiculous performance, and again, I think I say this every time I cast her, but there's a reason she's hated the most. Plays like that, dodging the time and pass the Sova reveal. finding two, and look at the position it's left Twisted Minds in. They are now sat here with 4 weapons, 3 of them rifles, an SMG, and a pistol to play around, and their opponents have nothing. I mean, this should be an easy setup for a 2-0 start. But we have seen pistols cause problems before, sure, but 4 classics? I mean, if Ava doesn't get anything done here, it should be a quick conclusion.
Yeah. I mean, I just wanted to touch as well on the fact that GX have really good macro-wise, and their reads are usually spot on. You can see a body of 4 playing towards that B side. You can imagine they'll be very quick to come and support Ava here.
I think so. Nice shots landed. Marty able to at least trade it back and keep this nice and healthy for the side of Twisted Minds. Only losing the 1 player with Lexa coming in with a pistol. This is just fine. They'll end up with everything that they invested being carried through to the next round. And I think, as we said, you know, Ava was the one to do the damage there. And if not, you see how quickly everything else falls apart.
Yeah, the interesting part about this map as well, when we look at Haven between the 2 teams, is that it's actually the defense side that we see Twisted Minds be better on. I mean, a great start to the attack won't hurt, right? But I really want to like call out how good GX once again are at the defense side reads, especially from the last series that we saw them play, and how this now comes out on Haven and how they try and use that double controller to help monetize that, right, at the biggest advantage possible. An early A start, space taken, but it seems as Twisted Minds are very happy to just sit and kind of play a silence, violence, silence sort of play style.
I mean, it's always worth it. That little freeze in the middle of the round can find you so much value after initial bursts. The re-aggression comes through. GX here, though, they go for that control over A long. It's denied. They see presence there. No need to further aggress. And this is where you could maybe open up the door for that C long push for moving down through B. But there's presence there as well. Alexa throwing out some cages, making some noise, but the stack still on A, ready and waiting for this play to come through. Good trade to start it.
Yeah, just unfortunately the paranoia just didn't come through quick enough, and nobody to capitalise off the back of it. HTM uses their own paranoia at the same time as we see the drone clear out short. Seems as if Twisted Minds aren't fully settled on this finishing A, which you can imagine is a good decision with 3 bodies there. But 30 seconds remaining. Left. I do worry a little bit for how much this is going to play into GX's favour.
They were late rotating off that A site, though, and those players are caught behind the smoke. I think Twisted Minds throwing the paranoia. They played slow after the fake, but it might have worked out wonderfully. Lexa, the weak weapon in play, but 3 scalps claimed. Twisted Minds matching up with a 3-0 scoreline, and that is a devastating display on the back site.
Yeah, the hand cannon completely blows GX away. No chance of any sort of retort. Lexa playing a little off angle. I mean, the most important jewel is the player that swings her. She wins it. A bonus converted. And this attack side, which typically they only win half of rounds played, Twisted Minds, is off to a flyer. The momentum going to be really hard for GX to try and stop.
Without a doubt, yeah. And I mean, this is a round, though, where you've got a lot of sheriffs, a little bit less of the sheriffs in play now, with Smurfette being dropped so early on. Little jump peek attempt on A long, go for a bit of info, and go into the next round. There's going to be no further action for her. And as long as this is played slowly and with discipline, Twisted Minds should have an easy enough time. And look at that last round. They go towards the A site. They see a lot of presence there. They're honestly blessed to get the trade. And then there's an immediate, like, fake attempt. They pump the brakes. They wait to see what their opponents do. This is a team that's shown us that discipline. Although I see them moving to the A site. The rotates, the reads are there. GX, they put their eggs in the right basket.
They haven't. Ava's up close and personal with the Sheriff, unfortunately. Lexa has everything that she needs to deal with that. And 3 bodies on the site and not a whole lot of weaponry to back this. It might be extremely difficult. But Sarah, a player who's shown that she can get the Sheriff working, does at least get one, but she has left all on her own, and it will be 4 for Twisted Minds. Only 1 body lost, that was Lexa, and yeah, fair enough, a good round from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, having the 4 alive, like you look back at what the pistol, it's not the end of the world. Second round oh no, it was the second round, sorry, I'm thinking of, where they had the ghost pick up the other weapon. You walk through with 4 weapons. That's valuable for an early economy boost, but now doubling down in round 4, look at the credits for Twisted Minds. They have so much bankroll to fall back on, and for GX, now it's not just a matter of, hey, we need to crack the code, we need to win a round. No, you've got to win a couple of rounds now before Twisted Minds will feel any of that economy pressure.
Taking the fight on the front foot now, Mitch, trying to go and tackle A-Lobby, but Twisted Minds respecting that and seem to be looking to head towards the C site where the Viper and Killjoy are set up.
I think we've seen this a couple of times, right? Like when you see that aggression from GX, Twisted Minds look, they say, okay, you want to fight for that space? That's cool. Hey, take that space. We'll take the other spot. The place you don't want to fight, except there's 2 players here. That stun! It's perfect! They can't follow up with the Hunter's Fury comes through. Ava ends up taking down Ness. It's a disaster all around. Twisted Minds, 1 pick, but 2 kills in their favor. And now GX are left in a 3 versus 5 retake with no control.
Yeah, it's all falling apart. I mean, with 3 bodies remaining, you look at the utility to come back in with. There's plenty of it, but a 2-body deficit is really hard to try and come back from.
Is it even worth it? I mean, look at their economy. Think about where we're at. 5-0, but if Twisted Minds have all 5 players, hell, their economy is set for the game. You want picks, you want damage, you want a round, but that may be too far gone at this point. They'll brawl and battle for it, but instead they are executed in broad daylight. A 5-0 start. And Twisted Minds, 4 players alive in the previous, 5 alive in this one, and they didn't even need to kill the whole enemy team.
I think the big thing for Giant X, talking about yesterday into today, was that they had a very slow start on Bing. It was 8-4. It wasn't until the latter stage of the first half that they came alive, and I can understand why we're going to see Asuka actually go for this timeout, right? Because it's not just the fact that it is a 5-0 lead right now, it's the fact that it's the manner in which Twisted Minds are winning it. Giant X just haven't awoken yet.
No, they are slumbering right now. 5-0, a pause called, and time to reconnect. But even then, I mean, you are looking at, it's not just the 5-0 start. These rounds have not been close. They have been dominant for Twisted Minds. You look at the other side for GX, their economy in the bin, Twisted Minds sky high. They've got maybe 3 rounds of full buys in it, depending on how they invest. Ultimates, well, maybe we could end up in a better position for the coming full buy for GX, right? For round 7. But they shouldn't be online here. They shouldn't be used if they are, as it will be a low buy. This is a really, really bad start for GX. And we did mention, you know, this is obviously Twisted Minds' pick. This is a map that they've had a lot of success on so far this year. And you touched on the fact that, you know, typically on their attack, they're winning like half the rounds. A lot of those are starting, you know, they're starting on attack. So they're playing out the full half, and it's like 6-6. So already meeting the bar, it seems, and this time they get aggressive on the back of GX looking for that A control so frequently. Twisted Minds take the fight to them.
I love it as well. Oh, nice shot from Ava. At least get something back in their favour, but I mean, overall, every single body is so isolated in Twisted Minds. They divide and conquer. And that's the big thing about Twisted Minds this split, is they've just gone from strength to strength. That's been their year. I mean, GC Split 1, they never even qualified. GC Split 2, they went to playoffs. GC Split 3, they are the #1 seed and the biggest opponent to G2 qualifying to GCC. It would be an unbelievable storyline if they could continue that on 4th, and with a 6-0 start, you can start to almost believe in it a little bit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, one of the things I was thinking coming into today is, like, it's a big task, even for a team that's done so well this stage. It's a very big task to make that grand final, to win that grand final. You know, we talked about them making the grand final when it was still possible for G2 to finish 4th place, but now that's out of the question. They've got to take the dub. The one thing that they need, if that's going to happen, is to come in today and look solid. GX have been, I think, on an upward trajectory looking at that last game they played. They've got that little bit, sure, less pressure, but that might almost feed more into their favor, you would think. And so you come in today and you look dominant against them. You look good. I believe then that G2 should be worried. I believe whoever you meet in that grand final should be as well. And the face they're showing right now, I mean, they've dealt with every bit of aggression GX have put out. They've made the right reads. But GX's time will come eventually. It has to. And this is the round where it really needs to be found. Great punish by Ness. Pardon me.
And on top of that, GX, look at the way they're trying to be expansive and take control. An Ice Roll and Thunder to take the site and a trade out. But overall, there's still worrying factors here. The fact that GX have full control of backside and a wall to support. As soon as the wall drops, so do the bodies. But HTM is the rescue. That's the saving grace. Spike down on the ground. Plenty of time to play with. But it's about when GX go for the re-engage. A little bit of information, trying to spam through. They know those bodies in the smoke, and when they come out, it's an even trade. A messy fight in the end, but GX finally get their first round.
A desperately close one at that. And Cairo, think about how we got here. Look at this, even in the replay, you see what you were talking about, the triple stack on that backside. Even after the wall falls, that almost baits Twisted Minds into that battle, into this battle that is stacked heavily against them in terms of the odds. And yet it's an incredibly close round. Again, we see Hated the most. That, by the way, is the first death that she has acquired. It has been nothing but success for her. And hell, put 4 extra bullets in that rifle, and she probably gets it as well. So Crosshair jiggles, who was not happy with the initial shots. You've got a whiff out of HDM, and that's after 3 kills. So let's see if that continues, because we still need to find that spark of hope for GX. A round on the board's a great start. Let's see it convincingly.
I mean, Viper's Pit invested from GX. The fact that they have the full, nearly the full ultimates available here. There's still 3 available for Twisted Minds, and that's the biggest worry right now if any execute does come in, and this is a very quick one from Twisted Minds.
Great stuff. Good reveal for backside. Ness and Ava, though, able to fight for that space. Hated the most. Just someone needs to put a stop to her. She's finding so much value. Team P on top side. And a pick found. Smurfette fails to punish as the smoke fades, and now they're pushing it down. But great stun! A phenomenal stun from Smurfette! It gets her the triple. She caught them all in it. And that's what I'm talking about. A little bit of confidence, a bit of wind back in GX's sails.
I mean, Smurfette was by far the most standout player. Unbelievably lights out. And I was thinking to myself, can Smurfette come back in and give us a repeat performance and show exactly why she shouldn't have been the one to get dropped if there was to be any changes for GX? And so far, she's proven why she is the player and why she is renowned. I hope she can continue this on for the rest of the series. As Twisted Minds again start with a quick A-pop.
Yeah, at least the fight onto A-long up towards this choke point has been a pretty consistent. It's not every round, but it seems to be something Twisted Minds want to take out of the hands of GX. And when you see how frequently GX fight for it, it makes sense. The drone sent out here is going to cause problems. The rest of the squad's left. It's only Hated the most here. HDM in the corner. And she's avoided that drone. Oh, Smurfette, though, puts her in the ground.
I mean, wasn't even looking in the right direction. A tap of the spike, baiting out utility. You know what Twisted Minds are exactly wanting to do here? Re-hit back in. In fact, it looks as if they're actually going to try and poke in towards C, see what utility they can find there. But that spike is still outside B main.
They've pulled the rotates for a moment. GX thought about moving to the C side. They cleared out A-long with the ult. The defense of B is still very much on. Sarah inside the cage, but it's going to fall in a moment. Lex is waiting on the other side. Paranoia fired through. That's going to force them back. Gives a little bit more space to Sarah, and she will work with it, and then some. A triple kill from the Viper, and a 6-3. The climb back for GX is very much on, and it starts with that kill. This round could have been a disaster if HTM finds the kill on A, and then has this constant presence in the back of their mind, but Smurfette did so well to land it.
Yeah, now that's 3 in a row for GX. The momentum now starting to get towards their side, and this is what you said, Mitch. You know, there needs to be a few rounds put together if there's going to be some damage to the Twisted Minds economy. Well, that's happened, the damage has happened, and now we're getting very close to a swing round. Lane even having to go towards just a light shield and a sheriff because she has that ultimate in the back pocket.
Yeah, bringing her own armory to the server. I got 3 rounds left to play for. Big resurgence from GX. Twisted Minds finally getting pushed to the limit of their economy, and I mean, considering the start they had, that's a hell of a task. It might even be the hardest job done for GX, and maybe I shouldn't speak too soon. Plant coming in on the A site, GX playing the retake. And there's no wonder why when you look at Ness's ulti.
100%. They are well aware of the positions that they need to hold. A little drone out, maybe to just try and catch up any information here. But
Toka.
There's your confirmation.
There's Fury fired through. That's going to counter it out completely. All shots landed. I wasn't sure about the first, but clearly it did. Twisted Minds now hold safe on site. All their numbers here to battle with, and they're winning all the fights. GX, they put all their eggs in one basket in this case. We've seen it with the rotates where it worked out, but this time it's fallen. And this round cracked wide open by Twisted Minds. It will not be taken back in the other direction. A 7th on the board now for the attacking side.
Yeah, and do you know what? On top of that, you can see Twisted Minds, they had what they needed, right, in terms of creating a plan for when the ultimates were going to be used. That heads up to think about the future once the spike is down. I mean, some of the best teams in the world, well, we've seen Tier 1 teams not even being able to do that. So, with that being said, there's only one ultimate left in play. That's HTM's. I mean, I want to say that won't have much value in the round because it's the Omen ultimate, but let's be honest, Mitch, it's HTM. Probably she'll find some way to find value.
Honestly, I was hoping you'd say one of any value, because I can already see it coming back to bite you. In anyone else's hands, maybe I agree. Anyone, but I think Hated and Boo, those are the two I'll always be concerned about. And I like this from Smurfette. They've been fighting on long, but that's exactly why this works. Getting up close like that isn't expected, and that space that's found on the back of it converts to a kill. Twisted Minds losing Hated the most, so you know what? You would have been bang on in this round, Cairo. That ult's not going to do anything.
Cheers, mate. A little bit of utility on towards the B site. Shock did miss the alarm bot, and you can see Paranoia being held in case that did get activated. A little trap for the B main. But Twisted Minds, a little bit apprehensive in the way that they're moving throughout this map right now. It looks to be a C split when you see that Lane is so far up towards C. But I don't think there's a real decision made right now by the attack.
No, I mean, still leaving a player towards C long. Is this just going to be a pump fake? Trying to drain the utility. Well, Lexa's been shot through the smoke. The cage thrown gave her away, and now it's the convert onto the C site, but the rotate's already in. GX have numbers here. The first is Ness who falls, but 3 players behind the wall. We've seen this before, and it worked out in GX's favor. It was close, but it was Hated the most that tried to carry them across the line. Who's the hero this time? It doesn't look like anyone is. Toki on the other side, a triple for her. Really is Omens on that C site showing up as a 4th is locked down for GX.
I think as well, when you're on this defense side, I would like to say that you're a little bit, you're looking for that 4, right? That's the kind of the baseline that most people expect it to be. I mean, with that being double controller, does that tend to be a little bit further ahead? You know, that baseline, should we expect 4 or even, sorry, 5 or even 6 perhaps? But I think considering the start that Giant X had, they'll be happy with this. The worrying aspect is for the last round, Marty just got the Rolling Thunder back. So my favourability would say that this is probably going to end up at about 8-4, especially with Twisted Minds having that advantage.
Oh, Lean certainly agrees with you. That's Smurfette down and out of the round early on. Flash going to be used to take a bit of space towards short, or at least to push those players back. The drone from Toka, well, it was certainly thought about, but a freeze is called. Twisted Minds just wait, realizing that, okay, we've got a pick, we've got space. They have to react. They have to do something. And as they wait, eventually, They'll be the ones to forge their own destiny. The drone goes down, clears out short. A lot of presence towards this A site now from Twisted Minds, and it has been noticed by GX. They've made the rotates.
Yeah, I've respected everything that's been put forward. The utility on the site, I mean, you've got Eva holding on towards that info dart, and that's probably going to be triggered off of Toki's jump spot. Oh no. Their own Thunder catching the entry into the site as well is so difficult.
Yeah, I was worried about Hated, but HDM TP'd back, cancelled the ult, and that ultimately puts a nail in their coffin, it seems, as Sarah takes them all down walking through that choke point. GX, again, having the 3-player rotate ahead of time, this worked out wonderfully for them. We saw the same on the C site in the previous, and here it's because so much control is kept by Ness across that map with the Killjoy utility, garage mid, and C. A wonderful resurgence from GX. They look down and out, but they have bounced back. Let's see if they have enough to take this map after the break. Welcome back, folks. 7-5 when we left you. Twisted Minds mounted an impressive start to this map, Cairo. 6-0. But they have been caught up on, and the momentum, well, it may no longer be in their favor coming into half number 2.
Yeah, it was an excellent timeout that came out that ended up managing to shift the tides into GX's favour. And you know what? If I'm Twisted Minds, I'd be a little bit hurt by the fact that they weren't able to go and get a bigger advantage. But at the end of the day, they actually favour the defence side, winning near enough 70% of all rounds played on Haven defence. So, do you know what? Twisted Minds, I'm excited to see how they play this defence side.
Standing ahead.
Go, go, go! Shortcut!
Well, there's certainly a lot to be excited on, or excited for, pardon me, after that first half. And here in the pistol, somewhere that HDM started off with flying colors and seemed to continue all the way throughout that first half. That it was Twisted Minds who got to start out with aggression. They got to choose where the fight was taken, and this time that's not the case. And in fact, they can't even decide to take the fight on C, as that space has been fully claimed.
So if I had to, like, GX have been sitting on that space for a while. Twisted Minds initially had 4 bodies here, but with that spike tap, they'll now know that this was the right decision, and they're going to be a little bit late coming back in, giving GX time to go and maybe fight on the front foot.
Oh, Toki spotted just the very tip of the head, and it will be damage done. Stun sent through. Lexa good for 1, but Lean will be forced back. Good snake fight from Sarah. At least buys time. Puts players desperately low as well, with Lean and Marty clinging on for dear life. That shock dart fired in almost massive damage, but Sarah still holding strong. Another big round from her with the 4K connected, and the pistol for GX. And that closes the gap into just 1 round.
I mean, genuinely, Sarah is one of the most impressive pistol players that we have in Game Changers. From the Sheriff clutch that we saw on Ascent yesterday to now a 4K with the Ghost on Haven. A genuine asset to have for GX to get things started off right, and it's like we said in the first half, the attack winning pistol will be the greatest thing that GX need to kind of close this gap, but also get momentum started on this side.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, it's going to be a big deal. You saw how much Twisted Minds were able to get off of that initial start. What, 5-0 up? I think they had max money on 3 players. And it gave them a buffer Even though they lost a couple of rounds, they were able to scrap out for what little was still floating about. Now, that's not an ideal start. It's only going to be the pistol loss, but one player down here on the attack side. Pistols from Twisted Minds able to find massive value. And it really comes down to if Toka's able to get early information here. There's no reveal online, but it's coming back in 5 seconds. And if that lands and they find out they're on B, the rotation can come in quickly from Lean, and you already have 3 players there. Even with pistols, this could be dangerous.
It's just the bodies to trade off of, right? That's the big thing that Twisted Minds will be looking to play with. I mean, HTM already has the smokes on towards site, and it's only really one to work with here, and GX apprehensively move up, scaling slowly, and it's those classic right clicks that get to work, and that's 2 kills, an upgrade to be had, a Marshall in hand. Ava now looking to assault backside by herself and making it work. The Bulldog can't quite roar towards the end of the round, and it's Toka that ends up winning what should have been a round to GX.
I gotta say, I thought it was going to be Toka's information, initially spotting the players on short, maybe the recon dart that could have changed the round, just getting the numbers here, but it was Toka herself taking matters into her own hands, and you can see in the replay from the boot camp, certainly a good atmosphere in there for Twisted Minds. This is what we talked about for GX, the momentum build, the chance to do what their opponents did and have this very early advantage. Well, that is all gone to hell now. 1-to-1 trading out early rounds, but that puts GX in an awful position. They've got pistols and a single rifle here. They didn't invest massively in the previous, so that's something. Well, they've already lost Toki on the way through. And if they lose this round, 9-6, and it could be a big economy buff for Twisted Minds. That's got to be the name of the game here, Cairo, is to do damage, to at least make this costly.
Cage triggered.
It's the fact it's a hero rifle on Sarah as well. It's not anything too great, anything too massive. I mean, it just, what is that from Lexa? Spam through the smoke, can't quite connect onto what she can see. As Ava is able to get the trade, a 2 versus 3. But it's still that weaponry advantage that Twisted Minds have at the same time. Ness rescues the rifle, and we settle with no engagements at all.
It's going to be a double peek backside, but the timing is way off. Marty goes out, and Lee is only just making it to the corner. Luckily, peeking a little bit later has worked in her favor, but we talked about for GX damage, and they've already done it. Look, the job is done. How much more can be found? It's a 1v2, 20 HP on Ava, both players on site, and HTM, not a player you want to be facing. No matter where your health bar is at, it's sure to finish at 0. 9-6 for Twisted Minds, but it was at least that little bit costly.
I mean, that's the big advantage here, is that GX did make them make Twisted Minds work. And I guess at the same time, they also got to test the limits of what they can get out of using this wall, trying to get deposits in towards that A shot. But look towards C. Look at what's being set up by Twisted Minds. There's a breach, there's a neon, there's also an omen, there's a trap play at hand.
Revealing area.
It looks like they might be falling for it. You know, 3 players moving towards this position, but it could just be securing the orb early. But as they attempt that, here comes the cavalry. Lean able to find the first, and they just back out. Not greedy, not overplaying their hand. That's a 5v4, and they'll be happy enough with that. Toka, I don't think, caught the information on the crawl. Oh, okay, actually, she must have already thinking about putting the drone out.
Yeah, 100%, and now GX are left scratching their head as to how they get back into this one, right? Trying to find a pick. Sarah identified, but it's that the player of Nest, the KG that's found a little insert, a little gap to try and work with. HTM, though, holding the cross, denies that. So now GX have to go and look elsewhere.
Yeah, looks like it'll be a slow approach. Look how spread they are right now. Looking for any aggression from Twisted Minds. It's a 5v4. It's not going to happen. The most you get is Lexa defending her trip, trying to find the pick off the back of it, and a snake bite's even going to be committed just to break that. It's very costly. Presence now on the C site. Reveal going through. It is keeping the 3 rotate in position at least. They don't have to worry about B on Twisted Minds because they've got that trap wire. But after seeing a reveal and nobody pushing and no noise, the rotate's underway. A site will be more stacked up, and there's already 2 players waiting.
Cage has stopped them advancing any further. This has been an issue, but Tiny getting so low. It's if that spike gets dropped that we're going to see GX fall apart. I mean, they're trying their best to force it, but that's exactly what it is. It's trying to put a square shape into a circle hole, and it's not going to work out. It will be double digits for Twisted Minds on their own pick. GX, I think the past couple of rounds, when they've tried to play this slower approach, it's just not worked out at all.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it really has been a problem. And I think then you look at the fact that in this round, the investment is huge. Putting that Hunter's Fury in towards the end, we need to see a top-down change from GX in terms of their approach, in terms of their pacing, and there will be a timeout called by them for that exact purpose. Going back to the workshop, the problem is 10-6, we're down by 4. Twisted Minds have again got that momentum. Their economy's not out of control like last time. It's not being super flawless rounds or anything crazy, but GX will come in here with a mixed bag. We're looking at probably one full buy round before Twisted Minds are sat comfortably on that match point, or map point, pardon me. They will still have to play the BO3.
Of course. But the other aspect to that is that GX, they've been having major issues with how they're playing across the map in the slower rounds. And you could say that, like, oh yeah, the engagements haven't been great or whatnot, but they've not been really interacting with the Cypher setup. I mean, if you think of the past couple rounds, it's been one trap on short, one trap on B main, and GX have just allowed them to just sit there. I mean, sure, they've been trying to get rid of the short trap, but for the most part, I mean, Twisted Minds have been getting this passive information so much. And you look at the change up here, the Cyphers towards C, and that aggressive pack we saw on C long last time is now on A. They're ready to fight.
Oh, so is Smurfette. An easy pickup onto Lean. A nice shot as well. Sliding Neons can be hard to hit at the best of times, but Smurfette just pops the one tap from the Guardian. No extra bullets needed. Full confidence that that shot was going to land. Now we look towards this B site. An immediate pick on A. An immediate push to come in afterwards. Still a trip, but it'll be broken. And I like Marty's attempt to spam on the timing, but it looks like a plant will be found either way.
Toka's on the flank as well. Has the Odin in hand. It's not the best weapon you'd want for a close range engagement. A Viper's Pit invested as well. GX are sending all their chips to the middle of the field here.
Oh, great stuff from Toka. The Odin, reliable at any range. It's just a beautiful weapon. We need to see more of it. Marty hiding outside of that smoke, but as it fades, there's going to be two players facing her, and it's Toki with the pistol in hand to do the damage. This pit has made all the difference. It might be the savior for GX now, as with those picks, you play back into this late, and the round is already over, surely, especially with a snake bite still available for Sarah. Great utility management into the late round, and Twisted Minds sent, well, Toka sent running for the hills, as this round, one where I was pretty much counting them out. They have so many disadvantages coming through, but it has worked out. First of all, Smurfette finding that pick on A long was invaluable, but then that breach into the B site and a pick going down, that becomes a very difficult round indeed.
I think as well, the GX are just very good at playing with the pacing of rounds. When they know to like just pick up the pace, when they know to go slow, and where they know to react. That was a perfect example of it in the last round. But look at the economy state of the defense. They need to win this round cleanly, or GX could be hot on their heels.
Well, I think that's it. That's why, you know, we had that early criticism of sort of seeing that over-aggression, that over-pacing from GX. The faster rounds weren't working, and now look what happens when they sit back. I love the spam attempt, but when they sit back and wait and allow Twisted Minds to come to them, pop that early freeze for map control, they're able to find not just one, but back-to-back opening picks. As a result, Lean now is going to have to reconsider what is obviously in her wheelhouse is, you know, the standard way to take control on A main. It's not working, and so that has to stop. We've got to go to the B plan for Twisted Minds. And then again, we talk about, okay, the pace was too quick for GX. It wasn't working out. They were getting flattened. They've certainly made an adjustment. I mean, we're at the minute mark and there's 4 people holding A long from spawn. Like, that's a completely different profile than what we saw in those first couple.
And on top of this, look, 3 bodies get away towards shot without being caught by this Odin whatsoever. I mean, Toki stands tall and takes the engagement, opens up the A site, but GX have so much to work with when they go for these slower rounds.
Yeah, it really is just working wonders for them, and it's no surprise, especially here when you already have, I mean, Haven is a big map, right? There's a lot of space here to cover, and once you find that opening pick, you know wherever you go, worst case, it's probably 2 players. Best case, it's an open site. Right here, it's 1 player in the middle of the open, and Toki just aura farms sat in the middle of long as that wall goes down. So I think they've played this perfectly, and in fact, those 2 picks that they found seems to be all that they'll get, or all that they'll need, as Twisted Minds already have called for the save.
I mean, respectable, right? You don't want to try and assault into a 5-player stack with utility in the back pockets. I mean, paranoia is still there for Toki. The big thing for me, Twisted Minds started losing when they shifted Lexa from the C side to the A. They tried to go for something different, and it feels like this assault that we keep seeing from Lean, Marty, trying to like force the A lobby fight, just isn't working. 2 rounds in a row, Smurfette sat in a corner. This time she even had support and just waited for the swing out. I mean, that's experience at its best. You know when and how to deal with the problems put towards you. And yeah, fair enough to GX. Now they get the momentum back on their side, and there's a few ultimates close to coming online. Look at Smurfette, 1 away.
Yes, indeed. She's been finding early picks as well, 2 rounds in a row. We'll see if the same thing can come through here, as Twisted Minds have definitely forgone that A-long aggression. Instead, it will be Lean sent to the C site, watching for any presence there and sort of removing her from those early fights instead. Then how will they defend A? Well, obviously you've got the trap wires in play, hoping to hold down short, hoping to deal with deep A aggression as well, right? If Smurfette comes through long, slides towards the back site, straight into that trap wire, and it should be an easy reveal and kill off the back of it. So a much more turtled setup from this defensive side, and with no presence shown, it looks like GX want to test it out.
Seems to be the case, Smurfette the player to do so, but it just seems as if it's just an initial push on the site, you know, a little prod, see what the reaction they can get. The Beehive hasn't completely reacted, but Ness at the same time is activated on her own luck as she tries to get through B. There's also a TP towards backside from Toki, so this is looking quite problematic for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think just played like a fiddle, certainly towards that control. Okay, a bit of damage done. Sarah still makes it out relatively healthy, and it's this play towards spawn. Lean has no idea what she's about to run into. Oh, that was a little awkward, but luckily Lean wasn't looking the right way, so it will be cleaned up by Ava. No witnesses, so she can just claim that was a 1-tap. And we move on to this paranoia firing through the wall. Smurfette's found Lexa. Oh, it's gone from bad to worse for Twisted Minds. The flash was good. The sprays are better, but there's too many players. Surely Marty brings it down to a 1v1 as time is ticking, and it's ticking far too fast.
Yeah, it's won out by Sarah. I mean, GX finding 9, but I mean, that was definitely an interesting round, Mitch, when it came to individual engagements. Fair play for both sides to try, but it was topsy-turvy, and a lot came down to these 1 versus 1, the trades, the micro decisions being played off one another, and I think that's where we're going to see Vlad Court have enough and call a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game that I think at 2 separate points, the 3-1 lead in this half and the 6-0 lead in the first half, it's felt like Twisted Minds had complete control of the game. That has now changed. GX are again fighting back, and in that first half, it was very hard to stop them once they found their rhythm. So this is definitely the right moment to take that pause. 10-9, even if GX equalize and we see Twisted Minds put to an eco, you'll have that one more last-ditch attempt at a timeout to reshape this ship. But I think the reality is right now you look at GX and you have to wonder, I suppose, if the pressure was on, would it be a different game for them? Because this is a team that has already made it. Their goal is achieved, right? They're going to champion. So why do they care if they lose this game, right? And that means when you go 6-0 down, the pressure doesn't build on you. No one gets tilted. You're like, oh well, what's the worst that can happen? We go lower bracket, you know, we go out. It's whatever. Yeah. See you in Seoul. More time to practice. And I think it would be it'd be much harder, at least I imagine, for those individuals to keep in that positive mentality if there was more to play for. And I think that's unfortunate for Twisted Minds to come up against that when all the pressure's on them.
Yeah, I would 100% agree, right? Like, this is not the position you want to be in when you're underdog. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying that about an already qualified Game Changers Championship team, right? But GX are the lower-seeded team, and they've also had to make a roster change. Sure, it's Smurfette. Sure, I understand that, but that's the scenario that they find themselves in, and perhaps I'll go one step further. Yeah, there's no pressure, but perhaps there's a feel-good factor about GX after yesterday's win, after the qualification, and maybe Smurfette's return is exactly what this side needed.
Yeah, it very well could be. From what we've seen so far today, there seems to be few questions to ask in terms of her involvement. No surprise, really, is there? And we heard it from Toki in the interview as well, that they just work so well together on that double duelist when they do play it here. Well, it is an initial shutdown of Smurfette. She will be dealt with early on, and GX have to find a different solution.
30 seconds remaining though, and that's the biggest problem here. Is Sarah just walks again into Lean's rifle, a mad dash to at least one of the sites to try and get the spike down. But I mean, the longer that this time ticks away, the more that Twisted Minds can just stand in off corners, just hold for the players coming out.
Fury's fine time, 8 seconds on the clock as the plant is attempted. A disruption here would be huge, but Lean's playing this a little slow, waiting for teammates to come back in as the ult is popped and the shock dart steals away what could well have been the ace for Lean. Oh well, a round's a round at this point, as Angel would say, and 11-9 we go.
I mean, that's any way you can get it across the line, but Giant X, maybe the makers of their own demise there. The fact that they allowed the time to tick away so long. And yeah, at the end of the day, it ends up working out in favour of Twisted Minds. They're now 2 rounds away from finishing this one out, 1 from guaranteeing overtime, and they still have the Rolling Thunder in their back pocket as well for any retake. I mean, they're going to have to respect the lockdown that Ness has. No counterplay to that. And that's going to be the big tool that GX will need to perhaps get a round win and get one step closer once again to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously quite situational on the defense, and we saw that, well, there's not even time for that, is there? Smurfette's running it down. Never mind the lockdown to take space. This is a very different round than what I thought I was going to see instead. It is just full aggression to the B site, and then a late play to come through garage, through the window, and fight into the spawn. It's an ambitious attempt, and Lexa will shut it down. Some damage done, but it might not be enough. The plant coming through nonetheless. That lockdown, well, they'll have to find the right spot to use it for. The C-long plant, I mean, it would have to be on site. I don't think they're going to use it here. Twisted Minds have a good chance to capitalize now with a 5v4. I mean, it is going to be used.
Yeah, this is brilliant play, because now the lockdown being so far away will stop Twisted Minds getting on towards the spike. I mean, they'll be at back site, already cleared one, but that lockdown dispersing, I mean, what's GX got next for the post plan?
I mean, a player coming through garage, but hold off, and there's just numbers everywhere. You know, the lockdown, sure, it can be used on long. You know, it goes anywhere. It's not the spike. But I have to question that one. Giving them backside control when Smoker's still alive, easily you're going to just see that Omen smoke go up. You've also, at that stage in the game, not really got a numbers advantage to play off. You've not got a ton of utility to dump into post plant. You've not got like a Hunter's Fury to lock down the round. Well, no space to use it, certainly, even if you do. So it seems like panic stations there from GX. Yeah. A little desperate attempt in the last stages when they hand that control of the site. But hey, listen, those are the mistakes that happen in the chaos of a round. And now 3 chances to close this map out for Twisted Minds.
Once again, we start with the lobby push from GX. Smurfette looking to slow roll after taking that initial space. Toki will catch Toki, the opposite Omen. But nothing off the back of it. No response, realistically. And still happy to just sit on what they already have, Twisted Minds.
1:10 on the clock. Marty gets the fight. The first fight of the round, but she's sent back. I mean, Ness, at this stage of the game, you need 3 rounds in a row for GX. It is their opponent's map pick, but she's going walking up with a Sheriff in hand, the one weakness that they have, attempting to fight B. finds a successful duel, I think, all things considered. Hell, Marty's now on 4 health. So that's not a bad start. But again, this A break is really where we're going to find out how the cookie crumbles. The Hunter's Fury sent through. Big investment, a big reward. Toka down. The player hiding in short, who is lean, hasn't been spotted just yet, but will use the wall, giving away that spot and regrouping with their teammate. Big floor back in. Marty isolates one, and now it's looking a little awkward. Toki steps through the smoke to an immediate trade. Marty on another, and a quick shutdown. I expected more of a brawl, but again, an execution. When Twisted Minds win some of these rounds, they just look so good in the process.
Yeah, I have to agree, Mitch. I mean, you know exactly why this team now have been so good on Haven. The defensive protocols, everything that they showed us just there. I mean, play it 8 times, win it 6. Well, it's now 9 and 7. So there you go. The other aspect towards this was the only map that was a repeat from the last time these two played. It finished 13-9, and watch the result we get again.
Well, it is certainly an impressive start from Twisted Minds, a team that we need to see make it all the way to the grand final and take the cake in the process if they're going to make it all the way to Seoul. After their performance on map number 1, that certainly seems possible. Likely, well, I mean, that's something that I'm sure the desk will be keen to answer when we go there after the break.
One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. And you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata.
Well, if you just tuned in for the start of Haven, you might be forgiven for thinking this was going to be a one-sided affair. But then GX seemed to remember, we've already qualified for Seoul. Why don't we just have some fun with this, see what we can do with it? And the result, Inami, was a map that was a lot closer than we thought it was going to be from the outset. However, Twisted Minds Orchids, they did manage to take their map in the paper.
Yeah, at the start it feels like they just let Twisted Minds do their thing, play their gameplay, and it was like the aggressiveness of Lean every single time, being able to just open those sides. And every single time it felt like GX couldn't really have an answer until the timeout, and then they were like, oh, well, we actually can just shoot them back. And that's what works for them. Smurfette came in clutch in the one round, and then after that the entire team just, it felt like they got their energy back and they were just able to shoot really well. And yeah, with no surprise, Lean is the MVP for Twisted Minds coming into this match.
Yeah, I do think the timeouts were very effective for Giant X, like, you know, we said, just reminding them that, you know, even though you do have Lean running at you full force on Neon, that sometimes standing your ground and taking those fights or giving up that space early on and then taking that fight back on as a team is very, very helpful. And of course, again, on attack, just kind of playing things a little bit slower. I think we saw Lean run up 3 times on A, and it wasn't until the 3rd time she did it that she found success, because Giant X was standing their ground and letting her take that space and fighting her in main. So yeah,
it must be terrifying for Giant X though, going up against the Twisted Minds that look completely on form from the start. We should take a look back at round 3. I mean, any of them can get a multi-kill done, but this time with the turn of Electric.
Yeah, I think these rounds are important to show kind of Twisted Mind Orchid's aggression, taking these sites and holding these post plants. Here, you know, you see Lean taking Garage quickly and just Giant X not reacting or expecting it, and even the team kill coming in. I think they were forcing Giant X into making these mistakes by how quickly and aggressively they were pushing onto the site. So I don't think it's necessarily Giant X sort of not being a brilliant team, that because we know they are, and they showed that with how they came back. I just think that when Lean is running at you that quickly, what do you do? But obviously Asuka definitely spoke to them in the timeouts about that.
Yeah, those timeouts, as you mentioned, have been like super clutch for them, because every single time we've seen the momentum shift to GX side. Every single time we've seen them also being able to punish all this aggressiveness coming from Lean, because sometimes we've seen Smurfette either being aggressive herself and being able to pick up those kills, or on the other side we've seen them just standing still, using the Viper wall to be able to like just isolate the fights with Lean and just pick her up every single time.
I have to say, I've also been really enjoying watching HCM on both sides of the map. Her Omen was so sneaky, a sneaky TP for GX to deal with. Nami, let's take a look back at round 21 to just see how HCM sets her team up.
Yeah, this is like one of those rounds where we're like, oh, Smurfette can also be as aggressive, but no, you have the utility coming in from Breach, you have the paranoia coming from HCM that was just able to buy so much time for Twisted Minds to be able to reposition, and just they played this post plan so perfectly because they saw the Killjoy ult. She had to do it on site to be able to like secure the plant, not allow them to defuse, but they played it so perfectly. And I just want to say that like Marty is actually a perfect fit for this team, because she's also as aggressive. We've seen them just walk in and get all these kills, and that just secured the round for them.
Yeah, I do think they were really prepped and ready as well for Giant X's site takes. You know, they were willing to give up that space and then use that utility effectively to take that space back and work in their favor. You know, a lot of the times you were seeing them go into rounds with full utility still in hand, because they were confident in how that when they fight as a team and they come back onto that site together with all that utility in hand, they're more than likely to find success, which they did.
Well, let's take a look at the duel list in more detail. I just want to remind anyone watching, Smurfette is technically a stand-in for Giant X. She was benched at the end of stage 2, but she has come in for the team. Unfortunately, she has had to take a bit of time out. And she's obviously pulling them up by their bootstraps right now. However, Lean, Meg, is just continues to be a revelation. The more and more we see.
Completely not shocked. You know, we've seen an incredible group stages from Lean, again being sort of the second best duelist in the whole of EMEA right now, and she is just so incredible. I think the confidence, having sort of fostered her from a young age into this role and stuck by her and let her thrive, definitely comes to show on the stage now. And I think Smurfette obviously did find a bit of success shutting Lean down, and I think going into the next map, Bind, where we sort of see Smurfette on that raise, which I do think she is more comfortable on as a duelist. I do think this is a good warm-up into that, especially with the performance we saw her putting up on Bind yesterday.
Well, let's talk more about Bind then. We actually haven't seen Twisted Minds Orchid play this map in stage 3. Nami, do you think they've got some tricks up the sleeve?
looking at their match history, we saw a Clove showing up there. I don't think we will be seeing it in this map, considering how important this game is for them if they want to make it to the GCC. So I don't know how much prep they have for this map, especially since it's been a map that they were always banning second in all their vetoes. So I'm more excited to see if they will be bringing some aggressiveness and if they probably watched the VOD of GX yesterday and prepped for it.
But let's take a look at Agent Select and see what both of these teams are going to be bringing today, because it will be a different lineup for the side of GX as well, given that Suset did play during the group stage. Meg, your reactions, please.
I do really like this composition coming through from Twisted Mind Orchids. You know, I do feel like I'm talking about them quite a bit. Obviously, we did see Giant X yesterday on Bind, so we know what they're capable of. I really, really like this Deadlock play coming from Marty, I think, as well. Deadlock as a Sentinel in general facilitates the attack side so well, almost using them like an initiator. And I think for a team that has no reps on this map to date, well, in recent sort of stages, I think that this is definitely going to catch Giant X off guard, because it's not what you would normally expect in Game Changers EMEA.
Yeah, especially that they are starting on defense, so that will be giving them probably an edge, giving them the momentum, and we saw that this is a team that counts a lot on this momentum to be able to win this map. So we will see how their defensive side goes going into this map.
Well, I'm really excited to see that matchup between HTM and Toki. It's going to be berets at dawn for the Brimstone, so we're going to head back over to the Gaelic guys to get Bind underway.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm glad that name's sticking. Cairo, not sure if you feel the same. Listen, mate, banging first map. A close one, but two swings in each half, back and forth. It was GX who fell down, but now we move to Bind. How do you feel about this comp that's being brought out by Twisted Minds?
Yeah, I mean, it's a composition that's not normally run. And if I remember correctly, I believe T1 ran something similar towards the beginning of the year and then moved away from it. I think it relies heavily on switching up your setups, as you don't know which Sentinel you'll be executing it into. So I'm interested to see how Twisted Minds play not only this defense side, but this map entirely, because we've not seen it all year.
Yeah, exactly right. It was a obviously different roster as well that played it in kickoff. They played once, they lost massively, and then didn't pick it up again. With this roster, we haven't seen it. And I guess already was curious to see what the Agent picks would be. Now I'm even more curious. They certainly have my attention. As the defensive side, you said it's all about which Sentinel you run into. Well, you might run into both in terms of the utility. This A side only has one player, but it has two sets of Senti util. Not just the Razor Vines, but there is also a Sonic Sensor, I believe. Yes, there is. Smurfette just ran into it, so a huge amount of delay here.
And that's given enough time for bodies to get into the site and ready to get towards fisticuffs, but nothing just yet. A great grab net, and that, capitalization just from Lexa. GX able to battle away any more players in their vicinity. An advantage taken, a post plant well and truly in their favour.
Yeah, the thing is that weapon in the hands of Lean. On anybody except Smurfette, it is a one-shot weapon and a six-round operator, essentially. And this is going to be a problem if GX are forced into those open fights with no utility. They've got to confirm it's not being diffused, and out in the open they will fall, crumble to dust with Ness left alone. Halfway diffused already. The swing, buying time, 10 HP. Has hated the most will be the one to find that. A brave swing out wide, defending the diffuser. Well, you know what they say, it's not the hate that they fear, Cairo. It's the courage. And here, HTM brought the courage.
I mean, Twisted Minds, just the way they're able to just get that three stack of players into the site and just create a little pocket in which to play with. GX happy to allow them the space, and that was the problem, right? Then it was GX swinging into the weapons that you spoke about, like the Sheriff, like the Ghosts, and they won out on every single low player. So slow approach once again from GX towards this B site, but look at the amount of utility lying in wait.
Oh, that's it. As you said, the switch up. One time it's the A site that you can't go near because of all that utility. In the very next round, you're looking over here. Now, Marty, Marty has unfortunately been hit by deadlock utility from GX, but as I look, I don't see a deadlock on their side. I'm not sure how that's happened, but anyways, a 1-0 start for Twisted Minds, potentially under threat. Great molly, though.
Oh, it's just still trying to force their way in here, GX, as they continue to fight forward. Lexa got confirmation, those bodies heading our way, and that Spectre will knock them all down. It's like a hot knife through butter, an easy second round in the end after a little bit of turbulence, but it's smooth sailing.
That it is. Unlike our Sea of Thieves grinds, this one is off to a flying start. No planks needed, I'll tell you that. And for Lexa, look, a little triple kill early on. It's going to be a valuable ultimate coming online in the earlier stages, but those are the only orbs. On the other side for GX, there's not a ton to be played around in terms of ultis to lean on. What they do have, or what they lack, I suppose, in ult orbs, they make up for in weaponry. This is their third round. For Twisted Minds, the bonus, and for GX, a round that often, for most teams, you'll see approached with a lot of caution. You don't want to go through, especially on this map, actually, because everywhere you go, there's a chance for like a judge or a stinger to have an optimal fight against you. So it will be a very slow default from this attacking side.
Oh, that's big information. We've just seen the fact that Lean's pushed all the way forward, and Sarah knows that she's under threat. A nice TP, a pivot towards A, and everyone caught off guard, and not interacting with that Sentinel utility.
Not going to be bypassing it completely. The numbers are here, though. Evading the smoke is a risky play for the exact reason we just highlighted. A judge, a stinger up close. That's where they thrive. Marty does well to find one, and now this round becomes quite dangerous indeed. Twisted Minds. And the problem is, I suppose, for the rest of the fights, they'll be at a massive disadvantage unless they catch the players looking the other way. Sarah was lost, and now she has been lost. Along with the advantage for this attacking side, down to a 3 versus 2, 20 seconds to get that spike planted. They've at least found a safe corner to play from, but the threat here of just a full flood back from the other side, it's always looming. Reveal pop, it doesn't catch any information. Do they think the side is clear? Could be a chance for Ava to pop off, but it really is just too many players swarmed. Look, at the end of the day, this is a third round that should have been GX's, but Twisted Minds, they made great use of those weaker weapons.
I mean, this is the second time in a row on the defense. Sorry, yeah, on the defense side that Twisted. Yep. No, I apologise. It's the second time in a row that they've been able to get the bonus round converted. Right, in between both maps in the first half. I was trying to get it right if it was defense side or attack side. Couldn't get that one over the line. But hey, listen, Twisted Minds certainly.
I was willing to trust you whatever you said. I'll be honest. That was.
Well, it was more the fact that Twisted Minds just win a bonus round, right? And now they kickstart their map in the best way possible. Operator in Lean's hand, everything that this defense side need.
I think it's the second time on the defense side. Oh no. Fun's being had. Well, for GX, you've got a lot of pistols. You've got sheriffs in play. It shouldn't be this way, and my heart goes out to them for this early start, but okay. That's not a bad one. Smurfette able to take down Lean. Op on the floor will be recovered. I don't know about this one. We're running up close. That wall can be broken. I guess not that quickly by the pistols, and with the knife going through, Marty really felt it. The classic headshot to finish off a tagged up player, and then the weapon is dragged back. This is getting a little bit shaky, I'll be honest, but we're into a 3v3 and the op is safe.
I mean, all upgrades seem to be safe at the minute, but it is getting a little bit shaky. There's only one player in the back of sight. It is Marty. She's still under threat, caught out, and Ness trying to get an upgrade is the next one to go. So it's up to Ava. A 1 versus 2 does have the dog, but takes her timing instead, and now a Scarper to the A site.
Oh, this round was chaos. It was pure madness. I mean, look, for GX, with just sheriffs coming into this, they've already made it incredibly close. Ava grabbing the plant. Toka will be here in time to grab the info, but that goes right back at her with a Seeker finding its way right towards that player on short. Ava knows exactly what she's up against. Prowler fired through. The wraparound being attempted by Toka right now, but Ava's safe from it. Ships in the night at the moment. moving around this battlefield, desperately searching out their opponents, and perhaps Toka's now thinking the play was made into heaven. She's clearing all of this space towards the spawn, and in the meanwhile, Ava repositions, ready for the swing once Toka comes back in. A Red Bull clutch for Ava, a round where Twisted Minds not only had the weaponry advantage, they had an AWP invested into as well, and it just came crumbling down from the very get-go.
Yeah, I mean, this round was just all through the Sheriffs. Once again, GC Sheriff, we know how good it can be, but it's also the fact that GX were able to isolate the engagements that they wanted, were able to overwhelm, and hey, that's how you snowball your way into a Red Bull clutch. Now it seems like Twisted Minds, they're going to go for a bit of a half-buy, wanting to preserve the economy, and they have ultimates to support this as well.
No, definitely not around to turn your nose at, especially considering how the last one went. Round 5 for GX, and the tap of the orb by Smurfette brings her so desperately close to having that showstopper online, and it would certainly give them a little bit of a buff in terms of the ult economy. You look towards this short position, GX slowly putting pressure on the smoke. Not necessarily even going to keep them back, but the hope here is that Twisted Minds again get curious. They go for information, and they will be punished. For now, though, very patient display from the defense.
Right, just patience all round, right? GX, the biggest thing is just not to hit into the utility of the both Sentinels. And I mean, this one thought could be a canary in the coal mines, right? Like a red flag, a red herring, and GX could find themselves in a very difficult position very quickly as they start to move towards the B site, but time is getting low, and that's the biggest problem here, Mitch.
Absolutely. They cleared out so much of this utility, at least, and the player on this side is all alone. I mean, this is the main thing, especially when your opponents are on those low-buy rounds. If you go running into the site that doesn't have the double stack-up of Senti util, you go running into 4 players. And 4 players with stingers in their hands, that is not going to be a fun time for you. So I like this. They play it slow, they detect the util on A, they get curious about the B site, find that they've already broken a lot of the util, and now realize this is probably the side of the map that has the least players on it. Just textbook play from GX there, great reads across the board, and because of it, they get a flawless round, a big buff to their economy early on.
Yeah, I mean, this is what almost the setup demands, is a much more slower style of play. I mean, GX, they're happy to comply with that, right? We've seen it on Haven, we've seen it on Bind, and the way that they played it before. In fact, it was Haven where they impressed us the most yesterday on their attack side calling, because it was an almost flawless half. I mean, how many times do you see that? I mean, there's only one man that I can think of that's called it, even in Tier 1, like boast of the amount of times that he's been good. So it shows you what GX have in their back pocket, how good Ness can be when she's calling the attack side on Bind.
Wow, Marty has gone for an immediate ult. The deadlock ult popped on B long. It's found nothing. Nobody annihilated. As the A site now under heavy pressure, and it will be Ness taking any weapons away from players on site. They've evaded it, but in the process, given up full control to this attacking side.
Oh, that's a nice seize with a combination of the orbital strike. They'll get the kills from it. Twisted Minds are just completely dissecting everything, but the fight back's not looking bad until it gets towards the CT fight. GX caught out, forced into a brawl they did not want to take, and Twisted Minds double the lead.
Yeah, and I think GX, you know, you saw them in the smoke getting ready to blitz out and take a big fight on backside. They knew that they were up against what could be a deadly setup, but the idea here to get ahead of it, to take the fight deep into the spawn, to deny that sort of ult and util dump from Twisted Minds and be forced back into short or into the nooks and crannies and allow the space to go back into the defender's hands. I like that. I think it's a good approach, but the timing on the C's from Toka was just pixel perfect. I mean, technically, if it was like half a second earlier, would have gotten 2, but you know, you'll take what you get in this situation. And for Twisted Minds, they get a round win, which is all they care about.
Back into the next. Pressure on B long. I mean, there's a few rounds now in a row that we've seen these Sentinels play towards the B side, and that's another time where we've seen them get the value. A wall dropped in, confirmation that there's more than one body on long because of the spam of the rifles, so now Marty needs to be careful, and that she is. Still more delay coming through.
I don't like that net thrown through. Look at this creep up by Sarah. She's been spotted. Yeah, element of surprise completely gone. And with it being Smurfette that went down early on, you lose your showstopper, which is your easy entry in this round. Now you're at a 2-player disadvantage. You don't really want to put Orbital Strike into play. It's just going to be wasted unless you find massive advantages, and the fights do not even come close to going GX's way. For Twisted Minds, the team that needs to take the title to make it all the way to Seoul, this is again a strong start to map number 2. And it's even more impressive considering, you know, map number 1, Cairo, we look at and we go, well, look, they've played it a lot. They've had a lot of time to improve. But right here, this is somewhere we came in with question marks. This is an unusual composition, to say the least, and they are using it masterfully, at least for the defense. You know, I imagine, I don't know if you'll disagree with me here, but I imagine this is a comp that's going to deliver a bit better on the defense than the attack. So this is what they need.
I mean, contrary to belief, actually, Mitch, there was, you know, GT, the assistant for Gentlemates. He does a lot of statistic work, and like generally across the board, if you consider everything, that it tends to work out that actually double duelist is better on the defense, whereas double Sentinel is better on the attack, which is a very weird trend. But it's a nice that we see Asuka take some time to talk to his players, and we saw the value that GX got from this on Haven on their attack side, where they immediately were able to turn it round and get a couple of rounds in their favour.
I'm very curious to see. I think also in terms of double Senti, it depends in my mind on which Sentis we're playing with.
Yeah.
And when you look at, I suppose, these in particular, you do actually have 2 very good ultimates for pushing into sites, for taking space, for putting the pressure onto the defense when you're on attack. So I can definitely see that. Curious to see if Twisted Minds in particular will be able to deliver when it comes to the attack. But if that is the case, we could be looking at a pretty quick series here. Let's hope that's not the case. GX, 2 pistols, but 2 big ultis. Well, 3 indeed, but the players with pistols of ultis is more what I was saying. And the showstopper in particular is what my eyes are on. A player who got picked off early in the previous, but now is not peeking early, wasn't taking initial contact on that long push. It was Ava. I think the GX are going to dump at least the showstopper in if they find the moment, the piece of value, the bit of information to execute off.
I think there's an idea. Ping just went out about the position that GX have found themselves in. HTM solo clearing, and unfortunately the bullets have not hit. The showstopper does an even trade, but do they know about the second player? Because Ness wasn't identified. Still walking forward, Marty will get the kill, and now it's all on this stack on B.
Well, there it is. The showstopper fired through for space, but Lexa shuts it down before the shot can even be fired. Although there's still a bit of a battle brewing with Ava putting it down to a 1v2. It could be another clutch, and for GX, a round that they very much want. Oh, they're lined up too! The spray came so close! 5 health left on Marty. But a phenomenal round from her as well. Not just closing it out, but also, as you said, expecting Ness to be there on that A side, despite the fact that I think at that point she was left alone to cover long and short, and all she had was her utility, which is no guarantee of information. They can creep past it, but she was still conscious of that extra player being there, which, you know, good thing she was still alive for the late round, or that could have been a very different story.
100%. I mean, it's just that ability to consider what I guess is not to be expected, right? Still a couple of ultimates in play for GX, Orbital Strike and Viper's Pit. If they can get themselves into pose, GX will find themselves in a very strong position, but still struggling to deal with Sentinel utility and giving away at least 3 bodies outside of showers while not breaking the wall from deadlock.
Very slow approach indeed from this side of GX. And they're putting presence on this A side despite the creep up coming through. This is a bit risky though. They heard the wall, they knew there were thorns in play, and now those players inside of Hookah are left in a bit of an awkward spot. Ness looking to survive, honestly. Left down to 55. Toki's going to be tagged up as well. This might be where we start to look at GX grouping up and looking to push a site, because those individual fights are not going their way to start.
40 seconds remaining. A decision to be made. Where to hit into. Malty playing within the smoke and a deep clear as well for Smurfette. You know she's a player capable of doing it, and she will do it as they now taking advantage in towards the side take, even perhaps in towards the post plant if they can get there. And the Viper's pit, if you look towards it, is positioned towards CT. So players will either have to come from showers, which they have done through the TP, or even out through heaven. Nesto on the late re-clear, bodies in the site. GX have everything that they need to perhaps get this over the line, but the ultimate bringing players down towards just pistols and an awful strike as well to create delay. But Lex is so deep, not accounted for. Into the Viper's pit, she downs it, and now it's just left to Ness and Smurfette, a duo who has worked together for so long, will combine once again to get GX the third round.
Sensational stuff from Ness. Think back to the start of this round. She was tagged down to 55. She baited out the Vice Wall and the Thorns towards Hookah. She was the reason that this extra rotation came in where we saw Twisted Mind send Lean to the B site. So now it's a 3-2 setup. That allows for GX to get into the side of A, to get the Viper's pit down. And what does the low HP player of Ness decide to do then? Play a super late lurk through bathroom because they've got that extra delay. Even though the Viper's pit gets taken down, honestly, they're very lucky to find that on Twisted Minds. Enough time was bought, so much time was bought, that Ness is essentially able to win them the round at that point with 2 quick kills on players that are completely blindsided. A 6-3 scoreline. GX not letting this one slip quite as far as the previous map. This is their pick after all. And this round they're up against next to nothing, right? It's a very weak investment from that defensive side. Already a punish onto Lean. This should well be a 6-4 scoreline.
Hawk out! Blinded.
Oh, I mean, we've seen that position being played by the Deadlock a few times now on towards A, but Twisted Minds, happy to give up that B long extremity, play towards mid, and they've found a gap. Eva walking up close. This could be a disaster. She plays up in towards the Stinger and gives a rifle, or what I thought was going to be a rifle over. Instead, no, straight towards the B site they go. And GX will even get another kill for the Worries. That's Toka gone.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Yeah. From here, do you just go down to the spike? I mean, Marty can save the rifle. Or Marty can even give Hated the rifle and go down. We'll see what the decision is going to be. Looking for a bit more damage, evidently. Marty steps forward, the flank being watched. Ness is present in the back of their minds. At this stage, 1v3, some orbs to be found. Yeah, Hated, go for it. See what you can get, but Smurfette standing strong up top and now just 1 away from getting herself the showstopper. That's why I was thinking to save the rifle and go down to the spike or vice versa, because well, for GX, on their climb back, having a showstopper on the attack side is going to do a lot for them if they can find it, and now they will have it by the end of the half.
6-4, the scoreline that we expected to find ourselves at the end of that round. And with Twisted Minds probably going to be, actually looking at both sides of the table, Ultimate's going to be in play for these last rounds, depending on which way the orbs fall and people finding kills, which is starting to build up a powder keg of a round that could explode at any moment. I mean, B-long presence being taken, plenty of utility towards this B site once again, and we know how good this Vice and Deadlock hold can be, especially with the delay that can be bought.
No presence in Hookah though, really? Like, again, you have just Ness there? Is it going to be full commitment? Nice shot by Smurfette. Will be caught in the cocoon, and unfortunately, it's a big risk to blitz out here and look to rescue her. And even as they do, Lexa on the backside to take that kill. HTM on the sideline, but Ava catches Lexa without needing to jump on top of sight. HTM still not spotted the shorty, seeking her out, clearing the smoke. A snake in the grass now with a rifle back online. Well armed is Hated. And oh, the shot won't quite land for the kill. That was damage done. and won't finish off Ava either. She is still holding strong late into the round to spam enough to take her down at least. But the flank is coming through. They've seen Ness, so they think no one's behind, but now they found out Sarah most certainly is. A 1 versus 2, 6 HP, and time very much ticking. It seems an impossibility. Even a well-placed snake bite will close this round out, and GX should be within punching distance of neck and neck at the halftime. Again, we talked about that showstopper, and you see the value it finds on that entry.
And GX bring themselves one step closer on their own map pick at potentially making this 6-6, which would be a monumental half. I mean, again, GX are finding themselves in a position where they have to try and come back into a half, and do you know what? They're up to the challenge, right? This is the thing about Giant X, is they're a team that have had to rescue themselves from the depths this season. This split, nearly missing out on the chance to go to GCC as they were going to qualify through that one-shot match. I mean, everything else would be out of their hands depending on other teams. But we go back in to the fray. Twisted Minds looking to try and gain an advantage into the next half after having a great start.
Yeah, the impressive resurgences from GX, and again, I think we were 3-2 at one point. It was pretty close, but the momentum goes to Twisted Minds. They build up, and then GX, they take a moment and they find the solution. It's been a close matchup so far. But as you said, the chance for potentially that double Senti on attack to find a lot of value will look to GX needing to get that 6-6 scoreline, reset themselves. They're up against so much. No ultis of their own, an orbital strike, and a nightfall in play for Twisted Minds. Time already being played with here as the Vines run this clock down that little bit lower. 40, and they know that they need to tap that spike soon. An orbital strike is coming down, presumably as the tap comes in. Lean on the side. Oh, does damage to 2 players, but doesn't finish off the kills. HDM only finds 1. Nightfall coming through, and Lexa's already deep within that smoke, looking for the swing, but Smurfette's looking for Lexa. She found an angle around the side of the smoke, resets for another battle in the 3 versus 3. At least the spike is down. Time's ticking, but it's not gone that far just yet. The pressure not on GX, and as they find another pick, it looks like they've got the solution, but Toka is wrapping all the way around behind. Luckily, she will be spotted and left in a 1v2. It's an easy pickup for Toki. 6-6 at the halftime. I mean, for GX, that's a remarkable recovery.
It certainly is, and now they move on towards the defence, where we've seen them have struggles before, especially since yesterday when they played on Bind last time. That was an 8-4 half. We're going to need to see them go much better than that, right, if we want to see them win this map out. But with that being said, we'll find that out after the half.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get back into the game at 6-6 after the halftime break. Caro, I want to know how you feel about Twisted Minds' chances. They're on the attack side now, but we've seen GX connect 4 in a row before closing the previous.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice little bit of momentum to move in towards the second half, but the other thing you've got to consider here, right, is that GX had a poor defense side, only were able to win 4 rounds on the half, and as you can tell if you look towards the top of your screen, that will not not be enough to win out this map. So I want to see a much better defender side, and we were theorising as well, can Twisted Minds be better on the attack with this double senti?
Well, it's time to find out. The attack's off to a good start, but Sarah's quick for the trade from the grave. It will be the snake bite to do it. The venom lasting long after the Viper did. GX, they've not panicked. They've not over-rotated. I expected to see at least one player moving towards that B site. You still have Smurfette and Ness sitting down on A, but the re-hit towards this site will come down on long. In fact, the re-hit is from GX. They just go running it down, take that fight together, win every single duel, and leave Marty all alone.
I mean, how do you even begin this, right? You've got a Gravnet, I'm sure. 2 players in spawn. Already starting to wrap round. This is getting a lot more claustrophobic than Marty realises and knows that she needs to try and do something here. It's a good Gravnet. Isolates the duel onto Eva, but I mean, the shots are just not hitting whatsoever, and GX have everything that they need to get this over the line. A great pistol round and a nice re-clear on long.
Yeah, I think you had a couple of choices there, right? And I think the normal one for a lot of teams will be to start rotating, right? You're playing your rank game, big hit comes in on B, they freeze for a second. Those A players are already running towards you, knife out. The lurkers already got the A side. But instead, the fact that GX decide, okay, well, what can we do? 2 players, just walk it down. Let's re-hit a little bit of this space. Let's take it back. We either run into them and catch them off guard, which happened, or you get space for free and realize, okay, it's an A hit. Let's use up the Senti util and let's get the flank early. Beautiful stuff. Very nicely done. Lexa down and out of the round already. That opens up the door for the flank. This means Twisted Minds need to be much quicker, and quickly running through a smoke up against a full buy when you've got classics. I mean, you know, I don't actually have the stats on hand, but I'm pretty confident it's not a great idea.
Yeah, exactly, mate. You don't want to attempt that, and at the same time, while Twisted Minds just stop and wait to see if anything comes their way, GX are not waiting. They are being proactive. They're already re-clearing with the dog, the Trailblazer, towards A showers, so they know the players are in there. The spam's working out, and even on top of that, look at Sarah. She's on an adventure. The Fellowship of GX are ready to clamp down on any players trying to get out of showers, and they have exactly everything that they need to do it. This is the easiest round I've seen GX play so far this series.
Yeah, I mean, fitting that it's against classics. I'd be worried if it was rifles where you were saying that, but it is a much needed one. Converting that 2-0, we've seen some hiccups in the early stages of a half already. So for them, doing so in a flawless manner as well with the investments that they had, it gives them a lot of wiggle room coming into this this round. You know, you've got 3 Guardians to work with. It's not like ranged fights are going to be a problem, which you think back to the last sort of bonus that we got to see, and it was Stingers for the most part, so, from Twisted Minds even in the first half. So a much stronger position, I think, than the 2-0 that Twisted Minds started with on their defense.
Look at how many bodies GX have towards this B site. There must be some sort of anti, right? There's no way you just commit this many bodies ready to fight through. Unless Twisted Minds... Are they going to hit the TP here? I mean, you've got one player looking towards A showers at the minute.
Well, it will be a very, very slow play. I wonder what they're waiting for. Aggression, perhaps. And that is exactly what comes in. But just as Twisted Minds started to move towards a hit, now that does mean that they get the jump on Ness, but Toki going straight back out of Hookah alongside 2 teammates gets easy control of the site. What they have on B, though, a lot of control. It's not quite the same on the A site. The name buys a bit of time. That's made this a bit more difficult. Smurfette's now in position, and that line not expected to be held so deep into the round. This is a Smurfette masterclass with the Guardian. And as we said, when it comes to individual fights, it's not somewhere that GX fall way behind on this bonus round. And I think we've seen that very much play out. 10 seconds, a 1v4. And I guess a chance for damage if nothing else, but considering the economic position of GX, I don't think they're going to mind losing 2 players.
I mean, just looking at that round, right, a lot slower, you know, Mitch, I'm not the smartest cookie in the old jar, but after watching that, it seems like GX very happy to like play for more of a delay setup on that A site with Smurf just playing towards heaven, and then they were always going to be re-clearing through mid and hopefully playing for like a late flank and they're later into the round, but walk into a player able to win out the B fight, then Twisted Minds are left trying to scramble and get the round back in their favour. Overall, a really nice plan from GX called, and definitely one from the old strat book. But moving forward, I mean, hey, they've broken the buy of the attack. They now have a chance to really kick on, find double digits, and that's why we're seeing Vladko go for the timeout and try and get something back in his team's favour.
Well, it certainly worked. Looking at the previous map, I think a lot. It was 10-9 when Twisted Minds called that timeout. They ended up 13-9. It was pretty flawless, and waited, despite a big comeback from GX in the first half, waited until that last moment to call for that timeout, to take their moment to reset and reestablish. Now, coming into round 16, this is definitely the time to do it. You've got a round where there's still promise. You've got Stingers, you've got Light Shields. Hell, in some games, that's basically a full buy. And for GX, economy, still breakable. Dense and damage is a necessity in this round for Twisted Minds, but they essentially get to discuss two chances at claiming a round. This could be a big TP play, though, from GX. They're going aggressively behind, and the flash used to initially clear this out, but it's Toki who finds the double. Unfortunately, you throw yourself into the chaos with Stingers on the other side, and it doesn't always go your way.
Yeah, I mean, GX not knowing the full picture, unfortunately walking to a trap of their own making, and now also gift wrapping some upgrades, some rifles to pick up as they continue to try and move towards A. Smokes down on site, and GX happily with the control that they have as they move in towards lamps.
This is it for GX. Where do you go? No information, nothing to play with. This could be a rotate back to the B site. Hell, they could be waiting on short for the battle, or, well, as we can see, just turtling towards bathroom. And the problem here, oh, GX were thinking, I don't know if it's because of the wall, I think it's more because of the flash pop, but they decide to go back towards this A site.
30 seconds left.
And now they've heard the utility, they know that this is where the players are. Twisted Minds, no longer a free site, no easy plant. They've got to cross, and it's Sarah that they're crossing. Although Toka's able to drop her, it's all down to Ness. Flanking up, catching Lexa, and knows exactly where the last player is, thanks to the plant. A big swing from Ness. Locks in the round for GX. This was just Stingers from Twisted Minds. It should have been GX's round the whole time, but that got incredibly dangerous, and Ness has just bailed them out.
I mean, sometimes you need to depend on individuals. GX, right, you can't always just sit back. You want to try and take the fight to your opponent on the defense at some point. I like that they were trying to do it here, upset, get their eco frags, but in the end, it nearly cost them the full round, and that's something that they need to consider in the future. But the fact that we're able to buy themselves this round back, get double digits, and perhaps a map 3 as well. This is the biggest, the most important round. It's the buyback, back in from Twisted Minds. Win this, you're on 11, facing up against an eco.
Oh, Ness continuing to deliver after that previous round, has already taken down Lexa. That again opens up the flank. And although Ness falls, now I'm looking at Sarah. If GX can just delay a little bit, indeed, they can't stop the plant, but if they can now buy time and keep the attention of these attackers firmly on this spawn position, we could have Sarah coming through for an easy pickup. Currently, Toka's watching it, waiting for that flank to come through as Lean picks up Ava. Toka spotted the flanker. Beautiful stuff from Twisted Minds, and a 2 versus 4 awaits them as a reward. Although a nice shot from Smurfette makes it a little spooky. It should now be easy to deal with. That op would do very well to find a 1v3 at that range, and it won't even come close.
Very nice post plant. That's the biggest strength of this composition. We know that. The fact as soon as you get into a post plant, it should be near enough impossible to try and get out in towards the spike with the utility at hand. That's what Twisted Minds have got the advantage of doing. They build a solid foundation in which to play upon. And I mean, after what has been an 8-round rout from GX, we finally get an answer back from Twisted Minds. 2 ultimates on the defense side though to kick on from. That's the other thing to consider here.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Kyra, right? You've got that big advantage, especially looking at pardon me, especially looking at Ness. I mean, this could be massive when it comes to a push from Twisted Minds, when it comes to potential retake that they could look for in the late round, and more importantly, the setup on the B site. I mean, I was going to say it looks to be challenged. Then I look across the map. You still have Lexa sitting watching the bathroom push. You still have HTM waiting. I think this is actually going to be more of a bait to try to get the TP through, to try to punish some players on the rotate, and then hit in the other direction. Again, we've already seen Twisted Minds be pretty keen to take that teleporter towards that A site after initial contact.
Waiting to see if GX tried to be proactive like they have been before. That flash confirms that there is bodies there, but how many is the question for GX? Marty's still continuing to investigate with the operator. Does see Ava, and now the utility dropped. Still though, only one Vine's really popped. So GX still have utility to work with. 25 seconds remaining though, and that's Twisted Minds' biggest problem.
Yeah, there it is, that TP, but GX are ready for this. They've seen this one before. And to be honest, I don't know if Twisted Minds are going to like the ending this time. Showstopper comes their way. It's a beautiful shot from Smurfette. Sarah's there to back her up. Hell, all of GX are. Great read from the defensive side. Beautiful reactions. They don't fall for the bait, and in the end, they get around as a result. 11 now locked in for GX. They are close to bringing us all the way to Ascent.
2 rounds away. That's all it would take to find that third and final map. But, I mean, Twisted Minds, don't count them out just yet. A 4-round gap is never anything that you can count them out from. And especially with the fact that they're forcing back into this. This could be the last full buy we see from this attack if they continue on like this. And GX, not fully out the woods either yet. If you look at their economy, I mean, a couple of rounds, and this could easily go back towards the attack favour. So this is going to be a really interesting couple of rounds as we move forward. Twisted Minds start towards the B side.
Well, they've seen now that the attempts to cause rotations, at least in the way they did it in the previous round, have not worked. They know now that GX are willing to stick in position a little bit more, and I think now we'll see a much more direct approach. You have the wall inside of Hookah, so great information to work off of. Ava is going to lose her primary and be stuck up close as the dash comes in. Lean blast packing her way towards the site. Ness is already dropped. Backside fight is easy. It's classics in hand for the most part. Swapping away from the shorty. Ava's at least able to find one just as her gun comes back up. But this is a clear win for Twisted Minds. A 4v1 that Smurfette's left in. Almost no hope, and I guess the only question is who's going to get the orb? Well, who's going to get one of the several orbs, apparently. And it is at least going to Lean, close to a showstopper now.
I mean, Smurfette's fancying her chances still. I mean, if she can just get out from this wall, there's a couple of engagements she can take one-on-one. But unfortunately, the trades are there. Twisted Minds will find their 8. And as I said before, GX are not fully out the woods just yet in terms of their economy state. We know what the defense is like. We know it can be feast or famine. Really depends on the momentum that you can build on the defense. So I'm wondering where we're going to end up here. Is it going to be another fully swing round between the both sides as we move into this next one? And it looks like it's going to be that case, Mitch. This is going to be a one to watch. If Twisted Minds can win this gap could close dramatically.
Without a doubt, yeah, the credits being so low on GX give an opportunity. But in order to get there, they have to first cross this hurdle. That Prowler broke a little too early. They know it, though. They know it didn't clear that corner. Thank God they do. As Lean's able to take a double. Toki thought about walking through that smoke, but with another teammate falling. I love the attempt. Another smoke to walk through, but the spam is clean.
I mean, it's just another save round. GX know the position that they're in. They're happy to keep both rifles and not even attempt this. So we find ourselves at 11-9. And Twisted Minds starting to grow in confidence, grow in ultimates, grow in momentum. And Giant X, I wouldn't be surprised if they go and invest a timeout, the last timeout that they have, to try and course correct the way that this is going. I mean, you have a couple of tools in which to work through that Phantom of Ness and the Guardian of Sarah. But overall, this B site is starting to be an issue more and more. And it wouldn't surprise me again if GX, the course correction that they go for, is maybe be a little bit more handy on this B side of the map.
Yeah, now one of the problems, though. We see the spike explode. We see the 9th go to Twisted Minds. We see a 2-round gap in play. The economy from GX is going to be up and down, hit or miss. Maybe we'll see them go for a bigger investment, you know, force up. But I imagine it's just going to be pad the gaps with whatever we can, save credits for the next, right? You have that little bit of a 2-round buffer to play with. Might as well convert that for the economy. But for Twisted Minds, if they get into trouble, they've got a showstopper to work with. They've got the Annihilation from Marty as well. And if that's not used here, if GX don't bait that out in this round where there are weaknesses, those ults are going to be fired through in a very important round where GX's economy is on the line. So there are a lot of dangers for the defensive side. And even though they don't come in here with a full investment, I still think there's win conditions they need to meet early on in terms of at least bleeding one of those ults from their opponents. And Nightfall and Orbital Strike aren't far behind.
That's the biggest thing, right, is that they're the first to these markers, these key ultimates that can change the course of a round. GX, as we said, would put more bodies towards the B site, and so far, it's worked. First pick found, entry into the round. It's Marty, that's the Annihilation gone. But that's also the Nightfall online, and that's a big execution ultimate.
Seekers used for the info. It's not a round you'd expect to see them, but with the advantage, I like it. I think it's the right thing to try to grab that little bit of information. Spams through the smoke is ambitious with the Guardian, and the conversion here from the B side over to A with the TP, it hasn't actually... you know, last time we said there were no rotations. On a weaker round, you're going to rotate that little bit more actively, and we have seen the site left more open. Yet still, Ness is able to find a pick, and the showstopper is going to be invested. Twisted Minds desperately want this round, but they're not finding what they need. The showstopper doesn't land. Lean ends up being dropped, and it's HTM against the entirety of GX. 4 players standing against her. The trigger discipline was nice, but it doesn't work out for any value. 12 on the board for GX. 3 chances to close this out and bring us to Ascend.
I mean, you thought that Twisted Minds were starting to get to the chance to potentially close the gap. I mean, still plenty of economy to work with here, but you think of the ultimates that they use to try and win this round, and that's the big point, right? If they'd spaced their ultimates, won this round, then 100% I fully believe that everything was towards Twisted Minds, but they didn't get the value from the Nightfall, didn't get the value from the Showstopper, and now GX on 12 know exactly how to deal with Twisted Minds and their attack. One final timeout for Twisted Minds Orchid and what could be the last form of resistance on Bind before they head to map 3.
That's Smurfette again with just a masterclass, 24 and 13. But I want to just again look at that previous round. Like you said, they didn't find the value from the Nightfall. They didn't find the value from the Showstopper. And this was a round that we looked at and said, look, if GX can get rid of those ultimates, get a little bit of damage, that means ults for themselves potentially coming online, especially for Smurfette, who seems to be just churning out orbs at this point. And then they can look at that as a success. The assumption was we were going 11-10, but if they can do that, if they can get rid of those ults, they give themselves a good chance to push towards that finish line, and instead they get it done there. Very impressive stuff from the defensive side. Now we move into the home stretch. 3 chances to close this out. Showstopper 1 away, Viper's Pit online as well. This molehill has turned into a mountain for Twisted Minds, again feeling like they had control over both maps at a certain point, but GX, you really cannot count them out.
Smoke's down.
Once again, back to that B site, but this time even more reinforced. It's not just bodies, but utility as well that GX have invested on the B site, and you can see that they're interested in re-engaging on long, but decide against it. Utility sent their weight, and the Viper's Pit holding down A short is going to make it even more difficult for Twisted Minds to make the approach that they want to.
Is this going to be... I see players fleeing the B site. I see presence held towards A, and even GX seem to start to think that this is going to be a play for the A site. Maybe going through bathroom just around the Viper's Pit. Especially with full control over Hookah. There's really no reason to panic here for the defensive side. And we have seen so many times that TP taken by Twisted Minds. I'm not surprised that GX are playing this a little bit more stuck in the mud towards that A site, but now they start to push forward. Space is going to be taken. Ult is activated by Marty here, is looking to see someone claim them in the annihilation, and that draws the eye of Lexus, or sorry, of Toki, as Lex is able to wrap up behind and take Toki down. They've now got the site, they've got the plant, and look at the lurk. Look at Toka towards this A site. That could be a free flank up behind if GX weren't so quickly retaking control.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem. She needs to get a move on because GX are already here to fight.
That peek out from Lean, that could have bought them more time. But with Ness finding that, they're sure to accelerate on the defensive side, moving forward quickly. Marty's already down, Showstopper invested. Now they can get on that defuse. Toka needs to go. She needs to run, speed up. They can't even deny this. The Molly comes in just in time, though. Hated and fired it out from long. And now, even after the Showstopper committed, the numbers on their side, GX find themselves needing to win one more out of two. A beautiful round from HTM in the end, from Toka on the flank. That was damn close, though. It came down to just a fraction of a second, it seemed like.
Yeah, I mean, it got so close. Far too close for comfort, considering the position they had found themselves in. And GX, they knew that this was a chance. That Molly, absolutely clutch. And then Toka to finish it out. HTM feels like she's probably won that round all on her lonesome there. Just from the sheer fact, the value that the Molly got, but it was also the time delay that the rest of the team was able to buy. GX, this is the last timeout that we'll get in regulation. And you look at you look at what's in the bank. You look at what's left here, Mitch. GX need to win this round, or the last round could be an eco for them.
Well, I'm watching that back as well. It's going to take me a minute to actually catch it, but I'm so curious to see for HTM, when was that Molly fired? Because there was a Showstopper hunting her down, and I think she might have let loose just as that Showstopper was popped and then was able to just evade. But if she did fire that while being chased down by Smurfette, that's incredibly impressive. Either way, you saw how close the time was on that. Like, the defuse was well past halfway as it landed, and in just about half a second or so, in the nick of time, it comes through in their favor for Twisted Minds. Now, we move on to round 23, to an operator for Smurfette, holding deep. They've put a smoke, they've left a gap, but it's all part of the ruse. The idea that someone will get curious, go peeking through, but they are so cautious. I love, oh, it almost worked. I love the idea to just have a teammate break that boombot that was coming up. So then they think, oh, it's just someone with a rifle. Let's peek in. Boom. You're taken down by the op. But Marty survives on 67 at least.
I like this from Marty, though. Deposits the sound sensor. The only problem is that Ava did hear that, so she'll immediately clear it out. And Lexa, solo clearing towards A. Needs to be careful of a double stack in towards the Lamp's position.
Gonna be a big play to A, but it all hinges on Lexa to start this off. The flash full blinds her, but the rest of the squad is swinging through. Off has already found one as Ness answers up with another GX, looking to end this here and now. And if Ness has anything to say about it, that's certainly how it would play out. But she will be dealt with not before she's put a dent in that attacking side, leaving it into a 2 versus 3. Smurfette is picked off though. That was the operator in play. Ava has been spotted and almost deleted as well. GX so close to finishing this map off, to buying a map number 3 in the series, but Twisted Minds, they just won't give up. Toki is gonna have to push this through. Take her team there, kicking and screaming to ascent, and it starts here. The tap, in fact, the stick to half at least. The reveal comes through, forces are off, but now the tap should get the fight. Already hiding in the corner is Toka, but Toki is able to drop her, baiting her into the perfect spot with enough time to close. It is 13 to 10. A Red Bull clutch to give Giant X a 3rd map.
Aye, listen, it's a big clutch, but this map wasn't won without its trials and tribulations for GX. They showed us that they can be good. They showed us that now they can get through troubled waters as well. But that's map 3 of Ascent. I'm extremely excited for between these two. You know, I mean, both have had excellent success on it. I mean, GX, they're 2-1, Twisted Minds are 3-2. So a decent sort of run of form on this map for both teams. So it's all up for who can really win this one out.
Well, exactly. That's what I like to see, though. A final map of a series being one that we expect to be a close decider. And look, based on how this series has gone so far, we're very much owed a close final map. Make sure to tune in after the break, where the analyst desk will set everything up for this final map of the day.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Walk anywhere, eyes them locked, on me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell, make alone get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Got me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. Yeah, hear that? Become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, girl, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words me sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
our second best of 3 of the day is going the distance, because we're going to be seeing Twisted Minds Orchid face off against GX on Ascent as our decider very shortly. But before then, let's talk about what happened on Bind. Whenever I look at that word, I always want to give it a little bit of a spin. And obviously GX were happy to take it for a spin because they were able to work their magic. It didn't necessarily look like it was going to be theirs from the outset. And actually, I think we should take a look at the post-game breakdown just to see how the individuals were really putting up performances on this map. Both of these teams desperate to go further in the upper bracket, Nami.
Yeah, and it started so well for Twisted Mind because they were able to grab that advantage 6-2 so early on, even after the GX timeout. But then once GX were able to grab that momentum, it seemed like impossible to play for Twisted Mind. And I feel like they fell victims of their own gameplay because they were a little too aggressive. They're running double Sentinel, so in the attack you want to be playing more on the lurks, playing more onto like getting those picks and playing the post plant more, but they were just failing to do so by just dying so early on in the rounds.
This is definitely why Giant X are up there with one of the best teams in EMEA. You know, we've had 2 maps now where they've sort of started off on the back foot and they've come back, and although they didn't win the first map, they still put up a good showing and showed us why you should never count them out too early. And I do really like what we were seeing from Giant X, sort of making the most of playing together as a team. And like Nami said, I do think it just felt a bit discombobulated from TWIS on that second half because of that double Sentinel, which doesn't really match their more aggressive playstyle.
But on their first half, we did see some great highlight moments, some great rounds. Let's take a look at round 6, Meg. The combination, we should say, sorry, from the Brim and the Fade.
Yeah, it was looking really, really good from Twisted Mind Orchids, of course, with this double Sentinel on defense. But this round particularly, I think they did really, really well to sort of force Giant X into that plant. And then the combination of the Fade Seas and Brim ultimate to kind of shut down that plant and force them into backside, right into Lean's crosshair, and Lexa there to follow up with the trades for them to win out the round. So I just think this looked so strong, and we were definitely expecting this to potentially go Twisted Mind Orchid's way after this round. But of course, there is another round that we have to talk about where Giant X showed us why they're so incredible.
Yeah, it was the round 9, and that was the start of the comeback coming into this map from Giant X, because Ness was able to find this very valuable lurk. We see her here in the minimap just coming in so quickly, and then the Sarah was able to get so much space with her wall, and then later on getting her ult in, and the end of it coming from both Ness, Lurk having so much value, and then Smurfette being able to pick up a few kills here and there, just give them an easy one.
The Smurfette Ness combo never fails, and I think the pinch from them, I think we all were a bit like, oh, maybe Ness is going to have to hurry up here on that showers push, but the timing was perfect with all of the utility delay. Of course, Smurfette there holding the lamps push and just making sure that Ness had the time to find the effective space and come in and frag out and stop the defuse.
But in the battle of the duelists on Bind, it's fair to say Smurfette came out on top. Let's take a look at her head-to-head versus Lean. Lean being the victor, of course, of Map 1. And what an incredible performance from Smurfette. I mean, the numbers there confirm it, Inami.
Yeah, insane numbers, 300 ACS coming from Smurf on this map. It just felt like she was, as Meg mentioned earlier, probably more comfortable on the Raze coming into this map, and the team being able to set her up every single time just give them an easy way for Smurfette to just shine.
I think it's safe to say after this and yesterday's performance that Bind is definitely Smurfette's home ground. She's incredibly consistent on that Raze role, and I do think we expected that. And it's funny kind of seeing the difference between that head-to-head in the first game compared to that one, because I guess it was as we expected. We knew that Smurfette was going to come into this almost using Haven as a warm-up and all guns blazing.
The side of Twisted Minds Orchid, sometimes I wonder if we're seeing the pressure of trying to qualify for Soul getting them a little bit, because when their util is on point, it looks great. Unfortunately, it seems like sometimes they are wasting some opportunities. However, case in point of some simple but effective util would be from Hated the Most in round 22, Meg.
This was an absolute squelcher. I'm going to be so for real. We thought this was GG, you know, next map was coming, but It just goes to show a lineup, Larry, sometimes is truly appreciated. And definitely for Twisted Minds Orchid, they saw a way back in here with the HTM Molly, which was also lined up sort of very closely after Smurfette went hunting her down with that showstopper. So definitely props for HTM trying to find a way back in for TWIS. But yeah, it's just unfortunate it didn't go to OT so that we could see the true effect of it.
Yeah, HTM hated the most is so 2023, Frankie. I apologize to HTM for using our old name. I'm going a little bit retro here. I'm a boomer, okay? Let's talk about Sen. This is a map that I think the Twisted Minds Orchid obviously wanted to avoid, not just for the 2-0, but because it is a map that we know GX are very comfortable on, Inami.
Yeah, we've seen them yesterday on it, and it was this map where they were able to close it up and make sure they qualify to champs and they get into this stage. So yeah, this is a map where, of course, a Turkish Jet is so comfortable as well. I know that Meg said that probably Raze on Bite is hurting, but honestly, I just love seeing Smurfette playing the Jet on this map.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how TWIS come into this because for me, what I took away from watching Giant X play that against Al Qasida yesterday is that they love to take mid and they had that early kind of mid aggression and it worked for them, but their post plants and their kind of late round was a little bit weaker. And I think with a Sentinel like Lexa most likely playing that Cypher and performing so well in their last performance on Ascent, I think that they're going to struggle a little bit more to find as much value in mid as they did yesterday on Ascent. So it'll be interesting to see if TWIS have read into that and they're ready for it.
Agent Select is ready, Inami, so let's get your first impressions as to what we're seeing. Maybe some surprises, maybe we'll be seeing the typical comps from these guys, although Giant X, they have been experimenting a little bit.
Oh, I think we're having like an almost identical mirror comp, and the only difference will be once again lean into this Waylay and Smurfette playing her comfort Jet. So once again, the eyes will be more focused on this duelist and how much space they're able to create, especially since with Waylay you're able to go back to safety sometimes and not get as punished as with the Jet.
I like that they're sticking with what they have already played and what they already know, because I do respect Twisted Minds Orchid for trying something new in the last map, but I think now with so much on the line, going with what you know and what you've kind of prepped for the past group stage and this playoff so far, I do think it's important to be comfortable coming into this game.
All right, then we are ready to head back to our casters. It's Cairo and our favorite resident rockstar, Drummer Boy.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Appreciate that. It's time to get back into the game. Indeed, a map 3 in this series. It really feels deserved. We've seen Twisted Minds off to phenomenal starts, but GX keeping themselves in it and now keeping themselves in the series with the bounce backs. Cairo, any expectations coming into this final map? Because I don't know what to expect.
I mean, the thing to expect is that Giant X will always have a plan for their pistol round, always. They like to play with the thing that we were talking about before, with the silence, playing around with the pacing of the round. And then the other thing to expect is just good fundamentals, really good game plan and just playing off of one another. That's what really helped them to win Ascent last time, i.e. yesterday. If they won Bind and Ascent, it would be the exact same 2 maps that they won in yesterday's series, so there you go.
Yeah, they do say that history repeats itself, so let's see if that is the case as we move on in to round number 1. And Twisted Minds on the defensive side with GX on the attack. And the investment, we see a little Sheriff on lean. I'm excited to see that. We've seen some decent performances, but HTM hated the most. In pistol rounds, certainly in that first map, was delivering. Let's see if it can be the same this time around. In fact, I should have stuck with my first focus. The old Sheriffs found the opening duel.
Fair enough to lean. Very clean headshot, but GX once again finding themselves in towards Market, a place in the map that they love to try and manipulate to their favour, but they're going one step further in towards CT. Marty lucky to escape with their life, and Toka able to keep her. It seems if Lex is under siege as well, as it's just duel on duel, and it's even drays across the board until Twisted Minds take their advantage.
Shutting them down.
Will just be Sarah desperately low on the way to the B site. At this stage, it looks like a plan's going to be confirmed at a minimum, but with numbers coming back her way, maybe the HTM and Lexa already being tagged could help out. In fact, I love that approach. HTM jumps across the site, just expecting to go down, but expecting one of her teammates to trade, and in fact, they're so quick with the trade, she's still alive.
Twisted Minds win the pistol round, the first pistol round of the map, as they usually seem to do now, and able to roll that in towards a bonus round win is the precedent that they've set. So that's what I want to see from GX. What do they have in terms of anti-eco plans? Because right now, just kind of falling apart in the initial start of maps.
3-0 start for Lean as well. This is a really strong position if a couple of picks can be found here. Like having that ultimate online, the convergence path for round 3 when the investment comes in. Look at the map. So many tight little laneways. When you go for that push, if you hear the ulti popped on the other side, you are in a lot of trouble. It's usually relatively easy to evade, but it's going to be a big fight. A big fight on short and a shot straight to the head of Ness. That's a wonderful start. And one more orb towards the ulti.
The rest of the body's ready to fight, and I mean, what is going on here? Smurfette not even anticipated so deep in towards the site. The Spectre working out, and now a 3 versus 2 where I actually don't count out GX.
Oh, there's still a real chance, a real possibility for Smurfette finding another onto Lexa. This is outrageous, the level of impact she's found. But in the end, it looks like it is going the way of Twisted Minds. A very costly round, though, for this squad, especially with how it started. I mean, I don't know how Smurfette was able to get there without being spotted. I'm pretty sure there hasn't been a patch that made that dash silent, but looking at that replay, you'd swear there was.
Yeah, you honestly would have thought it. Smurfette unlucky not to get another kill there to put the round right into the balance. Although converted, and I would say quite comfortably, this won't be a bonus conversion from Twisted Minds. Considering the damage done, considering what is at play, 5 rifles with heavy shields, GX should have everything that they need.
Will be a direct hit on short, but it's only the first phase of the plan, right? This isn't necessarily full commitment from the squad with still players on the extremities. It's just that the main body wants this battle. Unfortunately, the battle they were looking for is against a Bucky, and it seems like they're a little suspicious of that smoke, throwing a nade in to clear it, to push a player back further, see a main aggression, and now they deal with the Bucky on range. Wonderful stuff. Dodging that stun as well, dodging the nade, not dodging the sheriff shots notably, but the question is really down to damage again for these rounds. It's how they often play out. And so far, sure, a lot of shields taken away, a lot of HP down, but still 4 players alive for GX. You want a little bit more if you're Twisted Minds here, and actually they've just smelt that blood in the water. The cage activated on mid, steps heard, Toka's just waiting for it.
I mean, rifle back in the hands, and a couple of players low. Again, we speak of the realms of possibility. This is firmly within it. Time ticking away on the spike, and you look at the post-plant setup. I mean, 1 player in main, 1 player in hell. Toki needs to get a move on, especially with this door still being locked shut.
I mean, still an unlikely round to win, but one more pick and all of a sudden we start to believe. Down goes Smurfette. Damage done to Toki. Caught behind the door, and the trade is good, but Toki gets there in the end. 40 HP, a narrow margin, and again, look at how we got here. It should have been a more convincing round, I think. Twisted Minds can be very happy with the damage they've done.
I mean, yeah, 100%, and the fact that Ness is forced on towards the lesser of the rifles, right? One of a Guardian, unless she wants to go for a Bulldog and maybe go for a heavier shield or whatnot. But overall, like, Twisted Minds are very successful here.
Where to set up shop?
Can we see Twisted Minds now answer back, especially with an operator in play on Lean? And how capable already we've seen her be on the wheelie.
You could say she's been whaley good on it.
Okay.
And
she continues to be.
Oh, yes, an opening pick found. And indeed, this is going to send GX, with already losing Smurfette, which was a big part of their entry game. That's going to be a bit more difficult to work with, though. They've lost the Spike. And another player, Sarah, losing her initiation alongside Ava. That's it, all gone. This round, I think, falls alongside it, unless there's a massive hero play just around the corner.
And now is for the last two remaining players, for Ness and Toki. He's trying to get into a B site that has Cypher traps and two bodies watching where they need to. One towards Market, one towards the choke point. And Lex has got them both down. A triple kill for Heart. And Twisted Minds, well, they're able to very quickly deal with what GX had. So that's again going to be a half buy coming through for the Spanish side. I guess it's not really Spanish organisation, I should say, apologies, but at the same time, this is now Twisted Minds putting themselves firmly in control of the economy.
I mean, they're more Spanish than the other side, if you want to look at it that way. They've got Toki.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's all. I got you. I got your back.
Do you know what? I'm glad I've got support here. Hazard doesn't support me like this.
No, listen. You know I've always got your back. You know.
Do you know what the first thing you do? You would take the mickey out of me. You know. And do you know what? I'm glad that I've got you here to support me.
It's disgraceful. It really is. I'll have a word with them about this.
Yeah,
I don't like that behavior.
No, I would never do that. You don't get that from like you know your Gaelic friends. You know, like we're not that type of people.
It's always I won't point them out, but let's just say Hazza and Tom. They have a common thread.
I agree. Yeah,
it's all adding up. Big dive in here from GX. There's a lot of weaknesses, but a Blade Storm in play could turn the tide in their favor, and it will not. Shut down by Toka. A few missed blades, and then not enough of them landing. That was dangerous, but they have not taken a single blow in terms of weapons on the floor. In fact, barely even dented a few of their shields. 4-1 for Twisted Minds. A very strong start indeed, and we talked about this in the first map. The fact they're able to do it so convincingly, this is going to stand to them.
And that's the big thing that Twisted Minds are very good at, is getting the momentum in their favour and continuing to roll with it. Giant X again having to burn an early timeout. I think the latest that we've seen Giant X timeout is after round 7, right, at the start of round 8. So that shows you just how much Twisted Minds are able to get themselves ahead. So there's a couple of ultimates in play, maybe some plans being created, but for GX, the big thing is they just need to settle themselves and do what they've always been good at, playing off one another and really looking at those fundamentals.
That's it. I'm curious to know what their discussion is during this timeout. Again, a lot of the time you'll see these timeouts coming into an eco round, into a low buy round like the previous. But with how it went down, I guess this is the more pertinent. They had their ideas, they heard the right calls being made, but now things have fallen apart. And for GX, the problem really is that they're not just facing into a much stronger ult economy. We've mentioned the impact that Lean's ultimate can have, the convergence path completely stunning and slowing everybody within its area, which is going to easily land on a map like Ascent. But you also have that operator in play. You also have Lean, I think, it actually didn't look before it went away, but I think 8-1.
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be an uphill battle for GX, but they've had 2 of those so far on each of the maps, and they've come back every time. Lean's going crazy, and it's with the refractability to just get out of there at chamber TP speeds. That's given the opening to Twisted Minds in a crucial round for GX.
It's the fact that every single time we've seen it, Lean has gone unpunished and always goes for that repeat, right? Droned up even further down in towards mid, and it's next who's going to be under fire, and the players moved into the op of Lean. It's a lovely play from Twisted Minds. Finally Ness will punish, but it's after losing 2 more players. Spike on the ground. GX have 45 seconds to try and bring this one back in their favour.
2 picks for Lean in this round. So much value found. The ability to push those players back on short got them that, and You know, yeah, there's an investment from Twisted Minds, but when you're doubling down on in this win streak, that's just fine. Spike dropped for the TP to take it. Toki's taking a big risk here. They could easily just swing in from up top. Spams won't work. She's a little bit too close to the wall for that, and she does make it away. Okay, look, this is a pretty good start. If you want to start believing, now is the time as GX have come into winning ways. Lexa alone in a 1-versus-1. Toki's being good in the clutches, but not this time. A damn good try, but in the end, it still falls into the hands of Twisted Minds.
I mean, yesterday GX was so good in clutches. Today, it's just not working in their favour. Twisted Minds, they know the run that they need to get to. They know they have to win this full split all by themselves if they want to make it to GCC and deny G2 goes in their spot. And a tournament they've never missed, right? That's the big thing here. And to be a team that this is their first full year in Game Changers as an organisation, to go and deny the old guard, the queens of EMEA, in fact the queens of the world at one point, would be unbelievable.
Oh, it would be sensational, especially because they have to get past G2 in the upper final and then possibly get past them again in the grand final. So G2 get to defend their turf, and that'll be a hell of a head-to-head. I love the position from HTM. It hasn't found the pick, but it has found value. Information early on. It's caught them off guard as well. GX on the back foot, but they've still managed to close in the distance a little bit. A low HP Smurfette, not long for this world as Lexa deals with her. They now know the others should be coming down through this laneway. Easy pickups by the looks of it.
Spike down, B.
At this point, Ava, well, not quite flying under the radar, is in a lot of trouble.
Flawless.
Yeah, and no chance. That is Twisted Minds up to 6 with a flawless round. And to continue the story we were just talking about Twisted Minds in the run. Do you know, Mitch, I nearly said that the other man that we don't want to talk about,
the
right?
other guy.
Yeah, the other guy. He's not.
I might be jealous.
The only two teams that this team, Twisted Minds, have lost to is G2 Gozen, and the other one is Alcadzia. It's not KC, it's not GX, it's not none of the big dogs. They've been here before Twisted Minds, and they've been able to beat GX. So this is the other things to consider here. Into the A site we go, supported by the null command and all utility offline.
Again, this is a different flavor altogether. Lean is picking up so many openings. That operator doing, damn, what? The spam off the door close. You hit that switch and it's on the execution chair for yourself. Taken out of play as GX now 2 versus 4. A plant still needed. They made a round like this look very good previously, but look how much more proactive Twisted Minds are being now. That door is closed. There's a player isolated on site, and Ava will die that way alongside Ness. 7-1. This is the first time we've seen a streak like this for Twisted Minds, although it is broken up, and technically they've won more rounds in a row. They started 6-0 on the first map, I think 6-2 on the previous map, and now a 7-1 lead. They've broken the mold, and it's taken that little longer for GX to answer back. The question is, do GX have an answer back?
Yes, this should do.
That's the biggest question, and I don't think it'll be this round that they do it. 4 sheriffs, sure there's a Hunter's Fury there, but why would you burn it on a round like this against what has been 4 rifles and an operator that I don't think, I honestly would go as far as to say his lean is unkillable at the moment. So, oh, you can see it again. You know exactly what she's going for. The utility spot on, Mitch.
It's got to be so frustrating to play against. I mean, no matter what you do, here you have a KO flash into a big swing, and the player's gone like that. It's not like your teammates have even a chance to trade, even if they're playing anti-flash. By the time they turn around, she's gone. That's got to be so annoying. And that's 7-1 down. As you said, look, this isn't the round that you're going to find the magic formula in typically.
Hitting the brakes.
You don't want to be still seeing that level of success and comfort on the other side from a player who's already been delivering so many big rounds for Twisted Minds. They've lost HTM, but nobody else, and it will end that way. A very strong position for this defensive side. They can practically last the rest of the map without running out of credits.
I mean, that's it. Now we're starting to get into the realms of potentially winning the map in the first half, right? It is respectable. 9, you can still somewhat come back from. But if we get to 10, we get to 11, all it takes is a pistol round and the map could be done for GX, and the run pushed into the lower bracket. I know that right now this is just an exercise of kind of flexing the muscles and getting ready for GCC, but at the end of the day, for Twisted Minds, if you want to talk about flexing your muscles, improving, you can go and do the gauntlet, the run against G2 goes, and this is the series to do it.
Oh, there we go. There's the punish. I mean, this is a great opportunity for GX, as you said, you know, to learn, to improve, to face these challenges. Like, what do you do when a player pops off with an op? Because, you know, I can't see into the future, at least not without rubbing Tom Biz's head. But the reality is, when you go to GCC, probably there's going to be some decent op players there. They might even have a performance like you're seeing out of Lean here, and you have to know how to deal with it. Now you're seeing a player on their A game. How do we bring them down to an F? And for now, it started out wonderfully. They've got Lean, they've got Toka, they've got space towards this B site.
The player at the back is side. In fact, make that 2. Apologies. HTM is here as well, and trying to break through a smoke is never what you want to try and do, but GX do it, and it's left just Marty all alone. 1 versus 3, in which, when you look at it, the fact there's 2 flashes to support herself, this is doable, but it's a hard task with players low. And Sarah, the main component here, playing so far forward from the rest of the pack. That's the one that you want to try and get from. All 3 players looking to play together, swinging off of one another, and GX will get that second round.
Yep, very nicely done. The climb continues, but for GX, I still have faith in them. And you talk about winning in the first half, and I know, well, maybe Fnatic would disagree with that, that being a possibility. But it is a rare thing to see the big comebacks. But for GX, they did it. 6-0, 6-2. Both halves end up looking relatively close. And if they can get up to 8-4 here, if they can now consistently start to shut Lean down, I mean, we're finally seeing some deaths on the board for her. Not to mention that Alex is 14-3, but I think it's more like those early fights, the fact that, you know, GX can't even set up for a push, and already they're a player down. But then when you go pushing into Cypher utility, it's a whole different ball game. Both of these players on their A game, will they be shut down before that second half starts?
This could be frustrating. Smurfette with an op, trying to clear up close. I mean, sure, Sarah can throw flashes for her Turkish duelist, but I mean, there's no tradability here, and that's going to be the biggest issue. HTM waits for the player to move into her grasp.
Nasty position. Quick scope, it's going to have to be on point. There's 2 HP left on HTM, tanking the shot, but the wall has saved her. The problem is now just 1 bullet needed to take her down. A strong breeze could topple that short position. It is backed up now by Toka with the big gun of the Odin, and it looks like just some noise being made towards that B site. The trap going down, the hope here that they can completely draw the attention and draw the rotates, but that hasn't happened. And Toka now sits patiently waiting. The Odin looking to spray them down as they walk on through. And will already find the first. A bit of damage onto Sarah. They look to get in that smoke. Look to challenge her, but that could be a big mistake indeed. Instead, the route towards the site where Marty is eagerly awaiting their arrival. 4 kills on the board. We talked about Lexa, about Lean in the early round, but now it's Marty up on the board as well. It really feels like GX are facing Twisted Minds on their A game across the board.
I mean, 1 round away from 10 does put the realms of possibility of a comeback so much more difficult. Sure, as the defender side on Ascent that GX will move on to, but it's this round that's most important for them to be able to make that comeback and have as big as possible of a gap of failure, you know. So with that being said, players move in towards B main, looking to assault, but here comes Lane with the operator in hand. A player who they've been yet to kill. Only once have we seen Smurfette win out that duel, but Lexa there to support, and denial of the site is there through ultimates, through team play. But Toki at the back of sight from nowhere is able to get another, but she's all alone and untradeable, and it works out for Twisted Minds. They're looking at double digits from the first half.
Even with a player behind their lines, even with Toki flying under the radar, taking that control and finding a pick, they just cannot break through this side hold. There's so much waiting for them there, and at double digits at the half. I mean, look, we've said it all series. GX can't count them out. They'll make that comeback happen. Lean, not even reloading, looks to put that final nail in the coffin, and it really feels like a 10-2 scoreline should just be way too much to ask for, and that is where we're ending up at the halftime.
That's exactly it. I mean, a 10-2 gap between the two teams, an insurmountable task for GX, but if there's any team to do it, it would be them. They were able to course correct and bring themselves to GCC in their own favour. And on the defensive side, you would expect for them to make that comeback. So with that being said, we'll find out if they can do it after this break.
Well, we're back. I'm back here alongside Mr. Cairo as Twisted Minds hit double digits. 3 rounds needed to close this out, Cairo. I mean, we've seen GX mount comebacks in each half, starting out Haven and Bind. But this one, it feels like it's just too much to recover.
I mean, that's going to be the biggest task here, is how do GX approach this round at a time. I mean, throughout the full time that we've seen GX play in these playoffs, is that they've had these pistol round calls, they've had set plays ready to go. I'm interested to know what it is this time round, is all 5 players are very close to this A site. They've just let it happen, giving up the site to their opponents and ready to play retake.
Ready and waiting, or waiting no longer. So already we've seen Ness go down, swinging out through heaven. Doesn't seem to be working out at all. It's the story of the game for GX, really. They are being destroyed here in the pistol with a flawless round for Twisted Minds. Wow, we've come all the way to a 3rd map. I said on Bind I shouldn't have. I knew I was making a mistake, but I said it's been a close series and we deserve a close final map. No doubt we'll get it. Well, now there's doubt. Now there's a lot of doubt. In fact, there's more doubt than anything else. GX, they look deflated. And look, this as we said, they don't have any pressure on them. They could mount a comeback here. We've seen teams come back from 11-1. Why not 11-2? Isn't that right, Meg? But this feels far too dominant at the moment.
This feels like, this isn't a Champs Grand Final, right? That this isn't the exact same scenario that we saw with some of the best in the world playing. I mean, some of the best GC players in EMEA for sure, but yeah, it's a different task entirely, and they've not even bought up into this one, GX. I think they're realising the position that they could be in. So with that being said, we expect Twisted Minds to win this, then it will have to be 10 rounds in a row from Giant X to try and win out this map.
Flash pop, and a swing on the back. It will be Ava to at least land one. But this is not where the hit's coming in. The A site's the real target. They've dealt with the lurker, but now the majority of the force emerges, and it's Lean leading the way. Through the nade goes Sarah, catches the reload, but Lean good for another. A third on the board, and it maybe shouldn't have been needed in a round like this, but they are course correcting before it gets way out of hand. And Ava, 1 versus 3. 10 rounds in a row needed for GX if they lose this, which I mean is a near to now complete certainty. And 10 in a row, I mean that is a gargantuan task.
Yeah, I mean, at least they've got the rifles to start it off, right? That's the big thing here for Giant X. What can they show us? How many rounds can they find? But this is a map that we've seen them a few times, well, not a few times, but we've seen them before struggle on when they attacked. There was a 10-2 half when they played up against the Alcadzia in their regular season match, and the fact that it's come through in the playoffs is absolutely disastrous. The fact that this as well, right, is you look at it, this is the bonus round, and Twisted Minds have 4 rifles to play with. Sure, one is a Guardian and one is a Bulldog, but that's an unbelievable bonus to have.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just bad to worse, isn't it? As we look at the odds stack against GX, and of course we look at Lean again finding an opening duel. I think you can have an opening duel highlight reel for Lean that will be as long as most players' entire highlight reels of a map. I mean, it's felt like every round she's getting involved and making these crazy plays on the defense with the op. This time it's just taking Smurfette down again. You know, someone who, if you look at the previous map, is a huge factor for GX and hasn't had the chance to be online so often, being removed in the early stages. Seems just moments away from a conclusion that at this point I think we all know we're heading to, and even the lurker's going to find value. That's a B site plant now. That rotation to the A site, it ends up playing against GX thanks to that pick.
I mean, it's as simple as that, right? Twisted Minds, they knew the job that they had to do, and they're certainly on track to do it. 3 players from Giant X to try and show some sort of resistance, not for this map, but just for this round. I mean, it's been a massive gap created, and it feels as if this is the issues that GX have had all regular season coming to plague them in an important playoffs match. At least it won't cost them GCC, but it will certainly cost them their upper bracket life. It's Twisted Minds will meet G2 Gozen in that upper bracket.
The battle for the spot in the grand final is on. We are going to see Twisted Minds face off against the very team that they need to take down. They need to, even, they can afford to lose once, but they need to beat them in that grand final, or it's going to be a completely different story. It starts out with success here today, though. We saw GX come in. We saw the resilience. Even though they're already qualified, they were battling, taking their bruises, taking their lumps, and coming back swinging in the later stages of the first halves. But the comebacks, well, they can't last forever. And finally, we see that lead, the 5-1, the 6-1, the 7-1, and it continues. Twisted Minds never letting their foot off the gas here. If this last map especially is anything to look into, anything to read into, they are definitely in with a shot of making it to Korea. I think G2 should be scared.
I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, G2 were the team that has beaten, or one of 2 teams that has beaten Twisted Minds. Vladcore and the coaching staff has got these players well drilled, and it feels like the perfect storm. But for GX, right, there's got to still be question marks unanswered for this roster. It was like a feel-good factor after that win yesterday. There were questions about, can Smurfette repeat that performance? And was it a one-off? I mean, I don't think it was necessarily a one-off considering some of the performances on the map, but I do think there's a lot more that I would demand of this roster, considering they've still got to go into the lower bracket and go for that run as well.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that's the important part, right? Like, you do have that lower bracket to fall back into, so even in Twisted Minds' battle against G2 Gozen, they will have a reset button. Although, the scary thing is, so will G2 then. So whoever goes down can potentially come back with a vengeance. It's exciting times here. As we close out today's stream, though, Cairo, I have to say, an absolute pleasure to work with you here today. Thank you very much for this. And, well, let's hear from our desk one more time. Back over to you, Frankie.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mitch Man, and thank you, Kyra. I very much enjoyed listening to that new duo today. But you know what? I'm also looking forward to Tom Biston too, and the rest of our commentators during the week. Although you have to wait until next week to hear more voices, because we do have a break of a few days after this one. But let's talk about what happened on Ascent, because I feel rather guilty. I don't know if I jinxed it, Nami, but I was saying how it was going to be, you know, a tricky one. Twisted Minds going up against GX, who normally feel very confident on Ascent, and I was wrong.
Yeah, especially with the performance that GX have shown us yesterday on this exact map, and Smurfette coming in so strong, but this time around she wasn't able to take as much space as she wished to. And on the other side, Twisted Minds were just able to like punish every single time and get all those highlights kills and highlight plays, like highlight reel, like what Mitchman mentioned for Lean. And it was just, once she got this up, it was so impossible for them to do anything, and the momentum was fully on the side of Twisted Mind. And even with those timeouts coming in so early on, it was so hard for them to come back.
I was just going to make a Phoenix reference. I was going to go, that's going in the highlight reel for sure. And then I thought, maybe I shouldn't do that. That's kind of cringe. And I've done it anyway. I did also want to talk a little bit about what we mentioned kind of going into the game, and that was shutting down the Giant X mid-round plays. And I do want to shout out Lexa here, as she did an incredible job doing just that alongside, obviously, the rest of her teammates. So I think we've got a few highlights of just all the incredible things she was doing. And I think it was so important. I think we saw a lot of rounds where Giant X couldn't successfully take that mid, and therefore they were panicking sort of in that later round and struggling to adapt after they didn't find that successful space. So yeah, Lexa was incredible on that Sentinel role.
Yeah, we should absolutely take a look back at some of her best moments from Lexa on Ascent. Sadly, we didn't get to see many rounds of it because of that. But here's our Homo Miller gaming performance highlight of the day, Nami.
Yeah, we're going back to the G2 versus KC play, and how Mimi was able to just get so much space with her ult, and the combination with the ult coming from Fade, from Petra. Just honestly, it was so beautiful to watch, and that was our play of the day.
I felt like that clip didn't do it quite justice, because it was a 4K, and I think we were just seeing the very, very end of it there. But I do think that was sort of the start of G2's comeback, and the reverse sweep almost was kind of Mimi finding her footing on that Yoru role, and again getting aggressive on that defense on the Yoru.
Well, I can't wait to talk about G2, or at least hear you guys talking about G2 more next week, because they are going to be facing off against Twisted Minds Orchid in the upper bracket. I do think there's a bit more to celebrate, though, about Twisted Minds Orchid. We're waiting for an interview from them at the moment. But we should talk about Marty, because with Marty, we got to see her settling really into the team.
Joking. I think we're going back quickly to that Mimi clip, but it does show the 4K this time. So just to reiterate that she did not just find one, it was 4 kills. But of course, another player that's been so incredible, like you said, Frankie, is Marty, finding multi-frags in those site holds. And I guess it's bouncing off Lexa. So we have round 11. I'm not sure if it's ready. 1 second, so I'll start to talk a little bit about it. Again, just kind of about what if you go, Frankie.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to talk about the fact that while we're waiting for this clip, but we don't have to. We've got it.
As you can tell, I think we've all had a very long day compared to yesterday, which was 2 quick 2-0s. We've gone the whole hog today. But yeah, this is round 11, a site hold from Marty. Knowing that they were pressuring short majority of the rounds and wasting quite a bit of time doing so, it was so important here, showing that Marty kind of didn't move from that position on the A site. So they were essentially just walking into her crosshair, and she just held on strong. And as Giant X was sort of rushing in, she just mowed them down.
Yeah, that also shows like the amount of trust that they have on each other, because even if they knew 100% that because of Lexa held in the mid that they have to make a play elsewhere, they forced GX to panic and try to make plays on the A side. But Marty was just so confident. She knows that they will be walking into her, and she was just able to punish them so beautifully. And on the other side, we have a little highlight of how Lexa was able to just punish them so well. And because the B pushes didn't work, they were forced to go to this A every single time.
Yeah, I absolutely adore Lexa on this Sentinel role. We knew that she would put up a good performance considering she's an incredibly consistent player. She's so experienced, and her ascent on that Cypher has been sort of tried and tested in many different ways. And of course, it was no different going up against Giant X today. So yeah, incredible performance. And I think, again, building that momentum so early on and being able to continue it is definitely how they won that out in such confident fashion.
And it's interesting because I know that Marty is the newest member of this team, but as we heard from the interview earlier on today, actually Marty has got experience of playing with both Lexa and also, oh my god, see, now my mind is doing complete another back with Toku as well, obviously from their NASA days. Lexa they've been queuing 5 stacks with as well. So the fact is that there is a synergy that's actually maybe going back a lot further than we've seen on Twisted Minds Orchid so far. We are going to hear though from Twisted Minds Orchid right now because HDM should be standing by waiting to chat to us. So let's see. There she is! HDM, congratulations. How are you feeling? That was a long game.
Feeling amazing. We just won them up so easy.
Well, tell me about that then, because you seem excited and giddy to talk about it. Were you expecting it to be so one-sided?
I mean, it's our good map. We expected to play it like this, to be honest. Like, it doesn't matter that, like, we expected them to pick it, but they didn't. They were scared, so it's fine.
Interesting, you thought they were scared. I can hear your teammates in the background laughing. This is interesting, HDM, because I associate you with needing to be the grown-up of the team, pulling everyone together, making sure they focus. But it seems like you're having a rather good time yourself.
Yeah. I mean, I heard Lynn saying on the interviews that I'm always mad, and I think she lied. I'm never mad. I'm just saying.
Yes, I'm loving this. HDM, just how have you done this though? Because you joined the team in stage 2, and now you guys are in the upper bracket finals against G2. This is an incredible success for you guys so soon.
I don't know. I think we just have like really good vibes in the team. And like we are all just having a good time.
Were you surprised by that when you joined the team? Like just how good the vibes are?
I mean, I joined before that, like for second stage, and I think the vibes changed a lot when Marty came to the team. She's like very funny person.
Oh, interesting. So because she's a comedian, she's actually helped the fortunes of the team. What makes it funny? Does she tell jokes when you're actually playing in the game?
Yeah, exactly. That's how our pracs are going. We are just joking every round. It doesn't matter it's mid-round or something. We just keep joking around. Like kind of Pepper X vibes.
So do you think that's something that's genuinely like a secret weapon for this team? You're not tilting when the rounds are not going your way. You're actually able to kind of mentally regroup.
Yeah, I think it's helping a lot because in my previous teams it was like very serious and the vibes weren't like, we were not having so much fun. But here we just do not care, we just play.
I'm really loving hearing about this. I do want to ask though, what you guys want to work on. You've got now nearly a week to have a think about how you want to approach this matchup against G2. So what are you going to take away from today and try and fix?
From today? I mean, I guess we're gonna fix our bind, that's all. Nothing else to fix.
So with the bind situation, what do you think happened next? It felt like it was your game to lose, really.
I mean, honestly, I thought we were gonna win it, but we just had some unlucky miscommunication rounds, and yeah, we just couldn't close it out, but the third map was fine.
Does that explain some of the timings in terms of the ults? So sometimes it feels like maybe you're using them a bit too early at the start of the rounds, but then sometimes also it feels like you're holding on to that util.
I mean, on defense, there was a misclick round from Marty when she ulted instantly, I remember. But other rounds, I'm not sure. We'll need to see on what's.
No, I mean, we got that Marty clip for you, right? No, I promise you. We're not going to do that to you guys, I promise. So looking ahead then to next week, because you and D2, essentially, it's between you guys as to who is going to be taking that final spot at the Game Changers Championships in Seoul. What do you think about this matchup? Because this is not the same G2 we saw in Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think they improved a lot like from group stage to like today's match, I think they were playing well, so it should be good match.
And after today's performance, do you think that we're going to see you in Seoul?
Yeah, sure.
I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving the confidence from you guys there. Okay, one more question, actually. I'm so sorry. I'm looking ahead, but actually, I realized I want to ask you about the double sentinel. You've already mentioned bind is the thing you need to fix. Do you think that the double sentinel is something that's going to work for you in future?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's completely fine. We just messed up our rounds. That's all. It wasn't about the comp.
Okay. So in some ways, you haven't shown us everything yet, then.
Yeah, we're gonna show more next time, hopefully.
Awesome. I'm sure you will. I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much for talking to me, HDM. Please pass on my best to the rest of the team. Tell Marty to behave herself.
Okay.
Thank you.
HDM.
How is it hated the most?
She's not hated the most anymore. That's so Ascend.
I do remember HTM back in her Ascend days alongside Amy. I feel like the nostalgia of that, lives on with HTM forever. So she's an incredible woman, and I'm so glad to see her find success today.
I've never seen her so giggly.
Yeah, it's this.
Did that take anyone else by surprise? Yeah. But I know it sounds so cliche, but I think that's sometimes the key for these teams is to remember to actually enjoy it. And I know there's so much on the line, there's so much at stake, and yet we're playing a video game at the end of the day, and these women are so incredibly good at it. These matches are so close that it can be so easy to go, right, okay, this is incredibly serious, and not actually enjoy what you're doing. At the end of the day, why are you doing it if you're not enjoying it? So I think it's been really fantastic to see these teams really starting to show their flair and how much they're enjoying the synergy that they're building with each other. And I know that sounds very motherly of me, but genuinely, I think it makes for better competition, Meg.
Agreed. And I love Game Changers so much, especially when you see the girls enjoying the game. And that's why it's so incredible seeing them on boot camp, and then also having this opportunity in Istanbul where they'll be on LAN and everyone can witness and experience the magic of Game Changers. This is why I love it so much. And it's such an honor and privilege being on the desk and getting to witness these girls do what they do so well.
Yes, honestly, there is nothing like being in a kind of boot camp situation, literally in a LAN cafe, or like I used to play when I worked for Twitch. I used to play in the Twitch office, a different game because Valorant didn't exist at the time. We used to literally like play over our lunch breaks together, and it was the best feeling, like actually being able to fist bump someone next to you. Anyway, let's take a look at the bracket because let's face it, I don't have a career and I could never dream of being in a bracket like this. So we obviously going to see an upper bracket matchup between Twisted Minds and G2, and then we're going to have a Giant X versus Carmine Corp next week. Meg, I still think that this is going to be incredibly competitive, especially in that lower bracket. It's going to be a bit of a heartbreaker.
Well, there is so much on the line here for both Twisted Minds and G2. I think there couldn't be a better sort of matchup for this upper bracket. And again, as Mitch kind of mentioned, they both have that lifeline with the lower bracket as well. And with them being the last teams that could possibly qualify to Game Changers Championships with that final spot for EMEA, I do think they're going to be putting up their breast front, and that they're going to be taking this week to kind of really look into, like HCM said, maybe where their bind could be improved, or the little rounds that didn't go as planned, and really fine-tune them and make sure that they're all scrubbed up and ready for the next matchup.
Well, actually, we should take a look at the championship points, where the circuit points stand at the moment, because I think that upper bracket matchup is a really good reminder of the fact that Twisted Minds and G2 Gozen are competing for that final spot in Seoul Nami.
Yeah, this makes it such a healthy competition because right now both G2 and Twisted Minds will have to decide their own fate, and they have the chance to do so by just winning the next map and making sure you are in this land in Istanbul, and making sure you win the whole thing to be able to qualify to Game Changers champs.
And also, I'm so sorry, Meg, continue.
No, I was just going to echo exactly what Inami said, so carry on.
No, it's okay, because remember, whoever wins this matchup is going to be booking a spot in Istanbul. So yeah, it could be G2 going to Istanbul we could see Twisted Minds Orchid as a team on LAN for the first time. I know there's various experience in this lineup. Like, for example, Lexa stood in for Falcons last year at Game Changers Championships. But the fact that we get to see this lineup on LAN, I think potentially is going to be really, really exciting. I mean, God, there's me using the E word again. I need to stop saying exciting and start to say fabulous. It's going to be so fabulous to see these teams on LAN, guys. And in fact, if you guys want to, yeah, it's going to be so slay. And if you guys want to feel so slay, join us at the ESA Arena in Istanbul on November 2nd. Tickets are on sale now. So get your phone out. I'm just going to give you an extended moment just to get the phone out and then take a photo, the QR code, book your tickets. Now open another tab and book your plane ticket if you're not based in Turkey, and you can get there. In fact, Nami has actually disappeared. She was actually broadcasting from her phone. She's just taken a photo with it.
Istanbul, Frankie.
Oh,
she's on her way.
You're back. Are you just booking your tickets, Nami?
Yeah, I was doing it. Sorry, my bad.
No, I can't wait. People are going to see. I have a feeling people will be getting to see Nami in Istanbul because, like, you went last time, didn't you, Nami? Am I right in thinking that?
I went 2 years ago because we were having this watch party when BBL were making it. Like back then, the peak BBL. Yeah.
That's it. I just remember you went and you hung out with the community in Istanbul, and I feel like you guys, if you'd like to take that opportunity, you should absolutely grab it. As I mentioned earlier, we are back on the 23rd and the 24th of October, so we won't see you tomorrow, but Ginny and her gang will see you next week, as will our players. No one went home today. We got 4 incredible teams still competing for that spot in Seoul and also those places in Istanbul, so don't miss it. We are going to leave you, however, with the Herman Miller Gaming highlights of the day, but for now from us, it's goodbye.
You're never gonna